one, Katsuhiro Otomo, because I read Akira and Domu, and those were fantastic, and his movies are also really good. Another creator I really like is or liked because he's no longer with us, Dwayne McDuffie. I
Mm.
watched Justice League Doom. I think I read an issue of Damage Control where he created Damage Control, the construction team that
The guy who created Benton, right? Or
who
wasn't the guy who
he
created
created.
Benton?
No, Static Shock is what he created,
Oh,
and I love
right.
Static Shock. I think it's really good. I think Tyler, the creator, was pissed off that it was canceled. I mean, weren't we all?
Well, it's back in comic book form.
The
I just,
show, the show,
I just,
Coco,
I just wouldn't recommend reading that comic because it's very political. And, yeah.
the show
We
though.
hate politics.
Do you
Uh,
want to tell us what you like about Dwayne McDuffie?
yeah, I think his writing has been an influence to me, as well as
Like
Katsuhiro
about Dwayne
Otomo's
McDuffie?
for
Mm-hmm.
a year.
His writing has been an influence to
Mm-hmm.
It's been like that for a long while, and
Like,
I
in what
feel
way?
that his I don't know, I just like it. I just adore it.
That's fair. That's fair.
With Katsuhiro Otomo though, what I like about it is the world building, the characters, his designs for Katsuhiro Otomo, but we already
Mm-hmm.
went through that. But
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
the third one that I like is shit. Trying to remember.
That's why I told you to write it
Peter David.
down.
Peter David,
Okay.
who created Spider-Man 2099, and he wrote the Death of Gene DeWolf story, and he was one of the writers on The Other, which was the one where Spider-Man evolved and had
Are you
these
talking,
fucking stingers on his wrists.
are you talking about when he turned into a spider and then he gave birth to himself
Yes,
and
he
and
was
then
one of
he
the writers on
What?
that, even though J. Michael Straczynski was the main person behind it, who I
Oh,
also
Arlon,
like, but he's not in the list.
you don't know about that story? There's a story in
No.
the Spider-Man comics where Peter is slowly but surely becoming more like a spider, and then
No,
he
no, no, no,
dies.
no. What happened was he got this disease. He was dying, and then Morlun came back and
Yeah,
killed him softly with his song.
he like gave birth
He
to himself, and the new him that he gave birth to had biological webs. They wrote that weird ass story just to make it more like the Raimi movies.
The organic webbing came before the other.
So it's like, what? That's kind of weird, bro. What the fuck's going
It's
on
kind of
here?
weird.
Yeah,
Straczynski, what are you thinking? I love that guy's run though.
Krasinski's one of
Um,
my favorite writers. He needs to come
my
back.
favorite.
I can't believe they
Please
brought Dan Slott back before he did. What the hell?
come back. Quesada's gone now. No, no, we'll be getting to him in a minute.
Wait, is
Uh,
he? Okay, right. We'll get him later.
um, number four is
Hmm.
and this is specifically because of Ultimate Spider-Man. Bendis, big balding Bendis.
I thought you
I
hated
love.
Bendis. I actually have
No,
him on my list too, as a creator I love.
I didn't like him after Ultimate Spider-Man,
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair,
but
to be honest.
with Ultimate Spider-Man, I feel like that was where he strived. Right? You ever thought of that?
Wait,
Ultimate Spider-Man is definitely the best thing he's written. Because, like,
what
everything after that,
part of
like,
Ultimate did he write?
he wrote the Ultimate comics pretty much all the way to the end. So,
What? I
yeah.
thought they
Yeah,
like
all
changed writers or something. after
No,
like
No,
the first
it was
the
just
volume.
ultimate
Bendis.
the
Ultimate
ultimate
Spider-Man
comic
was just Bendis.
Why
yeah
did
the
like
ultimate
everything change then after the end of the first volume?
the ultimate
Like
comic
It
started
didn't.
in
they like
2000.
retconned a bunch of stuff, didn't they? I
No.
remember
No, the
reading it
Ultimate
and being
Comics.
like, what is going on?
The ultimate
Oh,
comics
oh,
ended with the so you know how in the movies they have like the whole multiverse stuff going on right now and they're leading up to Secret Wars and stuff. So
Hmm.
that's kind of like a movie adaptation of what happened in the comics, where the Ultimate Universe and the
is
original
dead.
universe they kind of had like a war or something, which ultimately led to the Ultimate Universe like dying. But like
Yeah.
some elements of the Ultimate Universe were carried over, like the Black Nick Fury became the definitive Nick Fury, for example.
No, but I'm
Miles
talking about like before
Miles
that.
Morales
Like
is
at the end of the first volume of Ultimate Spider-Man, like New York. Wait, Spider-Man's in New York, right? New
yeah.
York,
They're all in New York.
New
No,
York, like flooded.
oh yeah, you're talking about Ultimatum, but
You're
like it
talking
didn't.
about Ultimatum and Ultimates 3. Nah, we don't
Yeah,
care about that shit.
Ultimate,
That shit sucked. And
Ultimatum was
it's not even Bendis.
Ultimatum was
That's
the
Jeff
worst
Loeb.
that happened in the Ultimate Comics because like it literally led to so many heroes in the Ultimate Universe dying for like no reason. But it
No
wasn't a
reason.
it was just a flood. It was a flood with Magneto. And then you go into volume 2, which is Ultimate Comics Ultimate Spider-Man, which is about 16 volumes. I own the trade paperbacks of those, which lead into the
Nice.
death of Spider-Man. And then after the death of Spider-Man, it goes into Miles Morales. So,
Every in all the Spider-Man stuff in the Ultimate Universe was written by Bendis.
if I were to guess, Arlan, I have a feeling you didn't read the entire Ultimate Comics series of Ultimate
No, yeah,
Spider-Man.
I said I read
Yeah.
the first volume of Ultimate Spider-Man. That is my only experience with Ultimate.
Yeah, because after the flood, there's Ultimate Spider-Man Requiem, which is like a one-off issue thing. And then after that, there's Ultimate Spider-Man 2009, which is the second
Yeah,
volume, which
yeah.
Bendis is still the writer, but it has a new artist, David LaFuente, who is one of my favorite
Yeah,
artists.
I remember
Yeah,
that the
I
art
still prefer
changed,
Bagley Dog.
but they
yeah,
also were like undoing like there was like plot lines and stuff going on before the flood, and they just were like, never mind about all of that. We don't care
yeah.
about
But
any
But
of
I
that.
don't care
that
because
was because
we're
by the
getting off
time
topic.
that was because by the
True.
time Bendis started Ultimate Spider-Man 2009, he was already planning to kill off Peter, so it was like, fuck it.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah. Uh, can I get to the stuff I hate though? The people I loathe creatively?
Yeah, tell us who you hate,
No,
Nabs.
tell us more about Bendis. What you like about
No,
Bendis?
fuck you. No, fuck you.
All right, fine.
All right. Number one. His name is Joe Quesada. Fuck him. He's a bitch.
You want to tell us who Joe Quesada is?
Okay. Joe Quesada. He's an artist, and he was formerly the editor in chief of Marvel Comics.
Pretty good artist.
I think Joe Quesada is the reason why the Marvel Knights imprint was created. He drew Marvel Knights Daredevil with Kevin Smith on the scripts, and then he became the editor in chief. And I don't know what the fuck he was doing. Then, like, he hired fucking Bill Jemas to be the president. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like,
Yeah. Um, um, Joe Quesada is
bad
most most hated primarily for the impact that he had on the
on
Amazing
Spider-Man.
Spider,
Oh yeah.
yeah, on the
Not
Amazing
even just
Spider-Man,
Amazing Spider-Man, all Spider-Man.
because to give some context, right? So Peter and MJ, they got married like
In the 80s.
eon eons ago in the comics, yeah, in the 80s. Right around the
And
time that Todd McFarlane came on as an artist, I think.
oh,
Um,
that run was fantastic. That one was
yeah, it was
beautiful.
He was pretty cool. So and then things are getting better for in the comics. You
Things
know how
were getting better for
the
for
characters.
let me explain. Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson were married in the 80s, right? Just like Coco said. In the
Yeah,
90s, the whole image revolution thing happened, and also
yeah.
the editors were getting sick of the marriage.
Hmm.
And Roger Stern, who wasn't an editor, but he was a writer on Spider-Man for a while.
Yeah. But like there's this whole thing where it's like in universe. There's this whole thing like with Spider-Man comics where like um editors like Joe Quesada, for example, basically the idea is that Peter Parker's life has to always suck. It can never be good. He can never be happy. And obviously him being in a happy marriage is somewhat contradictory to him having a his life always being shitty because
And it's not even just
apparently
that, and I'm getting to that.
Apparently, apparently you can't have a shitty life while being happily married. That's weird. But
That's
anyway,
crazy.
I feel like a lot of people who are happily married would disagree with that. But anyway, so Joe Quesada is like, we're gonna orchestrate this whole story, this whole like 5 part, like 10 part, I don't even know how long it was,
Four.
story, just to sort of
It was 4 parts.
just to divorce Peter and MJ. Like you can't just have them be like have marital problems and then be in a divorce.
You
We're
want to know
gonna
the
come
real
up
reason
with
why
a
that happened? It's
we're gonna come up
because
with a
it's these editors thought that Peter Parker was getting too old for readers. Man, shut
well
your bitch ass up!
they thought he was becoming unrelatable to like the target demographic basically
Which was
because
what? What is the target demographic? Toddlers to you, Joe? Dumbass.
yeah, they thought he was becoming unrelatable to the target demographic. So they were like, we're gonna make this whole story. So they had like Civil War, and then Aunt May died because Kingpin found out who Peter was.
Well, not
Uh,
died really, but she was put in the hospital.
yeah, she was put in the hospital. She got shot because Kingpin found out who Peter is because Peter revealed his
And
identity.
then the
And
Back in
so they
Black
were like,
story happened, and that was pretty cool.
yeah, that
And
story
then
was
we
pretty.
and now there's one more day left,
Yeah, and then
and that
there's
can
one
mean
more.
two things.
Yeah.
You see, One More Day is the story where they unmarried, and it
Hmm.
was drawn by Joe Quesada, whose art at that point looked like shit. I'm sorry, I
Whoa,
hate it.
whoa. Hang on a second. That's crazy. I mean, the way he
I don't
draws
give
like
a fuck.
human, the
I
way
don't
he
give a
draws,
fuck. Like the way he
the
drew
way
Marvel Knight's Daredevil looked cool.
the way he draws human faces is pretty weird, but like the way he draws Spider-Man in the costume is epic.
No, no,
Yeah,
no, that's
yeah.
cap. That's a lie.
No, you're capping.
No, you're lying to yourself, Coco.
What?
It was written by J. Michael Straczynski, who didn't want to do it,
Yeah.
but he
Oh,
did it anyway, so he could
I,
retcon this certain other story that he also hated writing that wasn't his fault.
I thought Quesada wrote One More Day, but J. Michael Straczynski's name was put on it. That's what I read.
No, he no JMS wanted to go uncredited in the last story.
Oh, okay.
In the last issue, he
Do we
wrote,
hate?
So basically, they decided to
"No, it's
retcon.
not that. He hated it. He hated doing it.
So basically, they decided to retcon Peter and MJ's marriage by having Peter uh
Sell
and
his soul to
MJ,
Satan.
yeah, do a deal with the devil. So
In this case, Mephisto,
yeah,
but still
Mephisto.
Satan."
In
And
exchange for their marriage, Aunt May gets to live. And
and
so
personally,
the
I think that's
memory of
bullshit.
them,
Why
That's
the
would you do
memory of
that?
stupid.
them, the memory of them ever
No shit.
being married, the memory of them ever being married or whatever gets wiped, but deep down their souls still know, and their souls are forever tormented by the knowledge that they're meant to be together, but they can't because Satan said so. And if that
And you
sounds
know what?
familiar, that's because it should, because that story, believe it or not, influenced a much better story, which is No Way Home.
Well, That's true. But also,
Yeah.
fuck Joe Quesada. He's a bitch. You know what? I'm glad he's gone from Marvel. He
Yeah, but
left
you know,
Marvel
the
this
thing
year.
that the thing that kind of sucks is that despite Joe Quesada being gone, it still seems like the writers who are sort of in control of the Spider-Man comics right now don't
Editors, but
really seem intent on addressing, like, it seemed like they were going to for a while. Like, there was this writer called Nick Spencer who came on and
oh, I
everyone was like,
love
"Oh
his
my
run.
God." Everyone was like, "Oh my God, he's actually doing it. He's undoing one more day." But it didn't happen. And now we have Zeb Wells, who's probably the worst writer we've had in a while, to the point where people want Dan Slott to come back. And it's like,
Well, well, well. I mean, there is one good aspect of that run: the art by John Romita Jr.
no, he's downgraded. His art was way better during the JMS run, for sure.
It's true, but still,
Yeah. But Joe Quesada,
fuck him. He's a bitch. Number two, and I know this is like the most obvious choice for me, because I have been open
is it Ian
to
Flynn?
no shit. I have been openly critical of this man's writing. I hate the way it's bland. It's bland as shit. I'm sorry, Ian. Please don't blacklist me.
Okay. So
Please don't blacklist me, Ian Flynn. This is just
I
my personal opinion, dog.
I think that Ian is actually an okay writer. I just
Okay,
think
that's
actually
fine.
I would even go as far as to say that he's good at points, but um
Points. 1 point.
I think the biggest problem with Ian Flynn as a writer is that he
And
tries
Ian
way
Flynn is a
A
Sonic
bitch.
writer,
well,
so the
Well,
he's
audience
written
he's written
knows.
other things like Ninja
he's written
Turtles,
for, yeah, he's written for Sonic, Ninja
Mega Man,
Turtles, Power
Mega Man.
Rangers, Mega
Power
Man.
Rangers.
Yeah,
What?
he also did an original comic called
I have that one.
Drogoon.
Drogoon.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't like it very much.
I only read like one issue of it and I was like, yeah, I'm good.
You
But
mean the only issue that's out?
I didn't even know that. It probably
That
didn't do
shit's as
too well.
obscure as the Lost Ones.
But yeah, so the biggest problem with Ian Fleming is that he plays it way too safe when it comes to his writing. The only time he didn't used to play it safe was during the pre-reboot run of the Archie Sonic comics, which incidentally happens to be the time where he got the most amount of criticism from readers. So I think there's a reason why he tries to play it safe a lot, and that's because
he's pl-
he is
he's
what we
worried of the criticism, right? Is that it?
yeah, he is what we describe as a somewhat cowardly writer. He is
Uh,
too afraid to make controversial decisions that might,
he's a bitch.
yeah, basically he's a bitch. Um, and
Shit.
that's why the pre reboot run is unquestionably his best run because that's when he was actually willing.
I I prefer his X comics.
Yeah, well, I mean, I never read the X comics, but yeah,
I have
like
them all on
that
my
was
archive. Every Sonic comic and Mega Man comic ever is on my archive.org account,
including Dreamwave.
including Dreamwave.
Okay, that's cool. But yeah, no. And the other problem with Ian Flynn as a writer is also the fact that his stories can go on for too long.
This man is the Clone Saga incarnate. Holy shit!
Like the
All he
Shattered,
writes are these big sprawling epics that nobody wants to read or write about anymore. Just
yeah,
him. It's like, come on, man.
like the
You know,
Shattered,
anyone remember Judas Traveler?
the Shattered
No?
World arc was too long. The fucking Metal Virus arc was too long.
Too
The
What?
long.
Don't
fucking
people love the Metal Virus arc?
They
yeah,
people
they
love that
do,
shit.
they
They do,
do.
That was
but even
my
then,
impression.
it's longer.
No,
It is
they
longer
love
than these
specific
nuts.
moments. they love specific moments of it, but it's still too fucking long. And the fucking the Nagas arc is also too fucking long. It,
Oh, that
his
shit.
his biggest
And
problem is that his biggest problem is that he makes his stories too long. Like,
oh, you know what it is?
oh
Coco,
yeah.
you know what this is? He's trying to be Sonic's Chris Claremont, who I also really like.
And I feel like his stories would greatly benefit because like each story arc that he writes is like almost like a year long. And I think
No,
arc,
2 years.
the Shattered World arc, when did the Archie Sonic comics reboot? They rebooted in 2012, right?
2013, I think.
2013. So the Shattered World arc started in 2013, and it ended right before the Archie comics got canceled in what year was it? 2016. So
17.
that means that the Shattered World arc went on for like 3 to 4 years. Now I know some people might say, well, technically there's like arcs in between, and that's true. There's the Sonic the Fighters
That's
arc.
like this is not an. They're not arcs. They're fucking sagas. Like
Like,
Metal Virus should have been called a saga. It's not an arc. An arc
yeah,
doesn't last 2 fucking years. Clone
This
Sonic
sounds like
incarnate
we're
head
getting
ass.
into
that's
One Piece numbers.
it's yeah, it's too
Is
long.
he
You need to. I don't mind like I don't mind long arcs
right?
every now and then, but like he does it all the time, you know?
He wants to be. No, Coco, you don't understand.
Mhm.
He's trying to be. He's trying to be Sonic's Chris Claremont.
Mhm. I haven't read Claremont's X-Men, so
Oh, I'm gonna archive all of it.
I mean I've read a bit of X-Men Blue.
Ain't that one of the colored ones by Jeff Loeb?
I think I don't know,
Like Hulk
but
Gray
anyway,
and
I
Spider
kind
Man
of
Blue.
I kind of overtook for a second there. Nebs, is
No
there anything
shit.
else you can play?
Uh, Another creator I don't like very much is Frank Miller. Because I mean, he used to be great. He used to be fantastic, and now all he writes is Sin City. Even when he's not writing Sin City, it's always Sin City.
But
And also
Nebs, he
how
wrote The Dark Knight.
he wrote the Dark Knight Return. Yeah, I fucking know he wrote Returns and Born Again and
How
shit
can you
and
not,
Year One.
how can you not like Frank
But
Miller?
he
He
also
wrote
wrote Spawn Batman
nah.
and All Star Batman and Robin and
Hmm.
Superman Year One
Oh,
and
I read
fucking
that.
Holy Terror.
I read Superman Year
Ew.
One.
Holy
It
Terror?
was
Ew.
no,
That's
not Holy
actually.
Terror. I read Superman Year One. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm confusing it. No, not Year One. Sorry, I confused it with Superman for All Seasons.
Oh. Well, anyway, Superman Year One and fucking Holy Terror, which ew, ew, ew. That
So
shit's
what
racist as fuck.
do you like about them? Oh, well, right off the bat, that's pretty wild.
It's racist as hell. Holy
Hmm.
Terror. Holy these nuts.
Now, is it racist in the sense that it's actually racist, or is it racist in the oh, it takes place in like the 1940s, so of course the characters are gonna be racist kind of way?
No, it was supposed to be a homage to World War II comic propaganda in the 1940s, but no.
I mean,
No.
I feel like that kind of explains it a little bit.
But no. They
It's kind,
it
it's
it
kind of like
says
how all the
it
characters
says
are racist as hell in LA
it
Noir.
says it says it's basic it was talking about how if you were Muslim, you were a terrorist. And I'm just like, fuck you.
Hmm.
That's
And then
messed up.
also Dark Knight Strikes Again, I think I think he had this pent up aggression because of 9/11, which oh my god, that's crazy. That is insane. Another creator, the last creator I don't like very much is Rob Liefeld. Bing bong.
The broken back babes. You're telling me you don't like the broken back babes, Nebs?
Yes. And also Captain America, Rob
I actually
Liefeld. Like,
I actually kind of have a soft spot for Rob Liefeld's art. Like, there are definitely some
you.
moments where it looks pretty bad, but like
You mean every moment ever?
one thing
Is
I kind
this
of
like
noticed
the
about
ass and titties pose?
yeah,
Yes.
he's the guy who drew like that weird, that weird Captain America cover where like his chest is like tilted but his body isn't, and it looks really weird because like his chest should just be ripping off his body for that pose to even be possible. It's that one. But like I don't
And
know,
also
there
and
are times when this
also
art looks
he
kind of
wrote
okay.
he in Youngblood number 10, like in Spawn, one of Rob Liefeld's characters, Chapel, was supposed to be the one who killed Spawn.
I
But you
actually
know
read
what
that
happens in Youngblood number 10?
one.
It turns out this guy has a government fucking version of HIV, and then he kills himself
Oh
just because it
yeah,
would be cool.
I read that actually. I remember that.
And
I didn't read any of the dialogue though because it was very wordy, and when there's too many words in
come
a
on,
page,
Rob Liefeld can't write. He can't draw. He certainly can't
well,
fucking.
like his
He's not an
anatomy,
art.
I
He's
feel
a
like
whore.
some people are gonna be kind of offended by this, but like Rob Liefeld's anatomy to me, it looks like what you would get if Eiichiro Oda was a Western comic book artist instead of a manga artist.
True.
Gotta be shitting me.
True.
Like
He's not
that's
anything like Eiichiro Oda.
that's what Rob Liefeld's art looks like. And obviously the reason why Rob Liefeld's art looks weird, unlike Oda's, is because Oda's is very cartoony. So any weird anatomy that Oda has going on, Oda can get away with that. But like Liefeld,
Can he though?
well, I mean
Can
sometimes, not all
he?
the time. But like Liefeld tries to make like his art style, it kind of leans towards like exaggerated reality, which is a term that we use in Western comics, talking about
More
when
like
you're being
exaggerate these nuts.
when you're trying to be semi-realistic, but at the same time you're trying to sort of be hyper exaggerating certain features. It doesn't work. Like that kind of
And
weird
all his
anatomy,
characters are
that kind
gritting their teeth.
yeah.
Generally,
And
I
also he's
associate what you're describing with fetish
and also
art.
he's indirectly responsible for the comic book crash of the mid 90s.
But he created Deadpool.
Nice.
Not really. He created the design. That's like he's not. It's not. He created some jackass.
Yeah, but like
Deadpool. I'd say Gail Simone
it's kind of like how we
created
whoa,
Deadpool,
hang on
like
a
our
second.
Deadpool.
That's wild. But anyway, it's kind of like how we say Todd McFarlane created Venom, even though he didn't write Venom, he just drew him, right?
It's nothing like that. At least
Venom
I.
is pretty
At,
iconic looking though.
yeah.
But Todd didn't write Venom. He just made the
Well,
design.
I mean, he did write Spider-Man, but not Venom.
Yeah, he wrote Spider-Man 1990, and none of those
I
issues
just call
featured
it.
Venom.
I just call it adjectiveless. But we're not.
No,
I.
because there's multiple
There's going to be
adjectives, so you have to be
no.
specific. There's an
Adjectiveless
adjectiveless
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. There's an adjectiveless Spider-Man starring Miles Morales. So like you have to be specific. Spider-Man
No, that
1990.
no. There is no. No, it's Miles Morales Spider-Man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's an adjectiveless. It's Spider-Man 2017 or something like that.
That's that's the cartoon.
I can link it to you when we're done. But yeah,
No, no. There's
Rob
there's going to
Liefeld,
be there
make
is
your
going to
art
be a
style.
new adjectiveless Spider-Man by
Yeah,
Dan
um,
Slott.
and Mark Bagley, whatever.
Mark
But
Bagley, that's true. But also Dan Slott. Ugh.
Rob Liefeld, make your characters' faces a bit more cartoony, and people will look at your art less funny. Just look
Come on,
at like
Come on,
just
there's no
look
way
at
you can do a Mike Warwingo.
just look at Oda and be like, okay, this guy's art kind of looks like mine, but like better. So I'm gonna copy this guy. Um,
Don't
but
don't
yeah,
copy that guy. Don't copy
just
that
do that.
guy's art. You copied Darkseid, Rob Liefeld.
But yeah, I think
You copied Wolverine
Rob Liefeld's art was definitely at its
and
worst in
Cable.
terms of at its worst in terms of anatomy, like in the 90s. I'd say recently he's definitely improved somewhat.
Oh, he's
The,
improved. Is he still
the,
chronically late?
the guy just needs to learn how to draw feet because he doesn't
He
draw
ne-
feet.
he need he needs to learn how to draw art in time.
And unfortunately, he is still chronically late because I forget what it's called. There was this one comic that he was supposed to get out because he does stuff with Marvel again now, much to
Are you shitting
McFarlane.
me?
And there was this one comic he was supposed to get out, but I forget what it's called. And he got it like a year after it was supposed to come out. Like, what the fuck, dude? What's going on?
I have a
So
question. Did
yeah,
is
All
this
right,
the
what's your
guy
fucking
that
question?
is this the guy that did the new 52 Starfire who had like the giant boobs?
no, I don't think
No,
I don't think
he
Michael.
did the new 52 Hawk and Dove.
Yeah.
Who did the new 52 Starfire with the giant
Are
boobs?
you talking about Red Hood and the Outlaws?
I just remember people getting upset about it like years and years
Yeah, the
ago
Red Hood and the
because it looked so
Outlaws
ridiculous.
Starfire. That was
Hmm.
bad. I don't know who did the art, although I think it was Scott Lobdell who wrote it.
Rob Liefeld has done. I actually didn't know he did work on DC. Most of the work he's done is like for Marvel and Image. But like his career at Image didn't
He
really
co-created Cable.
last.
I guess that works.
It didn't really last. So then he ended up, doing work for Marvel with that Avengers Reborn shit. It was really bad.
Ew!
Um,
Wait, hang on. No, I have the Heroes Reborn Fantastic Four, and it's pretty okay.
yeah, but like the Heroes Reborn Avengers thing was like really bad. Like
Whoa,
Rob
whoa, whoa,
Liefeld.
whoa, whoa! I think Arlon should go. I think Coco. You should go next, Coco.
No, no, I'll go last. Wait, are
All
you done
right,
with all of them?
I'm done.
Okay. All right, Arlon, you go.
That was a lot. So, for one, I was wondering like why
We
is
actually
Neb
managed to get
so
some like that. I can't believe it.
Why is Neb
I was
so
wondering
what?
why is Neb's like so excited to do this podcast episode? I was like confused, and now I realize, oh, it's because he gets to talk about comics for his whole segment. Uh, I
Well,
No,
was
it's because I get to talk
about
shit about people.
what's funny about Nebs' segment is that like three of the people that he had listed, I have listed, so that's like half of my list just gone.
so I kind of misunderstood the prompt when I heard creators, my head kind of went to like YouTube creators and like
That's
influencers and
fine.
stuff.
Go with YouTube. Go with
So I
them.
Basically,
was
Go with
kind
them.
of
anyone,
I hate influencers too. Go ahead. I'll go
I just
basically
didn't
crazy.
realize that my options were so broad, So all my people are mostly like YouTubers. Uh,
anyone who creates.
Anyone who creates
okay.
is fine. Go
Yeah.
crazy,
Well,
cause I will too.
I guess I'll have a couple of additions on the fly, but I guess I'll start with the people I hate,
Oh my
because I
god.
want to get that out of the way.
Hmm.
So first off, briefly, I just like a couple of like the dumb, uh, like alt alt right type, like adjacent, anime YouTubers that people constantly link
You mean
in
like
the
Rev
discords.
Desu and Hiro
Who?
Hey and
Oh, them.
No, like that critical drinker guy
oh, I thought you said anime tubers. Sorry.
is Is he not an anime? I guess he talks about like
Critical
just
Critical Drinker just
pop
talks about like
culture.
Western. He just talks about Western
Okay.
movies and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
I
not.
feel like yeah, him, that anime snob.
Who?
Yeah, people in that kind of vein that
Wait,
like
would you describe that anime snob as right wing? I mean, I wouldn't describe either of them as right wing personally, because, but
definite. I feel like whenever I like play a video of theirs on top of like having a completely wrong opinion about something, they'll like
Mhm.
be they'll like just throw in a remark like, "Oh, wokeness." I don't know.
See,
Yeah,
here's
I
the
never
That's
thing.
the
understood that
impression
either.
I get
I
from
would
what
be, I would
little I've
be
seen.
like under normal circumstances, I would agree that the talking points they have sound pretty right wing. But one thing I've realized is that like when it comes to people with that in that sort of community, a lot of the reasons, well, I mean, for one thing, the reason why it's easy to assume that people in that community are right wing is because a lot of them actually are. So that's one thing. I'm definitely not saying that there aren't any because a lot of them definitely are. But like I think of guys like just some guy who's like he's mostly like a comics person. He doesn't really do movies, but
He's
I
a
suppose
comics gator.
he started branching out. But like he's
Oh,
actually
short
left
at
wing.
otaku, there's another one.
Like he's actually left wing, and he actually got into some controversy for being like outspoken against stuff like the Don't Say Gay bill and stuff like that. And it was really funny because like the entire like community just like turned their back on him. But like that was the
Yeah,
moment when I realized, oh yeah, there definitely are some people like in this corner of the internet who talk about like, oh, woke media, this and that, who probably aren't right wing like in terms of actual politics. They just don't like what's happening with mainstream media. That's why I like, even though there's definitely some overlap between the two, I tend to try and avoid assuming what people's actual politics are based on their opinions on pop culture.
I
But
get
that's
it.
me
I
personally.
guess it doesn't help that like the people linking it, I know what their politics are. So it's like the
Mm,
fact that these people really like those creators immediately makes me kind of raise an eyebrow. But
yeah.
I guess I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, but I
I mean,
still
it doesn't
completely
help that a
disagree
lot
with
of
them
them
aesthetically.
like there are guys like Nerdrotic and
Oh,
Geeks and Gamers who are pretty openly like right wing. Like they get defensive about the fact that people criticize them for voting for Donald Trump. So there definitely are
what?
people in that side of the
Yo, this is
community.
why I don't vote, dog.
There are definitely
Bruh.
some people in that side of the community who are right wing for sure. Or like Eric July. Like it's so
Oh,
awkward
I
because
heard about that guy.
there's a lot of things like with Eric July that I agree with, but unfortunately, there's a lot of things that I also disagree with. Like, for one thing, like I follow him on Twitter, and for one thing, it's kind of unfortunate that anytime he talks about like trans people, for example, he refers to them as people with mental issues, and I'm like, oh,
Ugh.
okay, that's that's unfortunate. Uh,
What the fuck?
and it's like, oh man, that sucks. But meh. But anyway, did you have what was your next one?
Yeah, I haven't really heard of any of those people. But yeah, I only mention those few because I wouldn't say I hate them per se. I just get annoyed seeing them linked all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh so we already talked about uh off podcast that I really dislike Death. And there's plenty of people
Oh,
out there worse than Destiny, but my feelings about Destiny are painted by the fact that I used to be a huge fan of his. At one point I probably would have described him as my favorite person.
you
That's
said
Uh
weird.
you didn't like him though.
well, I don't like him anymore.
No, in the
So,
past.
yeah, in the
You
past,
see,
like probably like three.
Destiny is a debate goblin, and Arlon is also a debate goblin, so you know the appeal was like instant.
Yeah,
I don't know who he is.
Like Arlon was like,
he's
he's
a
just like me for real.
he's a politics streamer. Yeah,
Nope,
in many ways, Coco. Uh,
nope.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
even gonna think about it anymore. Fuck that guy. Immediately.
he's a debate bro as they call them.
Yeah, he's a
But
A
debate bro.
debate, bro.
so
Yeah.
like the disconnect between like what I thought he was like 3 years ago when I was a fan and what he's become is just really unsettling to me. It's almost like a little bit embarrassing. That's like, ugh. Like seeing the way he acts now and the fact that I used to be like a hardcore fan of this person, just I don't know. It reflects poorly on me, I feel like. Uh
Yeah. I used to
Wait,
follow certain creators too, and
but
then they
I
started talking
like
shit about me.
Destiny. Are you saying that it reflects poorly on me that I like Destiny? What?
no, not exactly because you come you come from a different position, Coco, because you're moving over from worse content creators to Destiny, and
Right.
I moved from better content creators to Destiny. So it has a different connotation, kind of.
So like Destiny is in fact the center.
I wouldn't say that. Uh, but yeah, my problems with Destiny are kind of twofold. One is with like, uh, there's kind of a mentality that I feel like he's fostered in his community of
Mhm.
like, it's like this popcorn mentality. I guess you could call it like irony poisoning that
Mhm.
everything is kind of just like a spectacle to them. It's always like, man, these are such good memes. And, they make like a bunch of memes about everything. And even if
Mm.
it's like something super serious or like if Destiny does something really bad, there's always this sentiment that I see that I really uh hate that's like love him or hate him, agree with the things he's doing or not, he sure is entertaining. I
Mm.
just,
He doesn't
I
sound
really,
entertaining.
I just don't like the idea of like trivializing serious subjects and just turning it into like a fun game when it's not.
Well, the thing that's
Is
kind
that
of
what I'm
interesting,
guessing that's what this Disney guy does?
the thing that's kind of interesting about Destiny with that is it's like to some extent you could probably say that he does have, I don't know, some level of investment in those political like conversations that he has. It's just sort of interesting because like he's pretty much said that, yeah, my main reason for doing this is really just because I really like arguing with people. I mean, he does say that he
Yeah.
wants to sort
Jesus
of
Christ.
he does say that he
Nope.
wants to sort of spread his ideas like around, but like part of it is definitely just the fact that he finds arguing with people really entertaining,
What the
which I
fuck?
find which I find kind of funny in a way because whenever he's in a
That's
debate,
crazy.
he always looks like he wants to be anywhere but in that debate. So I can't say I get where he's coming from when he says that.
Sometimes he wakes up and then he's invested looking again.
Yeah, but it's
Uh,
like yeah.
and
I mean,
then the other
I feel like
reason,
that's just I feel like it's definitely, I don't know, maybe we have this in the UK too, but I feel like there's definitely a thing in America where there's taking actual political issues and like turning it into entertainment. Like you have all these political
oh,
commentators who basically
for
like
sure.
we don't really have that here. We have people who try to, like the Lotus Eaters or whatever. I don't really watch them. Or like Paul Joseph Watson, but he talks mostly about American stuff.
Who?
So it's like, yeah, I don't know.
He's
Like you
an
have,
InfoWars guy.
yeah, he's an InfoWars guy. And so it's like, you know, from
Oh, that me. Oh, the meme men with the fucking gay
Yeah,
frog shit.
Yeah, Alex
So
Jones. It's the
from
same
across the pond,
organization.
I'm just like, damn, it's but then at the same time I kind of appreciate it because even if it's not necessarily the best way to get informed about stuff, it is a way to get informed about stuff, especially younger people who don't have the attention span for reading or watching the news. Like that's how
Like who
that's
was in
pretty
the news?
like the political entertainment sphere is pretty much how I know as much as I do, which admittedly isn't a lot compared to some people, but like it's more than the average person, I think.
The the thing is, I don't mind politics being entertaining, but I think
Hmm.
there's a difference
But
between that and like
but
having this attitude of like spamming the like Pepe laugh popcorn emote, like haha,
Oh
this is
yeah,
just like all like it's like the people who like it's like how Trump basically got elected because the
he
memes
memed
were
his
so
way into
good.
office.
Yeah. I
he
think
did
it's
meme his
that
way into
same
office, and
mentality
I
that
think that's
gave us
hilarious.
Trump.
Yeah, but that's why, as we approach, midterms, Biden's doing it too with Dark Brandon and stuff. There you go.
Ugh.
Dark
Who the fuck
Brandon.
is that?
Uh,
It's a
the
very dumb meme.
there was this meme where during a race, a car race or whatever, like a NASCAR thing, people in the
I thought it
audience
was
were
Daytona.
people were saying "fuck
I am
Joe
finally
Biden"
here. Jesus
in the
Christ.
audience, like they were chanting "fuck Joe
Huh.
Biden," and then like
And we didn't even get to the Toriyama segment, which was the main reason why I played this specific episode for the waiting room. Because rest in peace, Toriyama. Alright. Uh, fucking hell. Also, hello, Drax. I see you there. Bro's been responding to the podcast, not knowing that it's the podcast. Alright. Oh, fuck. Working a second monitor is hard. Alright, there we go. I'm here. I'm queer. Get used to it. Alright, so I'm officially retiring the just stoke before hours meme because, quite frankly, okay, talking about all this Paragon shit all the time is getting tiresome. Okay, I'm not gonna be covering the second trial. Uh, go watch it your damn self if you really want to see that shit. Okay, um, I'm done. Okay, no more talking about no more talking about Discord sex pests. We're done. Okay, we're officially done. So wait, now I gotta check if my overlay's working. Yeah, it is. But I'm officially done talking about fucking Discord sex pests. It's over. It's a dead meme. We're moving on to other better question mark things like
Oh yeah, this person's blaming
like
gamer.
like the Thorpes, I guess. Uh, like the fucking
Here come the
Thorpes.
tears.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know the full context of what's happened. I just know that Ben Thorpe has finally been arrested. Been arrested. Also, Drax, I saw you earlier. If you're still there, I saw you earlier ask who Ben Thorpe is. Boy, do I have a story for you. Um, I don't even know where to begin because I don't want to spend too much time describing this. Basically, Ben Thorpe is like an infamous. Well, his daughter's the actual streamer, but he like collaborates with his daughter, and there's rumors floating around. Okay, there's rumors, all right, that they might have relations of some kind. Chat overlay. So that they might have relations. Okay, so with that in mind, like incest relations. Okay, so yeah, uh, so. And there's a bunch of like creepy shit that seems to suggest that, like Ben Thorpe slapping his daughter's ass, or like just a whole bunch of weird shit. So, uh, that's like the Cliff Notes version. Okay, I don't want to I don't want to go too much into it. I don't. Yeah, all right. So just recently, something happened where they always said they were playing it up. Oh yeah, they did always say that, but it's it's debatable. Okay, because what kind of dad slaps his daughter's ass on camera? I mean, what kind of dad does it at all, let alone on camera? All right. So, I mean, yeah, it's a bit mad. So just recently, apparently Ben Thorpe physically assaulted his daughter on stream, and yes, Toriyama is gone, and we are in the worst timeline. We're in the worst timeline. We're in the worst timeline where people like Toriyama die, but people like Ben Thorpe get to live. But at least Ben Thorpe is in fucking prison, so I'll take what I can get, okay? I'll take what I can get. Ben Thorpe physically assaulted his daughter on stream, apparently. And he got arrested. And his daughter wants to bail him out, but apparently it costs a lot of money, so she's probably thinking of just overlooking it, I suppose. So that's what we're gonna be checking out right now. There's an entire vid sort of giving us the whole context for this, and that's what we're gonna be checking out right now. Oh come on, Drax. That's who I spent that's who I spent the past like 10 minutes describing. Ben Thorpe, okay, this guy, daughter fucker. Okay? This guy, this girl, the daughter. Ben Thorpe physically assaulted the daughter on stream. So he might be in jail. So, uh, okay. Is the class all caught up now? Is the class all caught up? Good, good.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself from crying. I stopped.
Oh, but that's perfect, isn't it? That's even better.
It's garbage though.
No,
I
that's
don't.
even better
All right.
performance. You look like you're gonna cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of daddy doing something to you.
Holy shit.
Right?
No, that's literally not why.
Holy moly.
All bullshit. All
Actually, you know what?
design.
What is he known for aside from banging his daughter? That is a good question. Uh, actually, I couldn't tell you to be honest. That's all I really know about him. The fact that he sometimes creeps up in other female content creators' DMs, I suppose. Um, the only reason I even know about him is because he appeared on Destiny streams a few times, because like Destiny was like debating him or whatever. And then like this other guy who's like a Destiny orbiter like tried to date his daughter, and it was a whole thing. Um, yeah. So okay, wait. Actually, before we play this, I do wanna boot up. I think today I'm gonna play Nier, which is a little bit ironic considering that we've been playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot for like the past month, and this is the memoriam stream later, I suppose. Um, you know what? All right, we'll keep playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. It's more appropriate, right? I probably should have led with the Toriyama shit, because talking about Toriyama after talking about daddies fucking their daughters, it's not a good look. Not a good look. But here we are. All right. Entertain us, Thorpes. Entertain us. Go.
That's literally not why.
Yeah, but TLDR, these people are insane. That's basically the
I'm
main.
sorry. Oh my god. I don't mean to do this.
I did not kick you. I would say I shoved you with my feet. It wasn't a kick.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
Okay, you think
was a
this is a
push.
joke. I mean, it may.
Did you
No,
watch
You know how
Grace's
people
stream
on the internet
yesterday? No, which stream are you talking
are,
about?
Grace.
Yeah, no.
Also, it was not domestic violence, which is important because they automatically prosecute. You were not in the apartment. I don't live with you. And so
No.
it's up to the discretion of the police.
Okay.
Like when Jacinda punched me in the face,
Yep.
okay? It's up to their discretion. And I would ask them to use their discretion that use common sense.
Yeah.
Gotta feed him. He's
That's
gonna have
not
a stroke.
a joke, Grace.
I don't
Because
think
if
it's
they
a joke.
put me in that jail, I'm not posting bail, and neither are you. I'm sitting in there because it's a better life.
Talking the ear off
Better
of the
food,
guy.
better sex.
I just assumed everyone on the
I'm not.
internet has some
I
type
am
of
not
thing wrong
posting
with
that
them.
$50 bail this time.
Well, guess what, Drax?
Okay.
You're
You
on the
can come in
internet.
there and visit me,
What's wrong with you?
and I will once again say the bars are there to protect me, not you, not society. I'm being protected from society. I'll stay in there. I'll live my life out behind bars because these maniacs like you can't get in there. I'm protected. Now,
I told you guys that was a fucking joke.
No, Grace. We gotta do what we have to do, Grace.
Oh yeah.
It's mandatory.
So there's kind of like this whole thing where like the gimmick with the Thorpe's content is that they like stage a lot of their content. So, or at least that's what they say. So like the whole daddy-daughter fucking thing is apparently not real. And maybe Thorpe, Ben Thorpe, kicking Grace was also staged. But do we know that for sure? No, we don't. Also, apparently Ben Thorpe already has a criminal record, which might make it a little bit difficult for for him to get out of jail. But I mean,
But we didn't mean anything by it. It was a fucking joke for the stream. Can I even see him?
fuck. Where am I supposed to go? That's not very specific. Uh-huh. Well, here on this stream, Drax, we encourage self-love and not repression. So, well, where'd you post it? Oh, topic suggestions? Right. My dad went to prison, and I'm streaming to keep from going insane. Alright. Check this out when we're done with this, I suppose. Unless this is better. Anyway.
Okay.
Based on
Hold
whatever
on.
you
I gotta
guys
look.
had going on in your live stream today, somebody reported it, and it was like him kicking you. Right, so in Rhode Island, that's considered domestic assault, domestic violence, simple assault. All right, I understand you have your YouTube podcast and everything like that, whatever you guys do, but essentially.
But it was a joke, and I don't have any problem with what
But our
happened.
hands are tied, okay?
Hello. I think it's gonna echo. Yeah.
6 hours? Are there any highlights to that? Because I'm not watching 6 hours of Grace Thorpe.
All right.
why don't you stop saying "all right"?
Okay, I'll stop saying that.
Oh, also okay.
Yes. Okay. Ah. This is the wrong cord.
Well, you said you would debate me. Debate me now.
Oh man, Ben Thorpe is a debate pedophile.
Yeah, this is true. The cough will get worse before it gets better. That's all right.
Okay, I'm willing to do that, James. Willing to go through that. Good luck, Grace. Stay off the cigarettes. Thank you. I can pop the chats up if you want. Because it's going to echo because that, that stupid thing. You can't turn the audio all the way off.
All right.
Actually,
Alright,
that's
you
a
said
good
you were
question.
cold.
I don't know if anyone actually called. I don't know if she called the cops or if someone called the cops on her behalf because they saw what was happening on the stream. I feel like Grace wouldn't. Well, I want to say I feel like Grace wouldn't call the cops on her own dad for the sake of content, but like Grace is also like low key insane, so who knows? Okay, who knows?
Grace,
Yeah.
we're on stream right now.
Yes, we are.
Okay. I want you to ask this. I want to ask you this question.
Okay.
Do I feel safer
Okay.
with a camera on me around you
Yes, you do.
than with a camera not on me?
Yes, you do.
Is that for good reason?
Yes, I'm crazy.
You're legitimately incredibly dangerous.
Trying to make it
Yes.
sound like
to
the
me.
daughter is. This grown ass
joke.
man is trying to make
It's
it
not a
sound like
joke.
his
It's funny, but
daughter
it's not
is
a
the
joke. It's serious.
is the bigger threat between the two of them.
Just X out of the tab. Close out of the tab, no?
Isn't Ben Thorpe like 6'4"? The fuck is he
Oh.
on?
You must be on it on Safari.
I
or something.
understand. Wait, that's what. Okay,
Here.
this is a larger point, Grace.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. Now, let's be honest and say this. Do you feel safer on or off stream? You.
Off stream.
Okay. What does that tell you, that little bit of math?
That I am like abusive, or I like to have
You're
control.
protected from public view,
Yeah.
and you prefer that.
Yeah.
To being held accountable, like to the standards of basic human decency, which are
Yeah.
on the internet.
He's fucking massive.
Yeah.
So that's
I
why I'm
feel
just
like
like,
those
what the
standards
fuck?
are
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you saying that because you're being obedient?
No, I'm just saying I would rather the stream
Why
was
don't,
off
why don't I
because
talk
I feel
to you? Like,
humiliated.
why don't we do this? I'll talk to you through the screen. That way, you're not like alienating chat.
All right. Grace is a content cooker. She doesn't prefer on stream. Yeah, that's true.
All right, Grace. If you and me and chat are a team,
Yeah.
okay, then maybe you having a weird interaction and laughing strangely about a chat that I can't see. And maybe we need to like have social skills, like we're all in the same room.
All right.
I just asked you if you could look at me through the screen. You decided to look straight at me and turn the back of your head to chat.
What the fuck
I'm
is
just
going
used
on?
to looking at you. I'll look at you this way. I'm sorry.
What is
It's
actually
stupid.
happening?
Or are we kind of a threesome?
Yeah, we are.
Why do you say yeah? That's rude.
It's not rude. It's what normal people say. Yes. When I say yes, it's like
I mean,
it's
he-
too
yes.
forced.
He seems to talk
saying-
pretty
saying-
aggressively
Yes.
for someone who seems
too
to be
formal for you.
intimidated and
It's not
frightened
too
by his
formal
own
for me.
daughter.
It's just I've turned it into this
Oh,
thing. So I
I don't know.
just say yeah. Just
I
to
wouldn't
say,
talk
okay,
that
I'm just being
aggressively to
real.
someone
I'm
I'm
showing you who
afraid
I
of.
Judge you a
am.
question, and you say yeah. What's the judge gonna say?
They're gonna say you're being disrespectful.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm your father.
fuck. I hate these
Yeah.
fucking fetch quests.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You say, yeah.
I don't respect you. I don't treat you
They
with
do
respect.
this all the
Okay, but
time.
do you respect me now?
Yes.
Truth Wizard, how often are you
Why?
fucking watching these people's content? What the hell?
Officially.
I don't know, but I should
Okay.
stop doing that.
Okay. So you want to stop doing it?
Yes.
So how are you a victim of me saying?
'Cause I don't really
don't
keep up
say
with the
yeah.
Thorpes at all. Like not since
I'm
the
not a victim of
Darius
that.
shit.
You're right.
It sounds to me like you watch their
Guess what I
content
wanna
more
do?
often than you should be doing.
punch me?
Yeah, stop that.
Nope.
Stop
I
doing
wanna
that.
smoke a
Okay.
cigarette
Okay. All right.
because that's how this works.
Wait, hold on. I need to
Okay.
check something.
I'm sorry.
All right, now let's be honest with chat because a lot of them are saying Ben's a abuser, blah blah blah. Right?
Yes.
Is it time for us to correct the lies that you have spread on the internet about our relationship through your behavior, or do we want to keep it going?
Yeah, it's time to kill that. To stop that.
But when you say that, you want to.
I mean, I suppose I can see the appeal if it's like that.
Right?
It's time.
But if you want to, if you want to oppose me, you'll say it in a nice big voice, right? You'll put your behind it, right?
Yes.
But if I say to you like, "Hey, do you want to stop telling lies?" You go, "Yeah."
Yeah.
So it's
Yes.
inaudible.
Yes.
No, we won't see any booba. This
Yep.
ain't as
You're
funny
right.
as Jerry
Okay, I'll
Springer.
stop it.
What
okay.
the fuck?
Yes.
People flash their tits on that
Yes.
show?
Okay.
I'm just saying, my mom used to
So,
watch that show a fair bit when I was a
here's the
kid,
story.
and I don't remember anything like that happening.
I'm either. Here's the question. I'm either a big fat baby
Oh, wait. Oh, in a second, I gotta take care of
who's
something.
narcissistic and selfish, or I'm someone who's utterly exhausted from being brutalized for 52 years by a combination of my mother, your mother, and you, with almost no, and it, sometimes both you and
Oh,
the same
I didn't
time.
realize that's how that
Yeah.
worked. Okay.
You want everyone to go, well, I don't know what it is, and ha 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 ha, right?
Mhm.
Wait.
I do that. Yeah. Yes, I do that.
Okay. Do you know what the truth of that
Alright, I'm
is?
back.
Yeah, I know that you've been abused,
Oh.
and you've been really
I
generous to
see.
me, and I've acted like a victim of it and portrayed myself as a
Well,
victim.
now we know why Drax
And I've
watches
gotten
Jerry
attention
Springer.
from people from acting like a victim instead
For
of just
booba.
being
You're
positive with
making a
you.
speech that you've been brainwashed into saying.
You know, I
I
was about
actually
to
thought
say
it
I
was
don't
just
get why you
I,
wouldn't
I
just
don't
watch
think it came
porn, but
across
then
like that
I
because I
read
was
Shin
just
My
saying
Rano
that.
Testament, which is also like a why wouldn't you just watch porn type of anime, so
This is what the
never
routine
mind.
is.
I can't judge. I have no room to judge
But I
whatsoever.
meant that. I just said I meant that. Like you've been really generous to me, and I've
I don't want to see Grace
portrayed
Booba.
myself as a
then
victim.
why do you
I'm
say
good.
it like it's a speech that we
I'm alright on
used
that
to
front.
write? Why don't you say it like it's normal and like someone would say 2 + 2 = 4?
All right, you've been like a really nice guy, and I have been sort of like having problems that I've had with mom and stuff that I've taken out on you, and also
Yeah.
like acting like my
Okay,
life
is
is
that
too
true?
difficult.
Or
Watching Trailer Park
is
Trash
that
fight
true, or
is
is that
hilarious.
like
Well, if that's the case, Drax, then you'll like the Thorpes because that's exactly what they are.
That's true.
I mean, this is them in a
That is
hotel,
true.
but I do
that
believe Ben
embarrass
Thorpe
you?
lives in a trailer.
Yes.
So,
Okay, so you're a victim of that?
or at the very least, they
You
are
don't
like,
people pointing
they
fingers.
definitely fit that stereotype.
It embarrasses me. I prefer to be.
I don't
seen
know
as
if he
a
actually
victim.
lives in a
Like, it
trailer, but he does
embarrasses me,
fit
yeah.
So
that
it causes you
stereotype.
shame to have abuse.
So,
Yes, it does.
it
Shouldn't
sounds, and you know what? You like watching locals, you like watching fucking DSP, so
You don't get. Are
these
you kidding
people are
me? You
right
get
up
to abuse
your
someone
alley, I
and then
think,
feel like
Drax. You can
I don't
ask
like
Truth
saying
to
that
send
about
you
me.
all the
Are you
good,
kidding me?
the good Thorpe clips.
I'm not really.
What shame?
Shame is saying like I did something wrong,
You
and
should be fucking ashamed of yourself.
I know I am ashamed.
Objectively.
I am ashamed of myself. I'm ashamed of myself.
Well, actually, no, though, right?
What?
Oh,
Objectively,
well, there
it's
you go.
shameful the way you've treated me.
I would say yeah,
Unbelievably
but I did.
shameful.
Yeah.
But it wasn't your fault.
Well, I would say I participated in it, but there were a lot of patterns.
I understand what you're saying. It seems inconsistent. I agree with it. and I'm tired. This is part of the problem.
Yes.
Your
Alright,
mother
gotta
said,
find
I
5
don't
more.
want you to bring up the ways in which I
Uh,
abused you, Ben.
Yeah.
And she also didn't want you bringing up the way she's abused you. Do
Yes.
abusers have the right to say, like, hey, wait a second, don't you dare embarrass me?
No. No.
What takes time to figure that out?
I.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Absolutely goddamn right.
Yes.
No, you have no right. No right.
Yes.
You behave
watching
shamefully.
DSP is a life-changing experience.
Anybody
You'll
can talk
find
about
yourself questioning
Yes.
if his existence is real.
it. If there's a reason you behave that way, okay.
I
There's
mean,
some
I've seen my
internet
fair
too.
share of DSP
But
clips,
you
mainly
don't
the
get
Metal
to
Gear
abuse
ones because I'm a
somebody
Metal
and
Gear
say you're a
fan, but
victim of them saying, I've been abused.
it gets
Yeah,
tired after a
right.
while.
I don't.
Oh,
I've been like really.
no. You've been doing that.
I've been acting like a victim of you. That's true. I act like a victim of you. I act like you're too mean to me. I act like you're harsh on
Okay,
me.
whatever. I don't want to hear your big speeches. Okay, now you
I have no idea what's going on
are
in this
clear
video,
about
by the
this,
way.
right?
To myself, because I'm not clear to the stream. But you mean like personally? Am I clear about this?
All right, so you don't understand.
It's like watching
basic
Evangelion.
English
Don't
sentences.
disrespect Evangelion like that again,
It's
Drax.
all a fucking
What the
runaround.
fuck are you
It's
doing?
not a runaround.
It's all a runaround. So you're saying
Stop that shit
You're saying
expeditiously.
you're exhausted on a level that like
Yeah.
almost no other human being on Earth has ever experienced. And what I'm gonna do is when that person who's that exhausted says, "Are you clear about that?"
Shit,
what
I
you're
think I
gonna
see
do
the.
is
Ah!
cause me to have to clarify.
I'm sorry. I'll stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop it. I'll stop
Now
it.
you're gonna get crazy and make me feel crazy. It never ends.
Wait, hold on. I need to
I
put
love
the
you very
volume.
much, and I'm sorry that I'm acting like this. I'm clear that I have been like crazy. I am clear about that. I was crazy yesterday. I was super crazy. I thought like I totally could like never do
I'm gonna
anything
be
with you
honest.
ever again.
I don't doubt that
I
Grace
really
Thorpe
did
is
mean that.
actually crazy, consider assuming her the way she like screams and yells on like some of her streams, if that's at all real. But I think Ben Thorpe is absolutely insane and a very aggressive person, and I can totally see him being abusive, considering the way he was acting when he was arguing against Destiny on Darius' stream that one time. So I'm just saying. So am I right in assuming that this whole conversation probably isn't even real? Truth, you'd probably know more about this than I
And
do,
I'm
right?
sorry for being self-indulgent.
Okay, so let's try it again. Are you clear about that?
Yes.
Okay, is that hard to answer?
No.
Oh my
Was
god.
it hard to answer when
I think if
asked it
Shinji never
a
gotten the
couple minutes
robot,
ago?
he would have just
No.
killed himself.
So why did you answer it that way?
Because I am running around.
Okay. So what you decided to do, or whatever you couldn't help but doing, is exhaust an exhausted person who's asking you whether you're clear. They're exhausted.
Yes.
Okay. This borders on utter insanity, don't you think?
Yes,
In a
I
minor
do.
way.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Now, what situation does that put you in?
That puts me in a situation where I'm kind of saying like, okay, I'm being extremely defensive, even
Wait,
though I know
hold
that
on.
like
Okay,
so like I
no offense, because she's probably watching this, but am I tripping or does Grace like the sound of her voice? Not necessarily like the way she behaves or what she's saying, but like the sound of her voice. Am I tripping or does she kind of sound like Brad? Like, it's not just me, right? Truth, you've heard what she sounds like, right? Bro, I hope she's not mad if she's that.
know you're coming.
No, we don't
I'm just saying, if Brad was in the call right now, I wouldn't be able to tell if it's the video or her talking on Discord right now.
need a big fucking speech.
I'm just saying.
It puts you in a worse situation. Why?
Because I did something worse to you. Like I've
I
been
made it-
running you
shut up.
around.
I made an exhausted person.
God
an
damn it.
utterly
I lost the
exhausted
fucking
person,
item. I
more
saw it.
exhausted, who was asking for you to
Fucking
clarify.
enemy came and
that you're
interrupted me. Now
exhausted.
I don't know where the item is.
Yes. Yeah.
Now I don't know which way I'm
That's
going,
pretty
or
great.
which way I came from.
Yeah.
Now you're in a little bit of a deeper hole than you were in before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guess what you can do now?
Freak out about that and despair.
Yeah. And who did you see do that over and over, over and over,
He probably sounds
over
different in person.
and over,
Probably.
over and over and over
Oh, there it
and
is.
over and over and over, over and over and over.
Man, this is what I
and
played
over
Dragon Ball, man.
and
For,
over
man.
and
Fucking
over
fetch quests,
and
bro.
over and over and over and over and over and over again for 4 years.
Mom.
Okay. And how did you feel about when your mother did that? Over and over.
Is this
and
basically just the
over
whole stream
and
leading
over
up
again?
to the
I
kick?
felt like it was crazy, like she was
Is that
crazy, and
what
every
this
day
is?
I was like, maybe
No,
I
no, no,
can't.
no, 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 no. How did you feel about it? I felt like she was crazy. No.
Okay.
How did that make you feel to have someone do that?
I was really angry at her.
Right, because you think
He's hammering it in.
what
It's for
type of
emphasis,
behavior?
truth. That's why
Good,
he's doing it. For
medium,
emphasis.
or horrendous.
Horrendous.
Okay, and yet you're doing.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. So you have a problem.
See.
But so far, for the better part of a decade, what have you done as an alternative? What has your response been to her doing that towards me?
It's. I mean, it's like
Let's
a combination
be super
of
quick about it.
lashing out at her and also like
No, towards me. I asked you a question. Listen to the fucking words. You saw her doing that,
yes.
and now it's been the better part of a decade, and since October she really hasn't said shit.
Yeah.
You say you witnessed her behaving in this way, which you thought was almost one of the worst things a human being can do to another human being.
Yes.
Is to cause that human being evil and then claim to be the victim.
Yes.
Of that human being reacting rationally and saying, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Okay. But what have you done?
I lashed out at you because I was so angry at her.
Grace, it's not that complicated. It's not as complicated as this. Like you want to do this thing. You have done the exact same thing.
I've abused you and then acted like a victim
No,
of it. Yes.
No, you don't need it.
In Minecraft.
You've done the. Okay, all right, so now it's a newsflash.
It's not a newsflash.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to follow it because I'm just like I'm doing this stupid thing where I get like all nervous and freaked out. Okay, I'm just trying to follow it. I'm just saying like, okay, you say I've done the exact same thing as her.
And now you want all of chat to go away.
I do believe it's time to fast forward. Alright. Alright, here we are.
You're sitting there and making it look like you're a victim, and you've been doing this for the better part of a decade. But for now, a year and a half on YouTube. I fucking hate it, and you love it. Right?
Oops. I did not mean to do that.
Oh, here come the tears.
Keep doing
Here
it.
come the tears from baby.
I stopped myself from crying. I stopped.
Oh, but that's perfect, isn't it? That's even better.
It's garbage, though.
No, that's even better performance. You look like you're gonna cry, and then you hold back because you're so afraid of Daddy doing something.
Holy moly!
Right?
No, that's literally not why.
Ben is 56 and Grace is 21, by the way. I thought Grace was 25. Oh, she's 21? Yeah, I mean, that just makes the idea that Grace is the more abusive person in this relationship, like, even more laughable. I mean, for one thing, if it really bothers Ben that much, just kick her out of your fucking house. I think that's probably the biggest amount of proof that this might be staged, but...
That's literally not why.
Alright. Here comes the mental breakdown.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. I don't mean to do this.
It's too long. The better part of a decade is not a reasonable amount of time for someone to get a hold of themselves.
Okay. But I wanted to get a hold of myself today, and
whatever.
We were like,
whatever.
I don't want to live without you. I don't want to. I don't care if you don't want me to. I don't want to do this. I'm not going to leave.
Okay. Well, okay. You said you were going to do something today and didn't do it, just like your mother, right? But I said, let's
I
do
said,
this till
but I
midnight.
gave it my shot. I gave it a shot. I tried. I did.
Who else said that?
But
How many times did your mother tell you she tried? She was trying. So it's
but I really
7:05. It's not midnight, but like
I don't know what I need to do.
look
Okay.
at you, the victim.
I'm not a victim. I am a victim of some things that have happened in my life
All
to
right,
put
maybe
me in
shut
this
up for a
position.
second. Shut up for a second. Here's my suggestion to you.
Okay.
For the first time in a year and a half, now leave me the hell out of it. It didn't help. You didn't take this opportunity with me. You didn't realize it.
It's not what I meant
Now,
to do.
don't look at me that way. Look at me through this screen.
Fuck.
What's funny
Not
about
what I
it?
meant to do.
It's just.
Fuck.
It's just.
More jokes, yeah. Now, look, can I finish my sentence, or are you going to do more hilarity?
Yes, please finish your sentence.
Okay. Now I think you need. What have I been suggesting to you all day?
You have been suggesting that I'm a killer. You said I should be a killer. You said that I should.
No.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
So you don't
What?
listen to me because when I'm around, you obsess or something. Okay. What I've been basically saying to you is that we're a team, you and me, and who else?
Chat.
And what have you tended to do?
I tend to ignore chat and play victim to them so that I don't trust what they tell me.
Okay, you're saying you want to do this thing with me and you, just like your mother did, which is to have an obsession until I can't take it anymore. Right? Oh, pregnant pause. All right. So
I don't know if I've had I don't know. Okay, it's been obsessive.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Don't answer any questions. I'm not going to ask you any questions.
You
You're not
know,
going to answer
for
them,
the
okay?
record,
You can't do it.
I just want to
I'm
say
gonna tell you
that
my point of view.
the Thorpes tend to get
Your
pretty defensive over when people accuse them of like them having abusive like family dynamics, and then they just go out and make this kind of content. Like, I don't know, if you don't want people talking about how like wacky your family is, maybe don't make this kind of content, real or not. But it could also be that they also get off on defending themselves too. Who fucking knows at this point? I don't know.
mother treated chat like it was kind of, she was a victim of chat, but also she was
Is there
needy.
anything else to this? I don't really feel like listening. This is why it's hard to tell. Yeah.
She created a mini cult, which also made her their loud. You wanted to know. Goodbye. Midnight is it.
Or whatever, like I obviously, like it's obvious, like I really, I don't know if you call it love, but like I really want to be with him all the time with my dad. I really like value being with him. I don't want to live away from him. I just really love him. I'm like really super attached to him. So this whole thing where like I play victim on stream, it's just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, what am I doing with I do it's just like it's I'm just it's so like it seems so serious, and it's just I'm like I'm competent in other ways, so just this like this thing of like I just I just oh, I'm so angry. 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 I'm so angry.
I do not approve of incest, so I will be judgmental. Maybe keep that part of their lives to themselves. Drax, how do you feel about the fact that in some states that shit is just like totally legal, by the way? I mean, I feel pretty weird about the fact that there's more European countries. In fact, I think the majority of European countries have that shit legal. And I was very surprised to learn that, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I was just
I
like,
just
what
don't.
the
I know.
fuck?
I'm never gonna get out of this. I'm never going to be real. I'm never gonna be real. I'm never gonna be real. I'm never gonna be real. Oh, God. Okay, I can't even figure out what to say. I'm so stupid.
What the fuck? Oh my god, I hate when Discord does this. No, we're not talking about Sweet Baby Ink yet. First, we're getting through this fucking Thorpe shit. But my Discord is being annoying again because the audio from Discord is coming out through my computer's speakers and not my head. I hate when it does this. This is fucking annoying. Stop it. Uh, we will be talking about Sweet Baby Ink soon, though. Also, hi, Nebs.
Hi.
How's it going?
uh, I haven't been feeling great these past couple weeks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Are you just feeling sick or just general?
just like in general, I feel like utter shit.
Damn. Well, one way of feeling better about your own life is observing the lives of people who are way worse. So if you want to watch the collapse of the Thorpe family with me, you are more than welcome to. Oh, how do
So,
I feel?
stream it
All right, hold on a
on
sec.
Discord.
Hold on a sec.
Oh,
Hold.
goodness gracious. God damn.
Ebs, you've like come onto my stream more than like anyone at this point.
That's just because you're always you're the first one I see every Monday or something. And also you're streaming. Why? I love being a part of other people's streams.
I'm never gonna be real.
Can you see
I
that?
don't. I don't know.
I can see
I
that.
was thinking maybe
Okay.
yesterday. Like I'm just like
So,
actually.
I've explained to you already who the Thorpes are, right?
oh, oh wait, is that the dad who was acting weird on that Keemstar podcast?
Yeah, with the daughter, with Local Live.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
fucked his daughter, right?
Allegedly, but probably.
N- The
Yeah.
only reason why people say allegedly is so that they wouldn't get in trouble with lawsuits. We
So,
know that
apparently,
motherfucker did that shit.
apparently the dad just got arrested because on stream he like kicked his daughter and someone called the cops and so
Rightfully fucking so. What the fuck?
yeah, so we're going over that shit and it's crazy. Um
This
of,
is insane.
of course we're still trying to decipher whether or not the relationship between Ben and Grace is staged or real because we know that they're prone to Grace especially is prone to like doing a lot of fake stuff for views and content, etc. And
Well, I'll never really know because I'm very, very good with body language. Very good with body language.
interesting. Detective.
Really have a lot of
All
problems,
right.
like a lot of anger that I haven't dealt with, and maybe like I just didn't deal with my own problems because I wanted to blame them all on my mom.
All right.
I don't even know,
Okay,
like.
hold on now.
It's
Nah, she's
unbelievable how much
she's
I
good.
like really, really,
Getting
really
ready.
love him and
My
appreciate
ears.
what he did.
My
I
ears.
do appreciate it, but I do
super
present
huge.
myself as somebody who is like afraid of him, and that's really, really bad.
She's not crying.
And I
Yeah,
really want to stop that
she's definitely not
because it
actually
makes him
crying.
look bad and it's embarrassing for him.
She's not crying.
And it's just like I
Yep.
will just be like super, super like I won't be super nice off camera. I'm not what I'm saying, but I'll be super, super clingy, and you guys don't see that because I've been embarrassed about it
Clingy
because
to your
my
father.
mom made me feel
Fuck you.
embarrassed about it,
Hmm.
and that's why. And it doesn't make it
Mother made
right
me feel-
to
yeah, you should be
attack
embarrassed
him,
about
but
it.
Huh.
that's why I am
I
embarrassed.
actually need to turn your volume up. Sounding very quiet. Scored.
I hate my fucking microphone, yo. I didn't do shit. All I'm seeing is just a very, very fucked up, dysfunctional family.
I was embarrassed. I was deeply, deeply embarrassed on like the most. I was like humiliated basically on like a fundamental level by my mother for being clingy to my dad.
Well, it's
And
not
I
your
felt
fault. It was your
really,
dad who
really, really
fucked you.
bad about it and really ashamed. And so I distanced myself
What the
from
fuck?
him.
Well,
And I know that that's
according to
like
Grace, the
that
mom
is
was jealous of
not
how close the two of them
accept
were and
like
was
it's not, it doesn't
accusing them of having
excuse
relations
me
when they
making him
didn't
look like a bad
actually.
guy online,
But
but
her brother seems to
I
corroborate
think
that
that's what
they
it
did
stems
have
from.
relations, so
You can pick anything
who
what would you want
knows
to
at this
do?
point, man? Who fucking knows?
I would just want to go downstairs and just like
Yeah.
and just like watch TV with
You're
him and
not
have a good
streaming anymore, by
time
the way.
and like smoke
Huh?
cigarettes
Oh,
and
fuck.
have takeout food. That's what I would want to do. I don't want to do this.
Maybe,
And you know
maybe
what?
you
I would
shouldn't have
also want to
closed
wake up the
the
next day and
picture-in-picture
and just
thing.
like have a plan of something to do. And I don't care if I'm like
There you go.
if I'm like
If they
mentally
did
like emotionally
if they did the
damaged. I don't
deed,
really
this
care.
probably
I
isn't
just
the
wish we
first
could just
time,
do
which
things
means this abuse has
and I
been
didn't
going
have
on
this
for a
thing where I'm
while.
like suspicious and like
Yup,
hostile. I just
more or
that's
less.
what I would
Definitely.
want to do.
That's right. Oh my god, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that this shit has been happening since before Grace was
It's not how
actually
you
like
spell
an
shitter.
adult, which
It's
makes it even
Sitter.
crazier.
I did not kick you. I would
Yes,
say
you
I
did.
shoved you with my feet. It wasn't a
I
kick.
shoved you with my feet.
Wait,
Okay, yeah,
pause
that's
that
true.
bitch again.
Okay, you
What
think
the
this is
fuck
a
do you
joke?
mean
I mean, it may.
shoved with? No, seriously.
You know
it's
how
like-
people on the internet.
I'm
What the
pausing it. I'm pausing it.
You put on back to tab,
I know I clicked it by mistake.
but I mean, you should probably stream YouTube. But like,
Well, it's because
uh,
I'm playing video.
what the fuck? What the fuck do you mean shoved him with my fucking feet? What the fuck? What else could it be?
It
Kicking, bitch.
could
That's
be a
what it is.
it could be
What
a
it is.
shoving. It could be shoving with his feet, Nebs. It's just a little shove.
I mean, I would give like light taps.
It's a love
But
shove.
I might have not seen what happened, but I don't. But considering what this fucking family's all about, I don't think it was a. Oh, I shoved it with my feet.
Well, he pushed the chair that she was sitting on. I thought it was like way worse than that because when I was looking into Stokes' Discord, people were like, "Oh my God, Ben Thorpe kicked her teeth in," and I was like, "What the fuck?" But nah, I mean, don't get me wrong,
Okay.
what he did was still wrong, but like,
Dog, it's not just
people
wrong.
definitely made it sound way worse.
He should get life. It's not just wrong.
Yeah, so that's what's happening.
Our Grace
Yeah, I know.
also was not domestic violence, which is important because they automatically prosecute. You were not in the apartment. I don't live with you. And so
No.
it's up to the discretion of the police. Like when Jacinda punched me in the face,
Yep.
okay? It's up to their discretion. And I would ask them to use their discretion that use common sense.
Yeah.
Gotta feed him. He's
That's
gonna have
not
a
a
stroke.
joke, Grace.
I don't
Because
think
if
it's a
they
joke.
put me in that jail, I'm not posting bail, and neither are you. I'm sitting in there because it's a better life.
Talking the ear off
Better
of the guy.
food, better sex,
Better
better
sex.
workout, better
Better
routine,
sex.
Better
Okay,
work.
Sex in
okay.
prison?
Whoa, whoa,
What?
whoa, brother. Whoa, now. Better sex?
Better sex in prison.
Better sex
I
in
think
prison.
Ben Thorpe just revealed that he's gay, which is funny because I remember him constantly shitting on Destiny for Destiny being bisexual. But he just
Well,
said
you know what?
he
You
just
know
said
what?
I missed the part where that's my problem.
oh my god, stop. But he just admitted he just said that prison sex is better than well, I don't know. I mean, if we're being honest, that shit is definitely more normal than fucking your daughter. So
It is more normal than fucking your daughter.
so you know.
For the record, by the way, for those who can't really tell by my voice, I turned 23 last week.
Yeah, he did.
So like, but seriously though, what the fuck? This is bullshit.
It sure is. is crazy. All right.
God, I would rather talk about
I mean,
fucking shitty. I
you
would
know,
rather
it's
talk
funny.
about a
It's funny when
no,
he
no, no.
said that, oh, prison life is a better life, because it just made me think of like fucking Norway, where like they actually do have prisons that are like better than the average house here in the United Kingdom.
Oh my
Like,
God,
I'm gonna
really?
go to Norway and fucking commit a crime just so I can live in a Norwegian prison, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I'm about to. What's a crime in Norway?
I don't know, murder.
You right.
Wait,
Mr.
what?
Confident.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
That's
What?
and I'm doing it.
What?
Wait, wait,
I
yeah,
swear to
wait,
you
yeah,
right
this
here.
guy's right.
I mean, I've heard. I mean, U.S. prison. I mean, from what I understand, like the U.S. has like the worst prisons. Like
Yeah, I'd rather go to Norway. Norway.
YouTube filter catching my comments that are too based. Anyway, keep this creeper in jail. Well,
But
there's an option for bail, but apparently the bail's too high, so Grace is probably not gonna pay it. Although Darius is like, "Hey, I got 10K from my dog, so if you just do donos on your stream, maybe you'll get 10K." I'm just like, Grace is like not really like relevant enough to like get 10K via donos. But
I would rather talk about a shitty non-writer union who pretends to be inclusive than talk about this.
although it should be worth pointing out that I read somewhere that Ben might be allowed out pending a court case,
What the
which should
fuck?
which should be
What does
interesting.
that mean?
It means that he'll be allowed out of his house, but he still has to like attend court for them to decide if he's actually gonna get like a sentence. Because again, Ben does have like an actual criminal record, apparently.
Oh my God.
So that might
This
make
is like some.
that might make things a little bit tough for
Do
him.
we like consider this guy like one of them lol cows or something?
Kinda. I mean, him and his daughter were on Local Live, so.
Oh no, I don't. Man, last time I heard anyone talk about a lol cow, oh no, it was not good for my mental state.
Yeah, careful with that one.
It was not good for my mental state. Hell no.
I'm
That
not.
Samaj guy.
I am not posting that $50 bail this time.
He thought it was gonna be
You can come in there
$50,
and visit me,
and then it was
and I
10K.
will once again say
There's
the bars
bail.
are there to protect me,
There's bail that's as
not
low
you,
as
not
$50.
society.
Is that
I'm
real?
being protected from
I don't
society.
think that's real.
I'll stay in there. I'll live my life out behind bars.
Honestly, I would
Because
assume that the lowest bail would
these
be like
maniacs,
$100.
maniacs like you
But
can't get in there.
Lowest bail ever
I'm
set. Let's
protected.
see.
Ben, can I
yeah,
come
look
to
it up.
your side here? I'm Team Ben. I think it's about time that enough, Grace. I think you are a consequence. It's enough needs to be said, Grace. You are a
How
loser.
do I get
You will
Vegeta
not
to
do. You
transform
don't.
to
Grace,
Super Saiyan
clean,
while he's
clean,
supporting?
clean this shitter. Clean this shitter, Grace. That's all you're good for. Ben, we're practicing Ben Fu. Well, ben, everybody is kung fu fighting. I'm tired of these. I'm tired of her blathering her own lips here. Look at Layla.
This man is a genius.
Hey, Layla, go take a
Man, I have way too much shit open right now. The frame rate of my game has dropped like massively.
I'm leaning
maybe
into it. I just
close
wanted
a
to
bunch
say,
of
Grace,
fucking
I'm
tabs.
sorry. I'm all for
Nah,
Ben
bro.
Fu.
Yeah, U.S.
I'm
prisons
all
kind
for
of
the
suck.
kicking.
They
Ben,
got
I
bed
hope I was
bugs,
amazed that
leaks,
Ben
all
got
types
his
of
leg
things.
up is what I wanted.
Yeah, but that's why a bunch of people advocate for prison reform, isn't it? So.
Yeah. I'm waiting to figure out what's gonna get me kicked out of here.
Yeah.
I advocate for a lot of shit.
What's going on?
Carry
over
the
there?
stream.
Oh shit!
Like,
and it's my show now.
Creativity.
Okay, someone quick, tell me what's going on. How did
And not
I
a
think I
shitty
missed?
non-union
I
writer
was
group pretends to be inclusive.
Grace.
Good evening and welcome to the Howling Madness.
What the fuck kind of a name was Whore Maxer?
We're gonna get into some. We're gonna get into a little Thorpe
I feel
stuff.
like I've heard of this guy
Ben gave
before,
a
but I can't
boom,
remember.
like that boom. You see that?
Oh, by the
Ben
way,
gave a little kung fu fight.
if
over
there's
there.
anybody
Grace, good
new
evening,
watching
Grace.
right now, don't forget
Hi.
to
You
follow
look just
because
wonderful.
we're trying to get to 75 followers on Kick so that we can start getting fucking what do you call it? Subs. So don't forget to follow if there's anyone new watching.
Grace,
I
are
don't
you
know if I
defeated?
feel comfortable with Kick after what I've been hearing.
Hey Grace, why do you?
Oh, what the pedo shit?
There's more than one case of that on Kick.
There is.
There is.
Damn. Well, anyways, get us to 70 followers, people.
You should get to 70 followers so that Coco here could like get subs and money and shit.
Mm-hmm. Because if there's one moment, that still lives rent free in my head, it's when I saw that guy in Justok's Discord say, "Oh, I was gonna give Lassie subs, but then they didn't have the sub option." I'm just like, no, that's money I could have gotten for fuck's sake. So get me to
Yeah.
75 followers. Do it.
Yeah.
Why do you look so
In
sad?
fact, if you're watching on YouTube and you don't have a kick, make a kick specifically just to follow me. You don't even have to use kick. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Grace,
I'll do
what
that
is
later.
happening?
My dad went to jail.
Shut the hell
Somebody
up.
called
Oh,
the
that's
cops.
really funny.
Somebody on the stream.
We have
See?
12 followers, which is
Is that
more
what
than I
happened?
ever thought I would get on this website, but you know.
And so what happened now?
Or how about this?
I told them it was a bit, which it
Huh?
was.
Your
I told
browser
them
is
to
not
just push
supported.
me, and they said they
What the
had to
fuck?
take him.
What's that? That happened. That can
It
happen.
was my fault because I rewatched the
Use
clip.
Google Chrome.
And
Okay.
it's
How are
Oh,
you?
did you
Can
find
get
out?
Ben
Did you
of,
find out what the
jail?
lowest bail is, by the way?
No, not yet.
Okay, I'm just gonna look that up on my second monitor.
No, let me do it. Let me do it. Lowest
No.
bail ever set.
Bruh.
How are they holding him?
I'm not sure exactly. It's like
I know what the
3 a.m.
highest is.
When did they take him?
A
I don't know, like
$3 billion.
11.
Oh wait, this Hormaxer stream is
That's your
post
time.
Ben getting arrested, is it?
What time
Yeah.
is
It's 3:42.
Okay, is he going to? Are they going? Well, he'll have to see
Coco,
a judge
you want to
now,
hear something
probably.
hilarious? Sure.
And then the judge will
Hit me.
decide, which they should post the bond.
I
And
don't
hopefully,
know
it's not
what a
high.
long
I don't
time
know what
ago.
Rhode Island is, and so maybe because see, Grace, listen, honey, you have some of these people in your chat, and I try to tell you about some of these people
Yeah.
that are very. Even if you had, well, who are they to call them?
Oh, it's just him. Oh,
You
fuck.
know, if he put your head through a fucking window, that'd be different. You know, he gave you a kick, so that's why I'm having fun with it and calling it Ben Fu.
I know. Yeah.
And
I
now
thought it was
Ben
silly.
is in, Ben, yeah, but they don't take it but they take it seriously. Okay, that's why I don't tolerate those people.
God
Grace,
damn,
like this
Nebs.
fucking clown.
How long
guy,
does it
these
take?
Type of people, I get them out of here quickly,
I'm
and there's the
fucking
reason for
trying. It doesn't. There's nowhere. I can't find it anywhere.
Alright. I mean, to be...
Quora. I tried looking in Quora, but like, learn how bail is set. I don't want to learn how bail is set. I want to know about the lowest bail ever, bitch.
The lowest bail. Well, I guess it does depend on the crime. You know what? This does seem like it would take a while to figure out. I think your time is better spent making the kick
That's what
account
they
instead.
do.
No, I'm
So
kidding.
now Ben is there. Yeah. Well, he's there. Now the thing is, well, they're going to post him. Well, he's going to post the bond, or if he can make that.
All right.
And whatever. I don't know what
So
they're going to
fucking
stipulate
windy
that. I don't know
outside.
what Rhode Island.
Oh God, my
or,
computer's
you know,
dying.
possibly, I don't know what's going to go under a
Oh, boy.
domestic dispute. You know, do you know what asshole called?
Oh, no, I
fuck.
don't know which person.
Suddenly we have 5 viewers in kick.
Okay.
And for me, that's a good day. Hello, 5 viewers.
It's ridiculous.
We're
because I
watching
didn't ask
the
for it.
Thorpe
I'm not
shit.
asking for it.
We're watching a video that briefly summarizes the stuff that happened with the fucking Thorpes yesterday, I guess, or the day before. Yeah, it's definitely something. All right, yeah. I mean, I'm just sitting here like, if everything I've heard about Ben Thorpe is actually true, the guy obviously deserves to be in prison. Groomed his daughter. Oh God, the power just went out. Am I still alive? Oh no.
Well, you're still here.
Okay, because the light in my room just turned off. Fuck's sake. That happens sometimes when there's too much electricity being used at once. Ah, well, I'm still online, so there you go. God damn. As soon as I started mentioning the Thorpe shit, like 3 people just left. That's how you know the Thorpes are AIDS. They were like, Thorpes? Nah, I'm out of here.
I
What
told
the
them
fuck? The
I
fucking
have no, I
Thorpes?
don't want to press any
Yeah.
charges. I'm perfectly
I hate
fine.
that I
Yeah.
share a name with
We don't live
one of them.
together. which is true. We don't live together, and I think it's utterly ridiculous that they take him. I am not making any complaints. I talked with them privately. I'm not making any complaints. I don't need him taken
And even
away.
if you said, let's say you said it was a bit to them,
I did.
100%. Well, why? Okay, but why are they not then listening?
Because they don't care. I'm the person who was supposedly hurt. I don't care.
Supposedly,
I'm telling them, like,
bitch?
I have no complaints. I don't want to press any charges.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
fine.
I'm not entirely sure how it works because
Okay.
I know that
Okay, but
sometimes the police will only arrest if the person actually decides to press charges. But in some cases, they're definitely like, this person is not capable of making this decision, and we're just gonna arrest the abuser anyway. Um, and I'm gonna assume that's what the police decided in this case, because Grace Thorpe has clearly been like mentally fucked by her dad. So, you know, like I would agree, she does not have the mental capacity to properly make a judgment in regards to this.
Still arrested him. So, all right. So he's going to post bond in the morning and see a judge. So you're going to have to go down there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would advise you because it's like
I don't know if I can afford it, but
Can your chat raise the money?
I honestly
'Cause
wouldn't
they
be
put him
surprised.
there, you know.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised though if they let like Ben out of jail and then let Ben move back in with his daughter or whatever, because I mean, the US prison system is the same system that like let Chris Chan go and like she got custody of her mom again.
No!
Which is like
Is that
really
what happened?
which is really fucking well, someone paid for Chris Chan's bail. We don't know who it was. And I'm pretty sure she's living with her mom again, which is just like, what? What the fuck?
Motherfucker. Ain't no way.
The US prison system, everyone. The best country on the planet, according to some people. What the fuck? If Americans don't get
motherfuckers
their
don't know
goofy ass up and out of
shit.
here. Holy moly.
No, they fucking put him there.
yeah, maybe we can do that. But then again, I've turned my entire chat against him, so it's really my fucking fault. And
Well, why don't you do this, Grace? Open up a live
Rightfully
stream
so!
on your channel if you can. Tell them your situation. You know, because you have some guys that donate. I
like
saw one
this.
guy donating like a few $100 and whatnot. And tell them, listen, some of these people put me in this position.
What?
Did this. Now I have to maybe raise $400 to $500 to get him out of prison, probably minimum.
I think it could be thousands.
Spend your fucking life in that. Spend it. Make him spend his life in
It
there.
could be. I don't know. It's hard to tell how they go about it.
Which is just a scam. Which is just a scam. I have to pay these people thousands of dollars.
Wait.
Here comes the fake crying.
Here comes the faking.
Here it comes.
Here comes the faking.
But
The
think about
crocodile
tears. In jail, you have the whole house to yourself. You can just like
Here
do
we
whatever you
go.
want. So
I mean, she's using the best weapon
while he's
that
in jail and just do whatever you
Caucasian
want,
women have
just
to gain
like
sympathy.
you have your the whole
I'm
house to yourself.
kidding. I'm
I mean, I
kidding.
would be
All
like,
right,
kind of
calm
ecstatic.
down,
I'd be like,
everyone.
okay, this is badass.
I'm
Well,
not
in her
actually
last
racist.
situation,
Okay, maybe
she
I'm a
said
little
she
bit. No,
likes
I'm
living
kidding.
with Ben. That's why I
Okay,
said,
so
well,
she
either
actually
with
likes her
Faye-
dad. That's
Dog,
the problem.
I'm halfway.
Yeah, and so now he's in prison because of the chat.
You right.
Or whoever these idiots are. That's why, as I kick these people, you better get more serious on some of those people in your Discord. Some of those people in your Discord
I
are the
am
ones
mostly
sending shit to my
Hispanic, though.
house. And I know it.
Yeah, what's your opinion on that? You know how many pizzas the general has gotten because of you?
I don't think there's.
That's why you'll have to go down there. What? So what you should do, Grace, is open your.
You can do about those people.
Well, yeah, a little bit, but I just don't lay over and let them do what they want either, and they're going to get a bad spanking. Trust me, one has one coming too.
What
He
the
just doesn't know
fuck?
it yet. Two of them actually. But anyway,
White women need to
what
be
you need to do
stopped.
is open a live stream. I would do it on
No, that's
your channel.
crazy.
You have over
That's
5,000
crazy.
subs now.
True. That's why he's
insane.
called
Bring in,
Truth
when
Wizard.
you bring in, what is that?
True.
Thorpe TV? That ain't you, is it?
Getting arrested.
Lol.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, okay.
fucking wild.
I mean, he's not wrong. Most of the drama that happened in Just Stokes' Discord has involved women, and all the women were white, so.
But we
Oh, see what he said? He said, "Be under their law." He said that right there. They don't
Oh!
care under Rhode Island law. If there's just any
What the
like
hell?
that or
What hit me?
evidence, I don't know, or people said they saw it and whatnot, or it's on a stream and they sent it to the cop. See?
Joke for the stream. Can I even see him?
Drags.
Is it raining
Drax,
where you live? What the fuck?
Drax, you
Let's
married
be
a
quiet
black
right
woman, so you saved yourself. What are you talking about? Granted, every variation of and used for breeding thralls. They will conquer us all and use us for breeding thralls. True.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means that white women are gonna capture all men and they're gonna turn them into breeding machines. Apparently.
Honk me.
You married a white woman?
Let me
Wait,
just pause a second, Grace. What you
wait, am I
need to do?
misremembering? I thought you said you married
Are
a
you still
black
there?
woman.
Okay. Yeah. What you need to do
Why
this.
why do I
Open
remember
up
you
a
saying that
live
she was black?
stream. Say because
Or were
it
you
was a
capping?
bit, and it was, and there's no violence there. I mean, if he like took a fucking hand and laid into you, I would even say
They already
different.
got my
Obviously, that's not the
ass.
case here. Raise some because you have some
Damn.
donors that would come in. You can
True.
show
It's
them
over for you,
this,
Drax.
okay,
You're done.
and explain that. Raise that so maybe you can raise close to it. You can because you do have people that do that. Yeah. So now Ben is in the clink.
How long is
Ben
this
is
shit?
legit in the clink.
I think it's
So
almost
are the
over.
people because Grace, I've never seen
And
Ben
then after
really
that, we'll be
lay
watching
on
something
you
on
or ever
Sweet Baby.
you know.
There is one
Okay.
there is one more Grace video that we wanted to check out, but my only problem
You know
with
what?
checking that
A
shit
lo-
out is that that shit is fucking 6 hours long, and I'm not watching that. I'm not watching all of that. Okay.
Well, I can say a bit about Sweet Baby, considering what my boyfriend, going off of what my boyfriend told me.
All right. Well, I'll put a pin on that.
Process is going to be booked and everything like that.
Last time someone told me to put a pin on that, I was at the fucking chain
like that.
and shit.
Yeah.
Who keeps pinging me?
Like I said, it's going to be
What
a
the fuck?
$40 cash bail, but it has to be relatively quick. If you want to call the station, we'll be there for a little bit. We'll get additional information, okay? But we got to go back and process.
Okay.
Get this done quick, all right? Do you have any questions for me?
Wait, who keeps pinging here?
Well,
It's Arlon.
but don't you have to have me press charges?
Really?
No, not for domestic violence.
But it wasn't
Does
domestic.
Oh,
Arlon
for
want to be
domestic
part
for
of it?
domestic violence. No, he's
Oh.
telling me to
That's what
sleep
makes
even
it
though I already
domestic
slept.
assault. All right.
Yeah, but for how long though?
All right, hello everybody.
I have no
Sorry I'm
idea,
a
but
little
I
bit
did
late.
get a decent amount of sleep.
It's almost 7 a.m. But so
Is this over?
that's what happened.
Just about.
That's what happened.
All right.
At
I
like
can't
10
see.
p.m.
Oh, there it is.
last night. Because my dad pushed me with his foot, and
Pushed me with his foot.
All right.
I
3
just
minutes.
had
3
the,
minutes left.
Come on.
police department. So the officer.
No,
in that
you don't.
video-
You don't understand. It wasn't a punch. It was a love tap. You know. You know how it is, Nebs. Hmm.
did say there was a $50 bond.
That's what my
I
mother
went
said to me
there
right after she
a few
choked the
hours
shit out of
ago
me.
with $50 cash, and
Right after
they
she
told
what?
Right after she choked the shit out of me.
What the fuck? Hey, yo.
me I would have to wait, and that it
Do not talk about that. Otherwise, people will start trying to farm you and your family.
wasn't going to be that for bail or bond. I'm not sure which one.
But that is pretty fucked up.
Yeah.
But I did get all the papers
Oh
a
look,
few
she
minutes
got all
ago,
the papers.
and
Change your fucking clothes.
I believe that this is the bail, which seems a little bit ridiculous to me, honestly.
Seems?
But anyways,
Coco,
I'm
you need to
super, super
watch
tired.
all of
I
Seven Deadly
almost fell
Sins
asleep,
so we
and then
can
I
talk
realized
about
there
it in
were
unhealthy detail.
125
I'm not
in
watching
here,
Seven
so-
Deadly Sins because it's an
I
anime that has grooming in it, and I'm not okay with that.
assume that it's 10K
What the
that
fuck?
it was 1,000 and then it was scratched out to be
I'm
You know what?
actually glad I
10,000.
never watched
In all
Seven Deadly
fairness,
Sins
in
then.
all fairness, I have heard that it is like
So I don't really
decent,
know what to do.
and I've
With
just
this
learned to start
information.
judging
To
anime
be
from a
honest,
slightly
I'm a
different
little
standard than Western media. Because if you try to judge anime by the same standard that you judge Western media, you might as well not watch anime at all. So,
overwhelmed, I guess. So obviously,
so
I just watch
maybe I'll check
prestigious
it out
shit like Akira.
one of these days. But I saw Jeff's
obviously, if
review
anybody
of
would
it,
like
and
to
I
help
was like,
me,
I don't know if I want to
my
watch this.
Cash App is
Like,
Grace M. Thorpe.
I don't know.
How about
And
don't
obviously,
like Bryson Tiller?
if you donate on YouTube, it will come through eventually. But
Damn, you can tell she's like out of it.
All right.
you only need to post 1,000 for 10,000 bail.
All right, I think we've got the general gist of this. Now let's check
Alright, yeah,
out
I got it.
this other thing that.
Sweet Baby Inc. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
I can.
I want to check out this
What?
other thing that Truth sent me in the Discord. I want to quickly fast forward through it and see if there's anything at all worth watching here. I kind of doubt it.
You know how some people be. It probably isn't.
6 hours, dog.
Jesus Christ!
All right. You
What
know
is with this frame rate?
Never mind. This shit is fucking. All right.
This is so damn long.
So, Sweet Baby Inc.
Okay. I know a bit about Sweet Baby Inc. All right. It's a shitty non-union writer team who pretends to be inclusive towards marginalized groups like the transgender community and all that.
Well, here's what I know about Sweet Baby Inc. It's the company that a bunch of anti-SJWs on the internet are blaming for
making everything woke, right? No, they didn't make everything
making everything woke. So basically, Sweet Baby Inc. is supposedly a company that is like a consultant on how to make your game quote unquote more progressive, I
more
suppose,
progressive and inclusive. Yeah, that's
and inclusive.
which, to be honest, I think that's a good thing.
So
It's great.
So some game companies will enlist the aid of this company and have them consult on the games. Now, personally, I don't have a problem with that, to be honest.
I don't have a problem with it either. I think it's a very good idea.
Although some people were like, yeah, but they're also the ones who are like telling companies to get rid of sexy characters in their games. And that's when I'm like, whoa, hold the fucking phone.
Whoa, now.
You're trying to get rid of my
women can be sexy.
You're trying to get rid of my babes in my video games? If you don't get your goofy ass up and out of here,
Whoa, brother, whoa, now.
you
You
ain't
got
finna,
too much dip on your chip.
you ain't finna get rid of my sexy ass video game babes.
You ain't gonna get rid of my big tittied anime bitches.
Exactly. So that's like so now the controversy started from a website being made that highlights every game that Sweet Baby Inc. was consulted on so that people would avoid those games. It's like an aggregate type thing that highlights all Steam games and that had Sweet Baby Inc. involvement in them.
But
and
I don't think those. It's like I don't think Sweet Baby Inc. had that big of a contribution to Spider-Man 2, did they?
well, people are just like, oh, they made MJ ugly in Spider-Man 2. There we go.
And who gives a fuck?
I
She
mean,
ain't that ugly.
I mean, MJ is supposed to be hot, to be fair. But the thing that I found interesting is the fact that it is the same mocap actress from Spider-Man 1.
It is the same mocap actress.
They just like heavily altered her face in the sequel for some reason, and I don't really get it. I think they tried to make her look more realistic, because there definitely was an attempt to make the game look more realistic than the first one.
I mean, there are lots of different forms of anatomy that really these quote unquote anti SJWs don't really care about because all they want is big asses and big titties.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing that I was getting into is
An oversized pussy.
I do find it
Call me Kevin
like
Gates punching that dick in that pussy. I'm sorry. Go on. Go on.
I do find it kind of insane that people just like, oh man, they're getting rid of the sexy characters in our video games because yeah,
Oh, they're making everything woke because there's like a gay person in it.
don't get me wrong, like being anti-sexy characters is definitely a thing and I think it's pretty cringe.
It is a thing.
But
I do think it's cringe.
you don't need to have sexy characters in your game for your game to be good. And
It's like Death Stranding 2 is right there. Like Leah Seydoux is hot as fuck.
it's like really well, I mean, the thing is you can find like, MGS5 has quiet. I mean, this is to be fair, MGS5 is a Japanese-made game, and most people are saying that this is a problem that persists in American games, where they'll take like mocap actresses who are actually like fairly attractive, but then will like uglyfy them in the actual game. So like
What's weird is that
with
these same people are
Forspoken,
going at the Japanese-made games that are localized in both countries
yeah. Well, people are going
to
after the
remove transphobic jokes in Persona 3 Reloaded.
people are going after localization because they don't want the original intent to be changed, which I think is something
That's
that
true.
that's something I can
true, but
respect,
also,
but at the same time,
but
speaking
at
as
the same
someone who
time,
prefers
it's
the
only one
original,
fucking line in Persona 3.
speaking as someone who prefers the original dub of Dragon Ball Z, it's very clear that I don't care that much about intent so long as the general idea is still the same and it's like actually good.
Yes.
Like the general idea still has to be there. It can't feel like it's a totally different thing, right? Like
It can't.
it can't.
Definitely not.
But
But like,
yeah.
it's only one fucking line in Persona 3 Reloaded that was changed.
Well, there was
One
a
line.
whole video done by a guy called Dimitri Monroe about this whole thing. And it's kind of like an interesting. Well, he's a little bit. I mean, he makes some interesting videos, but I'll admit he's a little bit cringe because he's like a femboy
He
YouTuber
complains
who
about
like
pronouns.
well, he's like a femboy YouTuber who like turned
Oh, okay.
completely phobic because people keep trying to be like, "Oh, you're actually an egg. Oh, you're gonna transition eventually."
What the fuck is an egg? Hold on.
An egg means a closeted trans person, kinda.
Oh, you mean to tell me you were trying to fucking crack my egg 2 years ago?
Those were memes. But yeah, so
That better have been memes.
people were really annoyed. Dimitri is really annoyed at people who do that to him because obviously he's a very feminine-looking man, and that has ultimately resulted in him becoming fully phobic. So
Fully transphobic, yeah.
yeah.
Fuck him. I don't like him.
Well,
He probably hates me because I'm non-binary.
I mean, I'm just
Fight
like,
the
look,
power.
man, I definitely understand finding that shit annoying, but I don't know why that means.
I don't know if it would make you transphobic
Why that
though.
means you have to adopt like the extreme. It's really weird.
Anyway, yeah.
So, anyways, here's the Know Your Meme article on the Sweet Baby
Sweet
Ink
Baby
shit.
Ink detected controversy.
Sweet Baby Ink detected controversy refers to a Steam group or a page that was made to identify which games the video game narrative consultant group Sweet Baby Inc. had consulted on, attempting to help players avoid them. In late February and early March 2024, a controversy surrounding it emerged after two employees with Sweet Baby Inc. called attention to the group and tried to have it removed. The aftermath resulting from the initial call-out subsequently ignited tensions in the gaming industry held over from Gamergate, with many critics of the consulting company calling for the destruction of Sweet Baby Inc. So that's the other interesting thing about this is that a lot of people are saying that thanks to people now knowing what Sweet Baby Inc. is, Gamergate is like back.
It is back.
Because they're like, wait, what? Now we actually have like a target that we can aim our rifles at? We need to bring in the old Gamergate guard. So so apparently
who are the old Gamergate guard, that bald fuck who complained about pronouns in one
fucking pronoun. Well, I think he's a more recent content creator, but fucking gender ambiguity.
Fucking current day Californian shit.
I think the old guard is like people like, I don't know, like fucking Sargon or some shit. I don't fucking know.
I
But
don't care. I don't know who that is. I don't
you don't know who
care. I
Sargon
don't.
of Akkad is?
No, I
Carl
don't care.
Benjamin?
What kind of a name is that? Sounds like the name of a fucking
Well,
congressman.
he's British, so.
Sounds like the name of a prime minister.
On February 26th,
Harold
2024,
Saxon.
Steam user Cabrutus created a Steam group page called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected that cataloged any game that was proven to have hired Sweet Baby Inc. to consult on it, talking about the company and those games in a negative connotation. I actually do find it funny how the employees actually called more attention to their company and got more people to start shitting on them by like trying to do this, by the way. Like trying to take down the Steam thread. It's almost as if sometimes it's better to just be quiet if you don't want to call attention to yourself. A lot of people could learn to do that, I think. Paragon.
Yeah,
Um anyway,
yeah.
This was subsequently picked up on by the Sweet Baby Inc. employee Chris Kindred, who posted on their X page
Twitter
3 days
page. Fuck it.
later on February 29th, calling out the page and claiming it was in breach of the code of conduct shown below. Kindred notably called for people to report the group and its creator on Steam. Oh god, my mouse keeps going to my fucking second monitor. Let's see. Code of conduct. What is the code of conduct?
What is the code of conduct? Let's take a look.
Yeah, they have it right here. So, online code of conduct. Oh my god. Holy shit. I guess I can't zoom in that much. Our
Okay, let's see.
online code of conduct broadly applies to all behaviors and content on Steam. Content or behaviors that violate these rules are not allowed. Blah 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 blah. Steam discussion. Blah, blah. Okay, here it is. Examples of disrespectful content include insults, harassments, threats or encouragement of harm, trolling or baiting arguments, discrimination, bypassing word or content filters, public accusations towards others. Okay. That doesn't really seem to describe saying, hey, this game might be made by these people, so don't buy it. I don't think, but okay.
But a lot of the people on that group are like very politically biased. You know that?
Probably.
No, definitely. I looked into it.
The call out of Sweet Baby Inc. wasn't the first, as earlier in February, Sweet Baby Inc. found itself under fire in regards to the Suicide Squad game, which angered many of fans of the Arkhamverse games that Killed the Justice League takes place in. This anger at the game found its way back to Sweet Baby Inc., with many content creators and users singling them out and claiming that games made in collaboration with the company are doomed to be worse than they would have been without it. This sentiment is echoed in a TikTok uploaded on February 1st,
The
2024.
truth guy. Oh no.
I actually don't know who that guy is. But the only thing I know about Justice League, Kill the Justice League rather, is I know that a lot of people are like, this game is an SJW game because the only member of the Justice League that gets even a little bit respected and, you know, held in high regard as a hero is Wonder Woman. And in all fairness, I have seen the cutscenes of that game, and I definitely cannot blame anyone for coming to that conclusion, okay? Wonder
I'll be
Woman
honest with you.
Wonder Woman is definitely the only character in that game out of all the members of the Justice League who's treated with any amount of actual respect. So it's
Yeah, and this was like Kevin Conroy's last recording, I believe.
mm-hmm. No.
Yeah,
There's
that's
one
so
more. There's one
screwed
more
up.
thing. There's one more thing that's gonna have his voice in it, but
Oh yeah, Crisis, right?
mm-hmm.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
But yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is, listen, I haven't played the game, but
I don't want to play the
some of the
game. I'm
stuff that
too
I've
broke.
heard, some of the stuff that I've heard does sound a little bit valid, okay?
It
A little bit.
really disrespected the life of really the only gay Batman,
Yeah.
Kevin Conroy.
As news began to spread about Sweet Baby Inc. employees casting a spotlight and trying to actively get the Steam group shut down in late February 2024, a Streisand effect began to take place, with more people becoming aware of the consulting group as the number of people calling out Sweet Baby Inc. began to increase rapidly. Exactly. This is what I'm talking about when when I said that they should have just kept their mouths shut. Just be okay with the fact that there are people willing to criticize you. Just leave. Don't say anything.
Just shut the fuck up.
Just keep your mouth shut if you don't want.
Just
Because
shut the fuck up.
now they've just earned themselves all this fucking negative attention, like the fucking dumbasses that they are.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some users who had been upset with Sweet Baby Inc. For some time were quick to point fingers at individual employees, as seen in the multiple screenshots arranged and uploaded together by X. User Manga
Just call it
Lawyer
Twitter.
on March. Well, it says X on the article. If I stop to say Twitter, my brain will like fucking destroy itself. March 2nd, 2024, in which an employee of Sweet Baby Inc., known as Online Lego Butts, okay, had their mission
Known online
statement
as
at
at Lego Bots.
yeah,
Felix at home
had
had
their
their
mission statement at Sweet Baby Inc. contrasted against several posts made by them in the past.
okay. So this one I've seen on Mudahar's video. They
hmm
were like, "Pay me to shoot down your white male lead game ideas," and something like that. They were like,
Okay, so it sounds to me like they do have genuinely problematic people working for them then.
"Yes, they do."
I
That's what I'm
mean,
saying. It's a
like,
shitty non. The only reason why they're consulted to do all this is because they're cheaper than the unions.
hmm
They're cheaper than actual writers.
all right, pay me to shoot down your white male lead game ideas, lol. Thank God Metal Gear Solid ended before it could be touched by this company, I think. Alright, let's see the rest of this shit. I just had a thought
I,
about trying this again with a photo of a young white person about to be ripped open, but I'm betting folks would immediately flag it as traumatic, and I'm guessing the image would get taken down before responses accumulated. Had a
I
nightmare that I was
usually
a
get
white
grossed
male
out when
gamer.
straight white rich people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute. What do you mean by that?
I think
What else could it be?
this
I mean,
person is just
rich people are.
this person is just legitimately racist. Like, let's not even kid ourselves. Like,
Yeah, no, yeah. What else could he fucking mean by that other than
this is a
other than
woman, I
the
think.
whole what was that whole Milo Stewart thing? All white people are racist, all men are misogynistic.
Yeah,
That's clearly what it is.
yeah.
It is misandry and racism. And I'll be
Well, I
honest,
mean, this is kind of just like a problem with like, I don't want to say like the left, but there's a lot of people on that side of the political spectrum that like, they want to like fight against oppressors or whatever, and then they just take it like way too, like they want to fight on behalf of marginalized groups, and they just take it way too far. And this is obviously like a classic example of this. And then these people get hired to work on pop culture shit, and then it starts getting reflected in the pop culture shit, which ends up making pop culture shit. So I
oh
hope,
well, hold on now.
I hope,
Pop culture as a whole is not going to be terrible because
I,
of one shitty non-union one shitty non-union consulting.
well, what I'm trying to say is that it's not just like people from Sweet Baby Inc. that are doing this though. Like there's a
It's
bunch,
not.
there's a bunch of people that like Marvel comics that have very similar attitudes. So
Yeah, yeah. It
it's
ain't me though.
it's a problem
Thank
that
you.
is prevalent throughout the pop culture industry, and I have no idea how you even begin to start working on like purging that.
It's like I can tell they're not really progressive.
Anyways, here's the next
I think
thing.
they're faking their progression.
We have to look at story and narratives as one of the things that we can innovate on. Like when you
Well,
bring someone in from a different culture, from a different background, from a different gender, they're going to create something that we haven't seen before. Okay,
or
good,
you could,
good
or
so
they're just
far.
gonna fucking stereotype them like usual.
We're doing good so far. Okay, let's see how they fuck it up. That
It's
way, we look at
that.
demographics
Oh,
is
whoa,
that
hold
we
on.
go.
Can I read this part?
Okay, fine.
The way that we look at demographics is that we go, okay, the majority of our player base is say, let's say, a white male. So we're not gonna make stuff for white males.
I mean, uh, I don't know. What do you think about that?
I
What do
don't.
you think about Nebs?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know either. I'm just so
What do you think about saying, hey, we know that this is our target demographic and they're the ones who pay us for this product, but we're gonna deliberately go out of our way. You mean loud? Oh, here's a comment from Drax. You mean loud, nosy people with dumb opinions will socially alienate themselves from their own societies? Quoting Pulfer. Oh, I missed the rest of that. Sure. Anyway,
that's
I was gonna ask, what do you think about knowing what your target demographic is and deliberately going out of your way to not make games that appeal to them, which will probably cost you money? What do you think about that, Nems?
Well, I was always more for the creative aspect than the money, but
Yeah.
what? But even creatively, what the fuck?
I mean,
What the fuck
you
have
do
these
need to
people
make
accomplished?
money to fund these things, to be fair.
You do need to make money to fund these things. So like, uh, I don't want to say make stuff for white males,
Yeah. Well,
but like,
you're
you
not
could
supposed
make your
to
shit good though.
you're not supposed to think about it in that way in the first place. Like when Kojima
It's
made like
like,
Metal Gear Solid, I highly doubt he was thinking, well, I want this to appeal specifically to straight white men. That's why I'm gonna make Snake white. Like, no. He
that's
modeled
not how that works.
he modeled him after an action hero that
Kurt Russell.
he really likes, you know?
Kurt Russell.
Yeah. So, I mean,
And John Carpenter was friends with him.
like what the fuck? Like no one is
But
thinking no one is thinking like
no one is
this.
thinking, oh, I like Snake because he's white.
Yeah. I mean, they better not
Nobody's
race swap him
thinking
in the
that.
movie though, because we will riot if they do.
That's not progressive, really.
Hmm.
If anything, I think that's regressive. It's not woke. If anything, this is actually the anti shits.
Well, the thing is, I think it's regressive in a way that like when you're this annoying about this kind of shit, it turns a lot of people off, which ultimately ends up bolstering like the rights attitude and anti-SJWs when it comes to this
Yes,
sort of thing. Because that's why
that's what makes it not woke, really.
a lot of people are like, "Oh man, the pendulum is starting to swing back," and I'm like, "Gee, I wonder why." It couldn't possibly be because they've pissed off so many people that it's making people be like, "These people suck. I don't want to side with them."
It's like these
So,
people want to be Spike Lee so badly, but they don't understand that to be, to do that, you gotta be a good writer,
yeah.
or at least a good consultant.
People who make bad products on purpose only exist because of investor capital. Elaborate, I guess. All
Like,
right. With the actions of Sweet Baby Inc. being seen by the gaming collective online, callbacks to Gamergate also began to be made by creators online. For example, on March 2nd, ex-user and independent artist Kukurio uploaded a comic
Curio?
utilizing Vivian James, the pro Gamergate icon, as a contrast against the representation of Sweet Baby Inc., who quickly turns himself into a Nazi as the punchline as shown below. What the fuck? Alright. Damn, why can I barely read the text that's being shown here? Most of these
That's
people
just
hate
because these
capitalism,
images
by the
suck.
way. That actually is a good point that Drax makes, by the way, which is that a lot of these people are being given like the ability to make this kind of content because the companies want to make money by like following progressive trends. It's not even necessarily that the companies themselves actually like care about being progressive. I mean, I'm sure
Because they don't.
some of the people within the company probably do care, but like yeah,
But like, you know how Disney be, right?
Drax is totally right in saying that it's very ironic how a lot of these people probably hate capitalism, yet the only reason why they have jobs is because of capitalism. Because Disney's like, we want to make money by appealing to the gays, and then they don't actually put in a gay character; they just put queer bait. But
I feel like they're just making money off of the entire community. Okay, okay. Yep.
it's Sweet Baby Inc. We reverse your favorite games to make wait, we
Oh,
revise your
fuck
favorite
you!
games to make sure they're woke, diverse, inclusive, and spread tolerance through the world. Oh, then I'll make a list so people know which titles you worked on.
But that's wait a
Okay,
minute.
I, I,
You know what else though?
I don't get it, but okay.
These people just use that word too much, woke.
Yeah,
They use the word too much to the point where like the
okay.
original meaning as popularized by Leadbelly,
Mm-hmm.
the original meaning's been fucking slaughtered by these people. It's been dead for like so long, and it's because of fuck faces like them. And that goes for both sides politically.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very center left. Fight them.
Yeah. All right. Uh, the
Taylor doesn't like
controversy.
that my boyfriend doesn't like that I'm center left.
Damn, that sure
But like,
does suck. But people just hate centrists in general. But anyway. The
yeah.
controversy also garnered numerous discussion videos, memes, and other posts on TikTok in early March 2024 as it
But
spread
Spider-Man
online.
2 is like really good
Example.
though, was it?
I mean, even completely like overlooking this controversy, I've heard some mixed things about it. I've heard that a lot of people don't like how they handled Venom,
But the
and
gameplay though.
yeah, I mean, yeah, the gameplay for the most part was like fine, but I've heard a lot of complaints about the story. But all right, people who invest in a company often don't investigate who works for them, and since that extra capital exists, you get. Wait, god damn it. Ah, I need to fucking slow down my chat. All right. All right, I think that's about it. Actually, I think they had one more article on this, but it's probably just an edited
It's
version.
like are there any of them who are who are like gay or something? I'm sure there are some.
Well, the person who worked on the Iceman comic was actually gay, but that didn't make his comic any less terrible.
I was talking about Sweet Baby Inc.
Oh, I thought you meant like
Are,
these types of people in general.
no. Are any of the people working at Sweet Baby Inc. like actually gay? I know there was some.
I'm sure there's some. I mean, they've got like
I'm sure
when
there's
you're
some,
when
but
you're a
like
company like this, that's why they have like a bunch of, like people of color there too. You
yeah.
have to like
They're not Spike Lee though. You got you. It's like come on,
yeah.
come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. At the risk of sounding a bit coony,
Whoa, brother.
I
Whoa,
think
whoa.
I think a lot of the pop culture industry needs to realize that just because someone is a person of color doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be a good writer. And if you're going to go out of your way to be like, oh, we need a person of color writer to make our person of color story, you still have to make sure that they're actually fucking good at writing, okay?
Yeah. Of course. Of
This is
course.
this is why
You
you
can't
can't
really.
you can't completely abandon
Yes.
merit. Merit still matters, okay?
That's why I'd rather get a good. If it
So,
were me, I'd get like someone like John Ridley or something.
hmm
John Ridley's a good writer
so
and director.
there was an infamous quote that I heard about this where like the Sweet Baby Inc. lady was like presenting the company to a bunch of people at like a convention
Oh,
or something,
GDC, I think.
and she said, "We will scare people into accepting, you
How
know,
the fuck do you scare people into
our
accepting this?
into no into like accepting we'll scare companies into accepting our suggestions." And my
That's
interpretation
not
of
right.
my interpretation of that was that she was implying, hey, we live in a progressive age, you better have fucking you better have these fucking people in your in your game, otherwise people are going to shit on your game and cancel it for not being progressive enough. So basically they were trying to
But like,
intimidate them with cancel culture, which is stupid because I don't I
that's
don't think
so bad.
that like cancel culture
If
very
you
clearly doesn't work on video games, considering how hard people tried to cancel Hogwarts Legacy, and it ended up being the most successful game of the year. So,
I was never a fan of.
so it's just like,
I was
yeah,
always weary of Hogwarts
like
Legacy,
that.
but I never talked about it publicly. I
That
don't give a fuck.
well, I mean, the point is just the fact that like that game is tied to someone that is hated by progressives because of their gender critical perspective, J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter, etc. And it didn't work. Try as they
Gender
might
critical
try
perspective.
as they might, they tried to like intimidate people into not playing the game, it didn't work. People still played the game, and it ended up being the best-selling game of that year,
Yep.
which is really funny because if anything, it just shows that them calling all that attention to the game had the opposite effect. And I feel like this happens almost every time they try to do this. Every time they try to destroy something, it just puts more attention on it, and people end up like buying it and like as a form of like counter protest to their protest. It's like, no,
Yep.
fuck you. I
Yep.
will buy the Wizard game. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad.
Yep.
All right. So, anyways, I decided I'm gonna watch this podcast that Short Fat Otaku was on because Short Fat Otaku is someone who is intimately familiar with Gamergate, so he seems to know a little bit more about this stuff. So I suppose we're gonna quickly comb through this podcast and see what else there is to learn about this. Right, let's go.
This person's blaming the COVID pandemic on Gamergate.
Dev?
I'm going to give you two games. One of them is woke, the other isn't. Baldur's Gate 3 and Hogwarts Legacy. I don't know, man. I mean, Hogwarts Legacy does actually have a trans character in it, which is pretty funny, so I don't know if that necessarily makes a game woke, but it definitely makes it progressive. I wonder how J.K. Rowling felt about that. I bet she was like, "Why are you putting a trans person in my fucking game? What the fuck?"
Wait, whoa, brother, whoa.
No, that's my reenactment of J.K.
Do
Rowling.
people consider that Baldur's Gate 3 shit? Not even my boyfriend.
I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate 3 except for the fact that you can fuck like a person who uses magic to turn themselves into a bear, and then you end up having sex with them in their bear form, which is like, whoa, okay.
Crazy.
A bunch of people will play that game and will be like, oh yeah, playing this game doesn't mean you're into bestiality. But then when it comes to other types of art, that is an indictment of what you are like as a person. Okay, fuck you. Anyway.
The floor is yours. And we are talking about the parallels between 10 years ago with Gamergate, what's happening today, and the tie-ins. So, Dev, the floor is yours.
All right, time for the Dev monologue, the Dev rant. Here, you know what I'll do? I'll change my feed so you can see what I'm looking at, so I can show you examples of what's going on. Okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
That's all right.
And to be clear, you did so much research for this.
What the hell?
So,
Are there people pinging me and
people
just
know
don't
that,
still?
I think I slept maybe 2 or 3 hours last night because I was just going through all of my old files.
Wait, what?
I've got files from 10 years ago and stuff.
It's fucking.
So I wanted to make sure that I could at least provide a TLDR of Gamergate.
Oh, it's because they made new channels, I think.
So I have it all.
Okay.
Here, real quick.
Here we are.
And also, I
right,
do want to point out. Last time we talked about Gamergate on your show.
I'm assuming you
a
can't
lot
see
of
the
people got mad at me
podcast
'cause I did a
now,
pretty
so
poor
let me
job of
connect
it.
this
And
shit
looking
for
back
you.
on it, I've watched it. I actually did a pretty poor job of it.
I was
Well,
able to see it though.
It was off the cuff, you know. I was like, I'm not prepared for this.
I was able to see.
And I
No,
missed, like, a
don't
bunch of
turn off the
details,
stream. I was
but
able
did
to
get
see
a
it.
fair amount of
Oh, you
feedback.
were? Oh.
So-
I was
I
watching
put
it.
you on the spot, and I just said, give us a high level, like
Well, damn, it's too late
very
now. I
very
can barely
high
see
level
it.
example of what gamer or
With all the
description of what
blurriness.
Gamergate was, and you did so. I thought you did so very well. I understood what was happening.
The
Now,
guy
for
on the
those who
bottom middle looks
were,
like
know
Hungry
the
Box or
nitty gritty.
something.
I'm sure they're like, you missed everything, and that may be the case, but I understood much better.
Does
about
the guy
it.
in the bottom middle look like
So I
Hungry
appreciated it.
Box to you?
Ooh?
Oh,
I don't even know who that is.
I appreciate doing it.
A Smash
I'm
Brothers
gonna correct
streamer,
a few
I think.
things that I said though before, just so we're on
The only people, the only Smash Brothers
full
people
screen
that I
maybe?
know are like Sky
Yes.
Williams and D1,
so-
and
Ooh, I'm
I
really
think that's
full screen,
about it.
okay.
So.
Yep.
So, I'm just gonna bring up the things as I have them ready.
All
right?
right.
So, those of you who have been part of Gamergate before, you remember this, right? I know the Melee Gamers. You guys know what this is, right?
I actually don't know that much about Gamergate. I think I started becoming more active on the internet right around the tail end of that shit. I joined the internet during Comicsgate, not Gamergate. That's when I.
I want to get you full screen. Sorry.
I
I'll get you there in a second.
can't believe
Okay,
I
hold
even.
on. Go ahead.
Five
thought
guys
about
that kicked it all off.
Can we mention Alec as
Not
well
a
if we're going
fan-
to talk
not
about
a
Zoe?
fan, Ned.
Because I think it's really important.
I'm
not. Alec
Also
Kalawaka?
mention that, yeah,
Not a
I
fan
have
of
one
them.
here as
want to
well.
self-delete,
so
so
bad.
Yep.
let's make
Yeah,
sure
exactly.
Their
Menace
problem is that the
Not a
representation
fan of
exists.
This story gets
not a
fucking
fan of
fucked.
Ethan Van
It
Sciver.
does, yeah. So I have the Zoe post up,
No.
and this is
My
August
problem is that
16th, 2014.
their problem is that the
Um,
representation
Zoe Quinn was an
exists.
indie
My
game dev.
problem is that it
She
sucks.
dated Aaron Joni for 6
Mm-hmm.
months, and this is just
That's
it's
the
still up
difference.
on WordPress.
Oh,
You can go
fuck.
read this for
Them and
yourself,
me.
right? It's all here, and he
They're
outlines
only doing it.
their
They
relationship,
were only
all the drama that
representing
happened in their relationship.
marginalized groups to get that
He
clout.
points.
What, you don't like Riri Williams?
Oh, I never read an Iron Man comic with Riri on it.
Well,
I should.
She has her own comic, Ironheart, which was okay.
Ironheart.
Ironheart Volume
I want
1
to
was
read Ironheart.
it was decent.
But
the thing that I find really funny about Ironheart is that the writer that they hired to work on it was a person that they hired just because she looks like the character. But the good thing is that she was already a writer, so it doesn't really matter. But like a bunch of people were like, she should write the Ironheart comic because she looks like Riri, and I'm like, what the fuck? What kind of standard is that? But
what kind of standard is that?
at least it turned out okay. So
I was gonna say they should hire John Ridley. I think he's still writing Black Panther. John Ridley is such a good writer. You should watch his movie.
cut out.
You should watch John Ridley's movies with me in my server.
Oh, one of these days.
Yeah,
I didn't even know you had a server.
And I have a very private server with everyone in my videos.
Ah,
and a couple others.
I see. I did not know that.
Yeah.
I guess that means we're not that close.
So that
Kidding.
the five guys
All right.
that
Five
Zoe
guys?
cheated on him with.
Shit, I'm hungry
and,
again.
how they related to indie game development and games journalism and the potential connections for corruption there. Also, he doesn't give names, though he would later give names in other places, but he doesn't give names in this. That there was actually several hundred people that she cheated on him with, which is a ridiculous number to think about.
Wait, what?
What the fuck?
What?
Wait, who's the
so,
she that this person's
the most
referring
important
to?
one initially
I have
was
no
the fact
idea.
of the five guys is that Zoe cheated on.
Oh,
Aaron
Zoe
with
Quinn?
Grace,
Zoe?
right? So
Is he talking about Zoe Quinn?
Here's the five guys, right? I think this is a
I
thumbnail
think
for one of Mr. Medicaire's
it might
old
be
videos,
Zoe
right?
Quinn, but I don't know. I forgot.
That's
who that
fucking
was.
crazy. Round, round, get around. She gets around. Yeah,
No, wait,
round, round.
wait, I forgot.
Ooh.
Remind me who Zoe Quinn was again?
To be honest, I barely even. Am I thinking of the right person? Hold on, Zoe. I feel like it's Zoe Quinn. Round,
Zoe
round.
101?
Yeah, it is Zoe Quinn. It is Zoe Quinn that she's talking about. As soon as I typed
Oh
Zoe
my
Quinn, the
God.
first thing that came up was Five Guys. That's crazy.
I'm so fucking hungry right now. I got a local Five Guys in my area. I want to go there right now.
Round, round, get around, Zoe gets around, yeah. What is it with girls named Zoe and like talking to multiple guys at once? Yeah, you won't get
What
that.
about Zoe 101?
You won't get that one, Nebs. Anyways, round, round. All right, let's do a quick background, not background it. Like, oh shit, who is Brianna Wu? I actually know who Brianna Wu is because she's like well, she's not really an orbiter, but she's around. Oh, there was a Know Your Meme article on her. Yeah, we'll read that. We'll read. Round, round, get around, Zoe gets around, yeah, round. Woo, she gets around, around at a time.
Oh, Zoe Quinn is non-binary?
Zoe Quinn is an indie game developer involved in online controversy surrounding her alleged affair
Oh
with
wait,
a number of
can
men.
you stream the tab?
Oh, alright. God damn it. You know, I'm just gonna stream my screen from now.
You should just stream your screen. I can hear what's going on in your screen
Round, round, get
because they
around,
updated
dog.
it, so that would be the case.
Hey, listen, man. We here at Lassie Streams do not well, she cheated on them actually. Never mind. I was gonna say we are not anti polyamory, but she cheated. So.
I mean, I always saw myself as such, as polyamory.
All right. Zoe Quinn is an wait, what? You consider yourself polyamorous? Does your boyfriend know that?
Yeah, but I never like went on other dates with other people outside of Kaoru, as I call him when we're recording. Green Raccoon. I
Okay.
never, I never. but but yeah, I'm looking at Zoe Quinn's Wikipedia page. They are non-binary.
Interesting. Wait, where was I when I was fuck's sake. Oh,
You were like, Zoe Quinn is an indie game developer.
her alleged affair with a number of men working in the video game industry, including a staff writer at the Gawker affiliated video game new of course, Kotaku's involved in this shit. Supposedly in exchange for publicity for her and her 2014 text-based indie game Depression Quest. Oh boy. Wait, so wait, am I understanding this right? She fucked an article writer at Kotaku so that he would promote the game on her website. Promote
There.
their game on their website.
Yeah, they're non-binary.
Bobby. Anyways, in August 2014, the scandal came into public's light when Aaron, how the fuck do you pronounce that? Gajoni? Her now former boyfriend chronicled the details of her affairs in an expose blog post, which promoted online discussions regarding the validity of Gijon's claims and ethics in video games journalism at large, which subsequently spawned the Gamergate movement. Oh, so Zoe Quinn basically created her own monster. That's hilarious.
That's insane.
Due to the scandal's online amplification in reaction to perceived media suppression, the event has been cited as an example of the Streisand effect. All right, so I guess what we've learned from this is if you have a relationship partner, don't cheat on them. Otherwise, they might accidentally end up creating a movement that's about destroying everything that you stand for. That is pretty funny, to be honest. All right, we're gonna end reading this at the online history segment. On December 4th, 2013, Quinn submitted her game Depression Quest to stream Greenlight to be
Depression Quest? They what the fuck kind of a game is Depression Quest? I didn't know that Zoe Quinn was uh a video games developer. I thought they were a journalist. But then again, I didn't know they were non-binary either, so fuck it, right?
I thought so too. I'm assuming that she responds to. I should probably just
Just fucking use they at this point.
Quinn pronouns because
They them.
you never want to assume someone's gender. Okay, they do use they them because I know that there's some non-binary people who don't mind gendered pronouns.
I don't mind them either, but I prefer they.
All right, here we go. On December 12th, Quinspiracy, at Quinspiracy, posted several tweets complaining about harassment she had allegedly received for placing the game on Greenlight, specifically from the Chan board wizard Chan. Of course, 4chan is also involved in this.
What the fuck is Wizard Chan?
It's probably one of the boards. On August 11th, 2014, the game was released on Steam. On August 16th,
maybe I should play it then.
Maybe. Maybe we might.
I don't want to play
it. Maybe
I'd rather play Kingdom Hearts, honestly. I'm starting to play that and I'm having a lot of fun.
Oh shit, Kingdom Hearts is Kino.
I'm having so much fun with Kingdom Hearts currently.
Which one are you playing? Kingdom Hearts 1?
I'm playing in release order.
Okay.
So Kingdom Hearts 1.
You're playing it the right way. Good. I mean, the right way is to just not actually play Birth by Sleep, Dream Drop Distance, and 358 and just watch the cutscenes on YouTube. But you know what? I'll respect whichever way you
I want to play Birth by Sleep though.
Go about it.
I want to see if that game is actually good or not.
It's all right. Anyway, on August 16th, Quinn's ex-boyfriend Aaron Gajoni launched a WordPress blog titled The Zoe Post, featuring screenshots and pictures providing evidence that Quinn cheated on him with 5 different men, including her boss, Joshua Boggs, and video game journalist Nathan Grayson, who writes for Kotaku, and
What the fuck?
Rock
Nathan
Paper
Grayson.
Shotgun. Gajoni later released a video providing his chat logs were authentic. And here's the statement. I dated Zoe Quinn. I thought she was the most amazing, kind-hearted person in the world. Turns out she was bullshitting pretty much everything I fell in love with her for, and is actually an unbelievable jerk. She ugh. I can't fucking English today.
I think it's better if I read it, okay?
She effortlessly lied to and manipulated for months simply because it was not believable that someone could be that selfish of a person, that convincing of a liar, and that good of a manipulator while adamantly arguing against the very principle she espoused. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I mean, you can take
Click.
it with.
Wait, hold on. It says click on the image to read the original post in length.
I don't know if we want to do that, though.
I don't think we should do that.
All
I
right.
mean, if we do, it's better if I read it, because
We
you're
got.
having a lot of trouble.
Oh shit, there's posts from JonTron. On August 17th, Redditor Manoslimmins submitted a series of screenshots to provide evidence that Quinn faked being harassed by Wizard Chan users. Oh boy. To garner support for her game in to the r/Tumblr in action subreddit. The same day, Tumblr user KC Video Rants published a blog post denouncing Quinn for using Robin Williams' suicide to promote her game and faking harassment for sympathy.
What the fuck?
That is pretty fucked up, yeah. I mean, I imagine
That's so bad.
I imagine she thought it was appropriate because the title suggests it's a game about depression, but that's still pretty.
You don't use someone's death to promote your fucking video game.
Yeah,
That's like if XXX Tentacion was slaughtered, which he was, and then someone promoted Omori with it.
Yeah, that would be that's pretty fucking AIDS.
That's like if Nintendo used Tupac's killing to promote Mario 64.
Hmm.
The correlation isn't fucking accurate. It's not real.
Well, okay.
It's fucked up.
In all fairness, Mario 64 is not about depression. Like, to play devil's advocate. Basically, what I'm saying is I think she did it because she thought it was appropriate because of what the theme of her game is. Because of, But
it's not appropriate.
It's still pretty fucked up. That would be like making, like, Evangelion and using, like, the suicide of real-life Japanese employees and naming them in End of Evangelion to promote End of Evangelion. Although considering how fucked up End of Evangelion actually is, especially when they use like the drawings from like the children who are abused and from in the shelters and stuff, I can actually kind of see Ano doing that. LOL.
I mean, Spike Lee did that for Do the Right Thing, but that's because it meant something to the story. It meant something to the story.
Yeah. In the first 48 hours, oh, sorry, go on.
It was dedicated to the families of Edmund Perry and a couple other people who were mercilessly slaughtered by police.
Damn. All right.
Because they were black.
In the first 48 hours, the post gained over 940 notes. Meanwhile, Escapist magazine forums member Rebent submitted a thread about the scandal, which criticized Quinn's behavior and video game blogs for ignoring the story. Later on August 20th, JonTron made multiple tweets about Zoe, which garnered attention around Twitter. JonTron, I met Zoe Quinn back.
Can I read? I think it's best if I read this. You're having a lot of.
What?
You've been having a lot of trouble reading stuff.
How am I having a lot of trouble?
You've been stuttering and going crazy over this.
Bruh.
It's like, oh, I met Zoe Quinn back during Game Jam, and I can say that she is nothing to start an internet controversy over. Lol, nah. And also, no, that is not a compliment. Objectively, though, I can see the argument people have about keeping journalism free and open. Very valid complaints. It's not social justice if you yourself become the new bully.
Oh, he pinged Total Biscuit.
Is Total Biscuit dead or something?
Yeah, he is. He died of cancer.
Aw.
Yeah. Remember the?
Oh, wait
Do
a
you
minute.
remember the infamous Keemstar? Can't wait to report your death.
Can't wait to report your death. I fucking hate
That is too fucked up, but at the same time, I can't help but laugh.
so bad. I wouldn't laugh at this. I don't like Keemstar.
Fucking hell. I accidentally scrolled to the top by mistake. Oh no,
Okay.
there's too much shit here. I think we get the general idea. Okay.
I think we get the. I think
Yeah,
we
we
get the
get.
gist
We
about how
yeah.
fake Zoe Quinn really is about representation.
Well, so far we've just read about the fact that she's an asshole who posted insensitive stuff about people's suicide, and she round get around, she gets around, yeah, round.
And she makes me hungry for Five Guys food.
Right.
I want to go to Five
This just reminds me of this one time when I was watching a rap battle, and the guy goes,
I broke up with my ex-girl. Here's her number.
No, not that one. It's like, back home, they call me Five Guys. I take on all beef. And everyone in the audience was like, yo, you need to pause that, bro. You need to pause that shit. Because basically he was
what the fuck?
basically he was saying that he's willing to he's willing to take on Five Guys in a fight, but then he's like, I take on five they call me Five Guys, I take on all beef. That shit sounds fucking gay as fuck. And you know, if you say something
wrong with that.
if you say something, no, well, the thing is, like, obviously, like, the battle rap community is like comprised mostly of like black people, and like a lot of black people generally tend to be like conservative or like have conservative beliefs. So if you say anything like even remotely, if you say anything even remotely like gay sounding, it's an L in battle rap. So it's like almost an immediate L. That's why everyone has to be like pause, like they do in the Boondocks.
So these were the five guys, and these were all people who were influential in their scene. They all had some sort of professional connection to Zoe Quinn that was undisclosed while she was having sex with them. Right?
Awesome.
The most important one initially is this guy in the middle here.
I'm sorry.
The people who made Dragon Ball Z Kakarot saw One Piece World Seeker, and they were like, time to show them why Dragon Ball games are better than One Piece games. I mean, I like One Piece World Seeker, but this is definitely
really
the better game.
Good girl right there. Really high class.
Yeah. So the most important one was Nathan Grayson, this guy in the middle here. And is this the... Yes, it is. So the reason that Nathan Grayson was initially important is because he wrote this article on March 31st, which was before Gamergate. It was several months before Gamergate, the indie game reality TV show that went to hell. And he's reporting on a game jam that Zoe Quinn was a part of. And
was
actually,
that Stuttering
John
Craig, by the way? Was that Stuttering Craig I saw?
Right.
What?
Yeah.
So, was that Stuttering Craig, or was I?
I have no idea who that is. So maybe.
Oh, get together a group of people,
or is it
and you make a game from start to finish in a very short time frame. So like a day, or a week, or 2 weeks, or something. And the idea is that you close yourself up.
Maybe.
Just try to get something that's functional, and then you have like several teams that do it, right? And then at the end of the week or whatever it is, you have a panel of judges that judge the games.
A controller has been
and
disconnected.
It's like a fun little thing that a lot of people have been
doing.
I
know. Five guys in the shower at Ram Ranch.
So there was a game jam, literally titled Game Jam.
That's definitely an image, Jack.
Some sort of corporate event that Zoe Quinn was a part of, and John Tron was there.
That's definitely an image.
And the only reporting about this event
level 65. I don't know if I can take
was from Nathan
I'm
Grayson.
trying to level up the characters in my party.
In fact, probably even at the game jam.
Is this after Goku dies in the cell arc?
It was never disclosed.
Yep.
All right. And the issue ultimately is that the guy
but we haven't done the Boo Saga yet.
Of money. Okay. And it does seem like, looking back at it now, that Zoe Quinn intentionally tanked it.
Are we going to talk about that whole thing?
Setting up her own game jam. And this was a way to get rid of
I think Toriyama is the last thing.
That's a bit conspiratorial, but that is how it looks from the outside.
We're probably going to talk
the
about the
issue, though,
Yuzu and
is
Rooster
that
Teeth
if it
stuff,
really was money changing hands,
and then
and
Toriano.
Oh
she
yeah,
did do
Rooster
something
Teeth.
untoward, the fact
Okay.
that only someone that she was having sex with was reporting on it.
I
That's
got
a big
a
ethical no-no.
I got a version of Citra
So what
a couple
happens
days
is,
ago.
That's what I've
this
been using
is the
for the past few months, actually.
copyright strike.
I don't
that
want to
Play
Zoe
use a
Quinn
Sonic
filed
Yuzu.
Boom
against
I don't want to
Shattered
use.
Mundane
Crystal.
Matt,
Lol.
because
I don't
Mundane
want to
Matt
use
had to
Yuzu.
talk
I
about
already
the Zoe
have
post.
a
And she
Switch.
wanted to get out ahead of the story.
I
So
have a
she
Switch, but I
filed,
do use
a
Rejinx.
DMCA. It was a false DMCA. She used the process. She used the
Okay.
process illegitimately because there was no copyright
Coco,
infringement in
when did
Mundane
this
Matt's
video
video.
come
She
out?
just wanted the story to be stifled.
Hold on.
And this is the Streisand effect, right? You try to stop something like this.
I
it's
wish they
gonna
put
massively
time
blow
codes
up.
on
And
this.
this is why it blew up. This is
When
why suddenly
I said, when did this video come out?
The one we're watching right now?
Yeah, 5 days ago.
Yeah.
They're misgendering them.
everyone was talking about it
Damn.
because Mundane Matt was this.
Yes.
He was this
Oh, Drax answered your question. Yes, Stuttering Craig is the guy who was in charge of Screw Attack.
small ambulance chaser channel.
Fucking hell! I think my YouTube stream is like way behind because I'm seeing my chat responding to things I said like 10 minutes ago.
Or things
Yeah,
I said like
5,000
2 minutes
subs or
ago.
something. Nobody really cared. But like after this happened, he quickly shot up to like 100,000 subs because this is outrageous. What's happening to this guy, and it was outrageous.
Right.
So by August 18th, so this is 2 days after the Zoe post was posted, the internet aristocrat, he's now known as Mr. Medicare, but back then he published his first video on Mundane Matt's video being taken down. And so like this is when the ball really starts rolling, right? 2 days after. So I did a deep dive on it. Sargon did his first video on it. A whole bunch of people were on Twitter talking about it. Everyone's making
Actually,
videos,
we might
everyone's
just watch
talking about it, there's chat
Mudar's
rooms
video
being
on
made,
this.
the people on streams are talking about it. This is when
Yeah.
this was probably
You
the
should
height
just
of
watch
the actual
Mudahar's video.
journalistic integrity stuff. Everyone was digging into these people to see how the five guys
Oh,
connected to
Drinker
Zoe,
made a video on
and
it.
then
Let's see what Drinker has to say
what
too,
kind of
lol.
corruption were we
Oh
doing?
hell no! Nah!
And so you saw
No!
You don't
like,
want to see what
infographics of
Drinker
memes
has
were
to say
posted all
about
over the
Sweet
place.
I don't
Baby?
like him.
You know, like
These people all pay Zoe Quinn, and these
He has
are all the
eyeballs
people
for
who've reported on her.
testicles.
These people are all affiliated with her.
I mean,
and like
wait,
people,
what?
you had tons
I
of
was making
graphics
an
like this going.
AVGN
Does this stuff look
reference.
familiar to you guys,
Right.
Melee Games?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I remember
Oh
all
my.
sorts of things like this.
Yeah, this is a
let's
massive
see,
blast
who
from
else
the
might
past,
have an
and
interesting
it's
opinion
pottery,
about
it's
this?
all coming back together.
No, Mudahar.
Jim
Mudahar's
mentioned
better.
sex
Mudahar's
for
better.
favors. Oh God, it was a wild time.
Yeah, sex for favor. Oh my god. that
Oh,
was a
here's
great,
the
I don't know
clip
who
of the
got to that
CEO.
voiceover,
Yeah,
but
we're
it was
definitely
fucking
gonna want to
hilarious.
look at
That was
that.
actually one of his like real life friends that just
I
did
don't
an
like-
amazing Jesse the Body
Only
Ventura
person
voice.
I liked in all these
Can I
shitty,
ask a
in
question?
all these
Shout out to
Sweet
old
Baby
Jimmy.
Oh, go ahead,
Sucks videos.
Yeah. Can you
Is
scroll up really quick?
Mudahar.
Sure.
Yeah,
Fair.
here it says, why the
Oh,
media
fuck, I have
is
to refresh the
silent.
page.
And a few
Well, they did say he would go into this more detail than I care to see. So.
Way too much detail.
Yeah,
for my
sex
GPS.
for favor. Oh my.
And for the record, guys, the debate pedophiles are out in droves. Holy shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm quoting San Hasanabe.
I don't like him either.
Alright, let's see what.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar.
Let's
How's it
fucking
going? Today we got to
go.
talk about something known as Sweet Baby Inc. Now, I've been seeing this fly around on the internet for a fair bit, and ladies and gentlemen, it's been all over the internet, blowing up. I've seen it in my comments section, and obviously, pertaining to gaming, I wanted to give a chance and actually talk about this a little bit.
Oh,
But before we get into it, I wanted to bring up the sponsor for today's video, me, Mudahar.
Don't nobody want
And
to see
just,
you go.
if a game is involved with grows harder and harder and harder. So to go over the overview here is obviously this company is for letting people know if a game is involved with this company. So obviously I wanted to go exactly and research what is Sweet Baby Inc. So if you go to Sweet Baby Inc., They're founded in 2018 as a narrative development and consultation studio based in Montreal and working around the globe.
Wait,
Our
they're
mission is to
Canadian!
tell better, more empathetic stories while
Some
diversifying and
ordinary
enriching
gamer
the video
doesn't even
game
play
industry.
modern video
We aim to
games.
make
He's
games
one of
more
those
engaging,
discs
more
bros. You
fun,
won't
more
buy it unless
meaningful,
it's
and
physical.
more inclusive
I mean,
for
there's a lot
everyone.
of games that are still
So it's one
physical,
of these
Drax.
narrative consulting firms where basically
So I
writers
don't
or
doubt that
game
he plays
companies,
modern
AAA
games.
stuff, will usually end up going to just so they can get a better idea of how to make their games
He
more
has
diverse or more
he
inclusive.
plays
right?
games on
You know,
Steam.
adding in characters that are people of color or multiple different types of unrepresented minority groups that may exist. That's kind of the general vibe and the mission statement you're getting out of this. However, there were some posts from the actual people associated with this company that are actually against the concept of inclusiveness, but we'll get to it in a bit. So if you look at some of their projects, they've worked on really big stuff like Alan Wake 2, a game I enjoyed. They tell you exactly that they worked on the character arc, voice, and
Well,
the
I
sensitivity
mean,
ring.
Mudahar just said he
I
enjoyed
wish they
that
could get a
game,
little
so
bit.
clearly, I mean, oh, well, there's proof that they worked on Spider-Man 2 right there. It's on their website. But
Yeah,
clearly,
they did work on Spider-Man 2.
clearly these people
Uh,
can make good games or can be consulted on good games. So
Yeah, but the reason why they're
More
good is
verbose
because
about it,
of
but
the
of course,
writers
games
they
like Sable, where they
consulted.
worked on the writing and character voice. And I've seen this game
yeah,
in the market. I've played it a few times on the Steam Deck, actually kind of trying to chew through it. You've got Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok. But obviously, I want to look at more of their projects. So if you actually go over here, you can see that they've worked on absolute bangers like this, okay? Yeah, they worked on the
Suicide
script
Squad.
writing,
Ah,
the
there it
intro
is.
cutscenes,
There it
audio
is.
logs, etc. Yeah, the game is crap, but I don't think it's necessarily crap for the writing. I mean, I've seen the Batman dying scene at the end, which is, oh boy, ooh,
Well, I
that's
watched
bad.
Mauler
But
stream the
ladies and
game,
gentlemen,
and
I think what I'm
from
getting
what
out
I
of
saw,
this
that
is
game
that
is
game just
definitely
sucks
pretty
because
badly written.
it's a shitty, it's a crappy
very
live service
disrespectful.
pile of nonsense. And of course, they've worked on the proofreading and additional writing for the Crew Motorfest. Dog, it's a racing game. What are you doing?
Mine's might
Now,
be more
obviously,
to
there's a amount of gamers that
bring out
don't
Gohan.
necessarily enjoy
I
forced
didn't want to just
diversity,
bust out Gohan
equity,
because
and
I'm trying to level
inclusion
up
in their
all my other
games. Okay,
characters, but I don't
and
think
regardless
I
of
have
what
much
your
of a choice right now.
stance is on that, being pandered to or whatnot, at the end of the day, we're going to be looking at some of the people associated with this company making some rather crass statements that go against the idea of inclusion. Again, inclusion means all of us get along. And we necessarily put everyone
Oh, you don't.
inside the big bubble
Mudahar
we
doesn't
call
get it. They're using the left definition of inclusion, which means everyone but white people. No, I'm kidding. Not all white, not all left-leaning people think like that. I know Arlon's gonna be watching this and being like, "Coco, stop being cringe." Obviously, not all left people think like that. Okay, I'm joking.
a melting pot, and we don't try to
Wait.
exclude
Oh
anybody,
no, Drax, I just missed your comment.
regardless of whatever racial, orientation or whatever they have going for them that they can't necessarily control. Right? We don't get born into the world with a character creator. But God, if we did, I'd be looking like my Ark Survival character. Okay. Anyways, let's get to the magical fun here. So, because this Steam group was made, one account, the narrative designer for Sweet Baby Inc., decided to signal boost and cause the Streisand effect, where by actually blowing something up and trying to, push people away from, you actually bring it to more eyes than it initially would have ever been to. So this account says the Steam creator harassment
I bet
group,
that
Sweet
person's
Baby
boss
Inc.
really hates
Detected
him for
is led
doing
by
that.
this person, Cabrutus
Or
Rambo.
them, or whoever it is.
Here's
I don't
them
know the
trying to
person's
be
gender.
slick so they don't get reported. Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. And of course, they keep saying, hey, report the fuck out of this group. And of course, when their account actually ended up getting protected, they actually said, hey guys, they got my ass. I guess a few hundred gamers reported me, where they actually ended up getting locked on X because, again, some of their posts were obviously not cool. It was incitement of actual harassment. Now, obviously, whatever this Steam group is and their disdain for this company, it doesn't necessarily warrant harassment. What they did was
Spider-Man
basically
2
create
has
a
more
list of
cutscenes in
games
it than
that
it
they
should.
found
Well,
were
that's just
actually
due to.
connected
I mean,
to
that's
Sweet
just
Baby
part
Inc.
of the
Now,
problem
some
of
of these
all
were
games
kind of
in general trying to be like
misfires.
movies
I think
now.
Starfield was listed inside here, but I don't think
I
that
like
has
that
an
games are
actual
trying to be
connection.
like movies.
But obviously, games like the Crew
There's
Motorfest,
a
anything
line.
listed on
Otherwise,
the
you get
website
shit
and
like
on
fucking
Steam,
Last of Us.
obviously they
Or
put
you
into
get
a
stuff. I mean,
list,
I like
and
Metal
the
Gear
gamers
Solid,
who were
but you get stuff
interested
like
in
Metal
this
Gear
and wanted
Solid
to
where you sit through a
boycott
cutscene that's like
basically
15
knew what
minutes
to
long.
boycott in this situation, right? And that's generally what it was, right? Like, people did not want any game associated with the writing works that these people were involved in, right? That's pretty much what the general idea was. And
People
again,
have the right.
if we're talking about boycott lists, those are
I mean, this is why it's mega cringe that they tried to report that Steam page, by the way, because obviously people have the right to know what companies were involved in a product that they're going to buy and have a right to avoid it, right? I don't like this. The person who like tried to get that thread reported wants so desperately for people to buy their product, including people who they know wouldn't like their product. Like what? If anything, you should be glad these people don't want your product so that, you know, they don't harass you when they buy the product and they're like, this product's shit. I'm gonna fucking harass the people who are involved in the making of it on Twitter. Like they do with like comic skaters do with Comics Pros. So, you know.
Yeah.
harassment lists, okay? There was no harassment necessarily from at least what I've researched on this group being directed towards anybody, right? Obviously, people started to dig in to the individuals who worked for Sweet Baby Inc., at least the public-facing figures, when they started to actually get attacked by this company. Based on the actual person tweeting we just read, the opening salvo seems to have started from these people who wanted a mass reporting of the Steam.
There is a good
Now,
game
obviously, I'm
coming
not gonna
that is
sit here and pretend
Spider-Man.
that there isn't a little
It's
bit of
going to be an
a
8-hour
political
Venom
bias in this
game.
group to some
I'm
capacity. In
hyped.
fact,
What the fuck? Where did
one
you
of
hear
the
about that?
actual posts was real journalists, okay?
I haven't heard a
Why
word
the
about
famous
that.
gaming media don't see this problem? Your opinion. Because 90% of them are activists of the very woke kind, and from Gamergate, each other in WhatsApp groups to push narratives and articles in uniforms. The communists have infiltrated most news media and get their narratives from unknown, unseen, dark sources.
I just find it really funny that
fighting back. Daily Wire, PragerU. You can see exactly what.
Oh god, this person is definitely right wing. Holy shit. They're like, oh, the people fighting against this are PragerU and Daily Wire. Oh no, that's mega cringe, bro. Why the fuck are you recommending Ben Shapiro? Like, some of these people are people complaining about game characters being made ugly and not sexy anymore. Do you really think that conservatives are gonna push sexual media? Of course not. Like, if conservatives ever like become the mainstream opinion again somehow, they'll be like, oh nah, all the characters in the games need to cover up. It's kind of like how in Middle Eastern countries they'll like edit it to draw hijabs over the fucking characters. Do you want that to happen in freedom land, America? Do you want
No, they do.
Do you want animators to be forced to draw fucking hijabs on top of the fucking characters? Do you really want that? No, you don't, okay? Otherwise, you wouldn't be promoting games like fucking, what is it, Stellar Blade or whatever? Basically, what I'm
Blade?
saying, Stellar Blade or whatever it's called, the no, I think it's Chinese actually. The Chinese like sword game where the girl has like the big butt. Hold on.
You Lil Rodney's son? Yes, I'm Lil Rodney's son.
Wait, do I have this open twice? Let's see. Unfortunately, this game is coming out as a PS5 exclusive, which fucking sucks. Let's see if there's a trailer for this. Basically, what I'm saying is don't think conservatives are your ally in this regard, because obviously conservatives will look at a game like Stellar Blade and be like, that's too sexual. Like, because conservatives are like Christian and stuff and don't believe secular meat shit. So if there's any anti-SJW watching this, don't listen to a person that tells you that Daily Wire and PragerU are the people fighting against this shit, okay?
그놈들은 무자비했고 인간들은 무력했어. 인류는 형편없이 무너져갔네.
Wait, will I get copyright struck if I stream this trailer in its entirety?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
자이오니아, 버려진 자들의 도시지. 전성기에는
Drax just said that it's near Automata, but not, and he's not wrong.
황무지 아래 건설한 도시라니.
I don't know. Maybe younger conservatives aren't Puritans. I don't know. I don't know if I'll take your word on that one though, because I just assume that a good chunk of conservatives
아니,
are.
이곳의 주민들은 에너지 고갈로 잠들어 있는 거야. 이대로 간다면
I mean, I know
이
that
영혼은
I
어둠
know that
뿐이지.
conservatives agreed that in the sense that like they don't want they want to maintain femininity in games. They don't like that female characters are being made progressively more masculine. But I think there's definitely a difference between saying we hate femininity erasure and saying we want video game characters to be more sexy. I think there's definitely a difference there. So while there's probably an overlap between people who want sexy video game characters and people who don't like, you know, when their female characters in video games are put on steroids, I do think that there's probably a bit of a difference there, but
조심해. 리스팅되지 않는 네이티브야. 아담, 뒤로 물러나.
speaking of Nier, that's actually the game I wanted to play today, but I didn't because I didn't feel like it.
그 손길이 닿은 적은 없어. 모두 버려진 거야.
그건 신상 모독이에요. 릴리, 부탁해. 난 이러기 위해 태어난 거야.
Anyways, you get the general idea when it comes to this game. I don't even know what made me bring this game up. Oh, right, I was talking about how conservatives absolutely will look at this game and be like, cringe. Not based. But yeah. Alright. Back to Mudahar.
Alignment.
See, now Mudahar can't accuse me of stealing his content because we like cut away to something else, so for a brief period there,
You're
so
kind
there
of
you
getting
go.
over here with at least some of these posts. Obviously, not everyone in this group is of one alignment, but you know, I've seen a lot of posts over here that are that are wild, right? Had a nightmare that I was a SBI employee. Makes me wish Freddy Krueger was real. The illness, the fragility, and the smell. Don't even get me started on the smell. Yeah, I understood that reference. Your avatar has pink hair. Just thought I let you know. Yeah, I think I'm getting what I think I'm getting what they're putting down here. But again, the games that they were listing over here, if you're actually looking at the store page for the games, they obviously pointed out games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where they obviously linked it through actual features on their website, for instance, and so on and so forth. So again, they're not recommending any game associated with this company because of its, you know, DEI practices. So without actually listing any hard evidence of, I guess, harassment that this group was doing, what effectively happened was the people, you know, who worked for Sweet Baby Inc. ended
Well,
up causing the Streisand effect.
you
and
know what's
raising
really
more
funny about
awareness
this
for
is
this
that
group.
Mudahar just said that without listing any actual proof of harassment. But I think one thing that has to be understood about this type of person is that they think that their work being criticized is harassment. Like that's why you'll have someone now like I was gonna bring up Mahler and say that like Mahler has never actually like attacked any of the people behind the Star Wars movies like personally, but he still gets like associated with like the fandom menace. Although Mahler isn't necessarily like scot-free because he obviously does associate with a bunch of people who are actually part of the fandom menace, and some of the people there definitely do get involved. Okay, I mean one of his closest friends, Wolf. Okay, Wolf did call Kelly Tran, or I mean he didn't call Kelly Tran that, but the character she played, but it's basically the same thing. Let's be honest. An Asian bitch. Okay, that was a little bit out of line. All right. So
A little bit, bitch.
so you know, yeah, it's a little bit crazy, but basically, I think there's definitely no denying that a lot of like this type of person just doesn't want their work to be criticized. Because like the moment they see their work being criticized, they'll be like, "Oh, this person, like only a person that's like right wing could ever have a problem with my work." So they're clearly like a problem. Oh, honestly, if the pendulum doesn't swing, fuck's sake. All right, Jesus Christ, my YouTube chat is going by too fast. I need to change my settings on my widgets. Let me just see what Drax said here on my second monitor. The chat is not visible on my second monitor for some reason. Well, that's annoying. All right, I guess we're gonna have to open up the app. How long have I been going for, by the way?
I don't know.
Damn.
It feels like an hour.
Honestly, if the pendulum doesn't swing back and forth, that's when you should be worried. Ain't no one in the government got your best interest at heart, left or right. I don't know, Drax, you're starting to sound an awful lot like an anarchist. I don't know, man. I think you might be a communist, bro. Saying that shit. I don't know. Oh, I could be wrong, but yeah.
So obviously the people that are interested in this, that don't want the DEI practices in their game, know a list, and that's pretty much how Steam curation lists work anyways. Again, it's kind of funny how, like, you claim one side is harassing, but then you also end up doing the mass reporting and harassing in a way yourself. There's nothing inherently wrong with people compiling a list of games they want to boycott. If a market force wants to boycott products, it's totally well within their rights to do so.
Exactly.
Now, when I started this video and I talked about, of course, this is a company that's focusing on inclusion, I think inclusion is great, right?
Exactly.
But when you're looking at a company like this, where their whole, shtick is that, it's pretty bad when some of the people behind it are making rather uninclusive statements. So let's actually read some of this stuff real quick. So
Oh,
one of
boy.
the people who works for consulting
This
for
is the
Sweet
shit that
Baby
we went
Inc.,
over on
who,
the
is
Know Your
Lego
Meme
Bots.
article.
All right, this
I
individual.
actually have a feeling that the research that Mudahar did was just go on the article that we literally just read. But
Known as Maya, for instance, has been making some rather wild posts anyway. So if you actually look at some of their posts, this is from Archive Today, meaning that you can grab this link right here, all right, Alt-Control-Copy, and you can basically just drop that into your URL bar, and you can actually read these as actual statements right here. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I'm showing you these archive posts is to show you that these were actually made. Again, there's a lot of screenshots floating around, and whenever I cover topics like this, I always try to get to the absolute source and truth of the matter. So this individual started writing things
good
like,
guy
I usually get
Mudahar, because
grossed
some
out
people
when
do be faking
when
shit, to be
straight,
fair, so.
white, rich people kiss, but even I think those two are pretty cute.
Oh yeah, this
That's
is
a
the
weird
this
thing
is the
to be
shit that we read earlier, which is it's a madness, okay.
writing. Again,
It's
when
a
it
bit
comes to a
much.
lot of these diversity.
I just don't understand how people like this get jobs. I mean, okay, if I wanted to be generous, I'd be like, oh, maybe it's an edgy joke. But I feel like it's not an edgy joke. I feel like for some of these people, it actually is like masking actual like bitterness and hatred they might have. But the reason why I'm wanting to say, oh, maybe it's just an edgy joke, is because obviously I make edgy jokes, all right? Even I've made jokes about white people. I mean, we literally just spent like 2 minutes making jokes about white women like 20 minutes ago. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Nebs? Do you think it's just an edgy joke, or do you think this person is actually racist?
Should I know people like him. I know people like them. They're like, they sound like my stepdad right now.
Sound like you're
They
okay.
sound like my stepdad.
It often feels like everyone is totally okay, but anytime you bring somebody, from the Caucasian side, suddenly it's okay to demonize one group. I don't think inclusion can exist when people start excluding one group of people. That's just weird. In a perfect world, and again, I know the world isn't perfect. I'm not a fucking naive idiot. I wish we all did get along, right? Obviously, I think inclusion and
Why
diversity
can't
is
we
great,
be
but it has to be
friends?
applied equally.
Why can't we
and starting
be
to
friends?
demonize one group and putting up the rest is never going to bring us on a path closer to each other. If anything, all that does is instill division. Anyways, preachiness aside. Then you found this one right here. Pay me to shoot down your white male lead game ideas. Oh, that's cute. That's wild. Now, again, these were back in 2014. But when you're talking about, consulting for this kind of stuff, it's not looking good. Then, of course, you had one. I had a nightmare that I was a white male gamer. Dude, there's people in war-torn countries right now where that's like a good dream. That's like a perfect.
I don't know,
dream
man. I
on a
can
somewhat
definitely
like
see that
decent
being a
day.
nightmare if the white male gamer in question is fucking Asmongold, and you have like this pigsty of a bedroom. If it's that white male gamer, that is a nightmare. Okay, I don't want to be
I
fucking
can't believe my
Asmongold.
boyfriend watches Gold.
Your boyfriend watches Asmongold.
Yeah,
What
I was never a fan.
what does he think about the fact that Asmongold has clearly not watched enough like Jordan Peterson because of
Fuck
how
Jordan real
messy
bad.
because of how messy his room.
Yeah. Clean your fucking room, bitch.
Yeah, I think someone needs to send Asmongold Jordan Peterson. For real. But anyway.
Man, you live a very privileged, sheltered life if that's the case. So this one is a screenshot. I hate to
Oh,
be
wait,
rude,
what?
but what's the point in talking to you anymore? Me, on Twitter, to men, every day. Seems like this person doesn't like guys
Your
that
name
much.
is Felix
50%
at
of the
home.
world is bad. Now, of course, at some point you get some pretty bad posts.
No,
and
you don't understand. It's okay for them to say this stuff about men because patriarchy, man. Like, it's fine.
Their name is Felix at home!
Yeah, that is their name. They are Felix, and they're probably tweeting from home. But you don't get it, man. It's punching up. It's punching up. Listen, if it is just jokes, I'm genuinely willing to be like, who fucking gives a shit? Because I do have to admit that because I once uploaded a rant complaining about the weird double standard people have when it comes to edgy jokes, which is that a lot of white men on the internet do tend to be okay with jokes made at the expense of like literally everyone until the joke is made at the expense of them, and then suddenly the person is a woke SJW retard. And I'm just like, that seems a bit unfair. Why is it okay to make fun of everyone except for you? So listen, if it is just jokes, I'm actually totally willing to overlook this person's tweets and be like, I don't give a fuck. Oh, you know this is the type of thing where you just fire everyone involved and move on with your day. I mean, yeah. Wasn't Disney gonna do that sort of thing at one point? Because they're like, okay, we need to start considering quality over the message, right? I think that's what Bob Iger said. But anyway, I'm just saying, if it's jokes, I don't care. But if it's something that's masking their actual bitterness and hatred that they have, that's mega cringe. Listen, and the funny thing is, there are definitely some people like because most of this person's tweets don't seem like heartfelt statements. They do really seem like jokes to me. But there are some people who I've seen who've said this exact same thing and mean it like 100% seriously. So that's my sort of devil's advocate take on this specific Sweet Baby Inc. employee, I think. Yeah.
And this is one where it's to a Marxist dog aboard all the God's chosen people. I guess that's that's
Whoa.
pretty bad. And of course, I tried to find
Wait.
the actual.
Okay, well that's definitely not progressive. What the fuck? Abort all the Jews. Christ, holy moly. You can't say that. Your bank account will get frozen. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay, I don't
Your
believe.
bank account will get frozen? Wait, I don't get the joke, actually.
Well, the joke is that the Jews banks, right? You know, I'm just not
Is
even gonna.
that true or something? I hope not.
I'm just not even gonna explain. Well,
I hope that stereotype is not true.
it's not necessarily true, but it's kind of true that Jewish people are disproportionately represented in positions of power, especially in the entertainment industry. So a lot of people have taken that fact and have gone like completely insane with it by being like, oh yeah, Jewish people control and run the world. So Hitler was right and we need to kill them all. And it's like, whoa, wait, what?
Whoa, brother, whoa, nah. You got too much dip on your chip.
Yeah, that is too much dip on their chip. So, yeah.
Chip on their shoulder.
Origin point of this, the context. Post is unavailable, but it's funny that this tweet was violating X's rules
I don't know.
against violent speech. I mean, no shit.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Jewish people are basically to right wingers what what white people are to left wingers, which is why I find it really funny when like conservative people say that systemic racism doesn't exist. Like I was talking about this earlier in the Discord with Dan Hibiki, I think is, and like
Oh, that guy.
we were talking about how it's kind of funny how Candace Owens is just like systemic racism doesn't exist. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. White lives matter. Blah blah blah. She's like doing all this cringe shit, but then just recently she's talking about, oh yeah, no, systemic racism is real. And there is a group of people that do look out for their people's own self-interest, but it's not white people, it's Jewish people. I'm just like, so you do believe in systemic racism. You just think that the party that is guilty of it is not the one that people usually say. Like, what the fuck? And for what it's worth, depending on the environment, I think that is a thing that basically everyone is guilty of. Speaking of someone who comes from a predominantly South Asian town, okay? I definitely know what it's like to experience systemic racism from a group that isn't white people, all right? But that's all I'm going to say about that, because every time I bring that up, people are like, you're starting to sound like a right winger. So I'm just going to stop. All right, back to the video.
And then, of course, what's even
It's
wild.
especially ironic because we're watching Mudahar, who is actually South Asian. Oh. So.
There's this one right here. Okay, I don't even know if I can read this. At 20, yo, hot shot. No, but the statement when I grow up made me feel like a giant. Ooh, PDF.
What the
It's bad.
fuck?
Shut up,
What?
Jamie. I know I am. And again, I tried to get the context to
Did
this,
that person just say that they
seems like
feel
the
like a
account owner
nonce?
limits whoever can view that wildness. So
Ain't
yeah, these
that
were
a
some of the
bitch?
posts that were made. But of course, one of the mission
crazy, bro.
statements that was posted by
That's
an
crazy,
account
bro.
known as
That's
Learning
insane.
Evolved said we
It
have
sure
to look at
is.
story and narrative as one of the things that we can innovate.
Wait, what am I even doing on
Like when
this
you
map?
bring someone in from a
What am I
different
looking
culture,
for?
from a different background, from a different gender, they're going to create something that we haven't seen before. The way we look at demographics is that we
Wandering
go,
around.
okay, the majority of our player base is, let's say, a white male. So we're going to make stuff for white males. But if you make something from the perspective of an Asian trans woman, and it's really strong, then it will work for people. People crave new stories. And if you want to innovate, even to stay current, it's not about graphics, it's not about hardware, it's about opening up new perspectives for people. So I explain it as is. It's important to game development to diversify. It's not just part of advocacy or activism, it's going to make your games better. Alex. Also, of course, gamers are mostly white guys. If you're making games for white guys, try making games for somebody else. Maybe they'll show up. You know, maybe those people will show up, right? But I think for most people, when they're looking at this, it's important that multiple perspective exists, right? A multiple perspective can lead to new game stories that you probably haven't heard of before. But for them to say it's going to make your games better, again, I don't know how you're going to sit
When
down
are we
and
getting a
necessarily
Static
make
Shock
the
video
gameplay
game?
better by
Now, that's a game that
going
we
down
need.
this aspect of forced diversity,
If we
forced
want to make a
inclusion,
game that's like
and
about a
whatnot.
black
And again, forced
superhero and we
inclusion is
tackle
me
race
just
issues,
kind of
Static
assessing
Shock
it
should
for
get his own
myself. It's a
game,
little
right?
bit bad faith that I say that, but again, generally, it's cool
I
to
haven't
get
actually
different
seen the
perspectives.
Static
Some of
Shock
my
TV
favorite
show.
games have
It's
been
on my list, though.
characters that I guess these people would call
Too busy
POCs.
watching
One of
Batman
my
the
favorite
Animated
games
Series
is
right
Grand
now.
Theft Auto
Oh,
San
I
Andreas,
actually
a
watched
game
Heart
that
of
has
Ice
a black
yesterday.
character, a black protagonist, Carl Johnson. It's obviously, you know,
Heart
that race
of
is
Ice.
designed because it's a game that takes place in 90s,
I mean, I'm fine with
parody
Static Shock
90s Los
getting his
Angeles,
own game, but I want
gang-ridden
Spawn.
world where obviously it's
Spawn
rife
game would
with,
be
you know,
nice. I've
African
been reading the
Americans,
Spawn comics
Hispanics,
recently.
and obviously that
They're
is a
alright.
world where you
Spider-Man
start
still
off as a
solos.
gangster, but Carl opens up as a character that's pretty empathetic towards his family, somebody that wants something better in life. He's proven to be quite intelligent when he can organize entire heists in Las Venturas. Play Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Great title. And of course, that's just one example of, you know, a diverse or a minority character that isn't shoehorned into a video game, and it's a different perspective that can be offered, right? That's kind of what we're going with. Whatever writing that these people did for games like, you know, the Kill the Justice League nonsense that dropped, obviously that's never going to work. But they obviously did work on things like God of War. They worked on Alan Wake 2, which from what I've played are pretty decent games. Again, I think mileage kind of varies in the situation. But reading those tweets that I did not too long ago, that kind of rhetoric, that kind of discussion only serves to divide people around them. And that's one of the reasons why this
Bro,
boycott
Chaozu,
is
how the
actually
fuck did you
occurring
miss that?
and why gamers are not comfortable with a company like this. And it's understandable. So, without the context, I can't exactly confirm this story, but when you read things like, I just had a thought about trying this again with the photo of a young white person about to be ripped open, but I'm betting folks would
Damn.
immediately flag it as traumatic, and I'm guessing the image would get taken down before responses accumulated. I feel like these people are plants by like the CIA to just divide us as human beings against each other. Like this kind of shit.
Psyops.
Who writes this stuff and feels goddamn normal? It's just unhinged. Like,
You know, the
what?
crazy thing is,
What are you doing?
the crazy thing is, as much as that kind of sounds like a conspiracy theory, some of them probably are. That's the unfortunate thing, because we do know for a fact that there are feds on the internet. Like we know that that's a thing. So some of these people probably are. And that's part of the reason why sometimes when I see like an absolutely insane tweet on Twitter, just comment psyop under it, because I'm just like, there's no way this shit is real. So
There's no way you're real.
Some of the other clips that people were linking out was from a GDC talk in 2021.
oh shit,
Now
here's the
you
clip.
see me representation as
Here's the clip.
innovation. And of course, it's a 29-minute video, and there's a couple clips in it that kind of struck people out of context a little bit, or it struck people out of the blue.
Scare people
Listen to some of
into
these.
scare
Something
people
that is
in.
locked in place. So something that does not want to change and something that is locked in place. So despite like the changing face of audiences, despite the changing face of conferences like this one, we still look at our core demographics and say, okay, they're white, cis, hetero males. And we cater almost exclusively to them. And the problem is that we don't just cater to them like, you know,
Am
here's
I
something that we think
tripping,
you'll
or is
enjoy.
the
We
idea
cater to
that
them the way that
media
we
has
cater
been
to like a
mostly
picky
catered
baby.
to white straight men hasn't necessarily been true since like the 90s? Am I tripping when I say that? Am I wrong?
You're not tripping. I was about to say, gaming is not just the gaming demographic is not just
Well, I don't even just mean
the
that.
average white guy.
I don't even just mean the audience. I mean like the games themselves have had like
The
maybe not.
games themselves, yeah, that's right. It's like the games themselves have appealed to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not just what this lady has said, not just white people. I feel like I feel like this person has how do I say this? This person is not really
They're not actually
broadened.
they're not actually a pop culture fan, so they don't know what's
They
actually
probably
happening.
just this person probably hasn't broadened her mind to other cultures outside of the US.
Possibly. That does sound like a
Because
very common thing amongst Americans. So
it's like you gotta open your mind. Shoot. You gotta broaden your mind outside the US. Shoot, that's what I did.
I'm just saying
And
that I'm just
and I
saying
don't
that
even have a job.
I think that representation has existed in media for a while. Like we've had people like fucking Wesley Snipes, Eddie Murphy,
Yeah.
etc. since like the fucking 90s. If I really wanted to push
Spike
it,
Lee!
if I really wanted to push it, I can even say that we've been slowly introducing like more diversity into media since like the fucking 70s, like with Star Trek and shit.
60s even.
Yeah, so
So like yeah, 69 with the learning tree.
yeah. Or like fucking
Great movie.
I don't know, like the Robertsons in the Spider-Man comics, Prowler, whenever Prowler was created, you know, Hobie Brown. I don't know.
Hobie. His name is Hobie.
It's really funny because it feels like a lot of people want to like erase the achievements of the past to like sort of bring up their non-achievements of today. But like, I don't know. I feel like most people aren't going to complain if you have a black character in a movie or a video game because we've been doing that for a while. But like people still want to act
But
like
people
it's a
complain it anyway. People still want to complain about it anyway.
I mean people
Which
do,
kinda,
but
what does that say about them?
I don't think that's most people is the point that I'm saying. Like those
It's
people
not
aren't
most people. It's these terminally online, which is crazy coming from me, cunt bags.
well, I'm also terminally online. But basically what I'm saying is that those people aren't like worth paying attention
Anything.
to. So
They
like,
aren't worth shit. They are a waste of air.
but it's just really annoying because I feel like it's gonna be the year like 3000, right? And we're still gonna be talking about diversity, despite the fact that media has been diverse for a while now. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
like
I,
diversity
I,
diversity is still gonna be a marketing point, even though it really shouldn't be because it will have become the standard by then for sure. And it's I don't know.
yeah, yeah. It, it will have. It
I,
will have become the standard diversity.
I just
Why would it be a marketing?
Yeah, like it shouldn't even be a point of marketing anymore. Like it should just be like, hey, this is a character. Go watch our thing. I don't know.
Hey, this is a character. Uh, shoot. Uh, I hope you watch it. It's
What I'm
like,
saying is that these things will never be seen as normal if you keep talking about it as though it's not. Like even if you're saying it in a positive way, you're
yeah, yeah,
still
yeah.
making it sound like it's not the norm to do that. And I guess to be fair, a lot of companies do have a vested interest in like making that attitude like still a thing because they get money from people who fall for it. So,
Yes, yes, yes.
yeah. So,
There are some parts of diversity that aren't really the norm
yeah.
now, but they will have been once, I
Well,
don't
I
know,
mean,
come the year 3000 would take place.
I do think that like for example, like MLM is way less represented than Women Love Women in media. Like Women Love Women is way
I
more.
agree. I
Yeah.
definitely agree.
But that's because everyone finds that shit hot, so. But
Yeah.
by the year 3000, we would have been dead 500 years prior by killing each other with nuclear weapons. That's a very doomer take to have, Drax.
Jesus.
Aren't you
What a
supposed to be?
cynical person.
Are Christians supposed to be cynical? Aren't Christians
Is
supposed to
Drax
have?
Christian?
Yeah, he's a Christian.
Yeah, are Christians really supposed to be that cynical?
Yeah, aren't Christians supposed to have like a generally positive outlook? Unless you're talking about like the days of the Great Tribulation or some shit, then
I don't know what the fuck that is.
I think the Great Tribulation is the time where like all the Christians leave the world and Satan takes over, and the only way you can live like an even remotely normal life is by selling your soul to the devil if you haven't already.
That's crazy.
Sure is. But anyways, enough about that.
We feed them the same thing that we know that they love, and we keep on feeding it. We're like, here you go, you love it, eat this, eat this, eat this, so that then when they get anything else, they react as a picky baby would, which is be like, whoa, no,
Shut the
thank
fuck
you.
up.
I do not want this. And we've actually done this so long that what we're doing is creating an entire nation of picky babies. And
So
Okay,
this
okay,
clip
okay,
right
all right.
here is kind of wild. Like
Wait, what?
it's again. I think.
Want to say something?
Picky babies is crazy. Picky babies?
I mean, the thing is, like, people are paying customers, so they're allowed to be picky because they're spending their money on this stuff. So
Yeah,
I
but
don't,
babies though, the
I don't.
babies part is wild.
Yeah, I mean, she's basically insulting potential customers by saying that, which is like, and then they wonder why no one wants to buy games that they're involved in the development of. Like, like what the fuck? Do these people not know what marketing is? They clearly don't. It's kind of like, oh my god, it's kind of like with that one writer from Marvel who was like, if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And then what happened? Nobody bought her book. Her book
Who
flopped.
is that writer?
Shit, I forget her name, but I can picture it in my mind. It's so funny because
What was their book?
I can't remember, but just some guy made a video making fun of them because he
Uh
like he like made a video highlighting how funny it was that there's a video of her saying if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book. And then he smash cuts to a video of her talking about how poorly Western comics have been doing in terms of sales recently, which is like the funniest thing ever. Hold on, let's see if we can
You
find
know
it.
why that's the case? It's because people are fucking stupid. I don't like this guy. I don't
I
like just some guy.
I think the reason why comics don't sell doesn't necessarily have anything to do with politics. I mean, it's part of the reason for sure, but I think part of it is the fact that comic books themselves are actually pretty hard to find. You're only gonna find comics in like a dedicated comic book store, unless it's like a
Yeah.
volume. Unless it's like a volume. But like if it's like a single issue, you're only gonna find them in dedicated comic book stores, which is a problem. Because like back in the 90s, they used to be sold everywhere, but now you have to go to like a dedicated store. And fortunately for me, there actually is one near my house, but like,
All I got is a retro game store near my house.
damn. Ah, here's the video.
I don't like
Actually,
her hair. I don't like her hair. I don't like just some guy.
instead of watching just some guy, we're just gonna watch this Curb Your Meme video. It's pretty funny. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
And if you don't like my politics, don't buy my book.
Why are you so fucking smug about it?
I think I tend to be pretty optimistic, but in this one I'm worried. I'm straight worried. Because stores are closing at a...
The music is louder than the fucking clip.
Comic sales are down.
Alright, let's just fucking watch the Just Some Guy video. Fuck it, it's only 5 minutes long.
I don't like this person. I really don't like this person.
How it started.
This is always when people are like, "Would you please?"
Oh my
take your
God! It
politics
starts
out
with the
of my
same
comic
thing.
books?" I'm like, "What comic books are you reading?" And if you don't like my
Bro,
politics,
I hate when people make the point, like when people are like, what do you mean you don't like when comics are political? Comics have always been political. And I'm like, yeah, comics have been political for a while. Spider-Man is like, Nebs, you saw those examples from like the Spider-Man comics that I shared that one time, right?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, yeah,
Yeah, I read those books.
comics have been political for like a while now, but there's
Since
obviously
the Great Depression, when they
there's-
started,
there's obviously a right way and a wrong way to do it, and
there is. I agree.
obviously a lot of modern writers have been doing it very wrong. So, but
I also agree.
in all fairness, even back during Stan Lee's time, because there is a soapbox in a Spider-Man story where is it from a Spider-Man? It's from one of them, where he's addressing the fact that people are criticizing him for having politics in his comics, and he's like, "Yeah, fuck you. If there's an issue that I care about, I'm gonna use my stories to address them. So if you got a problem with that, you can fuck off." So,
buy my book.
I mean, obviously he didn't say it exactly like that, but you know what I mean.
What's going?
I tend to be pretty optimistic, but in this one I'm worried. I'm straight worried. Why? Because stores are closing at a...
I just hate the fact that she
phenomenal
looks
rate.
like a stereotype.
Independent comic
Like
sales
she
are
She looks
down.
like a walking stereotype. I don't.
She looks like the type of person who would have
that
the
in Living
attitude
Color?
and say the things that she's saying. And it's really funny. I don't know.
Is that in Living Color or something?
Probably. I don't fucking know.
Wasn't Jim Carrey part of In Living Color?
He sure was.
Yeah, I love Jim Carrey. I don't give a fuck.
Oh no, that might get me copyright striked. The fucking Bleach song.
Kelly Sue
Fuck you,
DeConnick
just some
is
guy.
Comicsgate, or rather, Comicsgate adjacent. See, in an interview, she stated the same points that the critics of the comic book industry have stated for years. The industry isn't doing so well. People like DeConnick have blasted critics, claiming that they know nothing about the comic book industry because they don't work in the industry. So they can't possibly know anything about statistics, sales, or revenue, even when companies like IDW post their financial reports. And yet it appears they got it right. From the mouth of Kelly Sue DeConnick.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was low-key hoping that IDW would license to Sonic because it's hemorrhaging money. But that's probably not gonna happen. Is IDW still dying?
I understand.
I heard it was, but like,
Because I feel
don't
like people
know.
who,
I'm liking the Sonic stuff.
because I feel like people have been saying that IDW has been dying since like 2019, and it's still alive.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how that's the case though. I mean, I still like the Sonic stuff, but I haven't read anything else.
no, well, I know they had
want
to.
read IDW's Ninja Turtles.
I think they did have to shut down like one of their departments though, like the board games or whatever.
I think they shut down their movie studio.
I didn't even know they had a movie studio. The hell?
Yeah, they had like one of them film studios
Huh.
for their TV stuff.
Interesting.
I get it. I'm not asking you to look at the screen. I'm just asking you to listen. I'm going to play the whole clip. I know, but it's less than a minute, so just close your eyes, pucker your booty hole, and remember to breathe.
Purple
'Cause we're
hair
going
opinion
in.
discarded because it's probably
tend to be pretty
purple.
optimistic, but in this one, I'm worried. I'm straight worried.
Drax, are you colorblind?
Because
The fuck?
stores are closing at a phenomenal rate. Independent comic sales are down. Mainstream comic sales are down, except for the top 3 or 5 books are up, and everything in the mid list is way down. Numbers that used to be numbers that would get you canceled are now like, no, that's a hit.
Damn, that's really bad. The kind of numbers that would normally get a book canceled is actually now considered as the standard for a book doing well. Holy shit. That is terrible. Fucking hell. They just need to start putting their comics in places other than comic book stores, like in regular bookstores, on newsstands.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
They just,
Put the regular comic books in Barnes and Noble.
Yeah. It's
Put it in a fucking library.
Yeah.
Put it at Market Basket.
They shouldn't rely too much on trades. Like, they should put like the regular issues in like magazine stands at like a Walmart or something.
Market Basket. Come on.
Cost of doing flyaways is like names that should be able to do it no sweat are
Although
going
I
into
did
the
see
red
that
on
Ultimate
singles,
Spider-Man
but they're not
sold,
coming out until
the
the
new Ultimate
trades.
In
Spider-Man
the
sold
words
pretty
of all the
well.
critics,
Well, that's just because it's good.
But Spider-Man is always one of the better selling series, so.
I love when people accidentally tell the truth. This isn't even a Freudian slip. This was Kelly Sue at her wit's end. Just look at her expression, having no choice but to admit the industry's screwed. I wonder if it could have been from certain people saying things like,
And if you don't like my politics,
Don't like my book.
it's
Don't
a kind
buy
of
my
cold
book.
vindication because her admitting this isn't going to solve the problem. The comic book industry is stagnant and
Her
competes
hair
with
is
anime,
red.
manga, film, TV, and video
It is
games,
red.
which are all more popular. When well-known creators
Why
can't
can't I
sell their books,
execute the
you know
finisher?
there's a problem. The problem was worsened by people like Kelly Sue DeConnick attacking anyone who points this out. It's a perfect example of what happens when someone gets entrenched in a perspective to the point of denying evidence proving otherwise. When people are certain about their position, they're reticent to admit that they've gotten anything wrong. It's easier to attack the people pointing out the inconvenient truth, labeling them with pejoratives, turning people against them, even threatening their livelihood. The narrative must be protected until it's no longer beneficial to do it, which is what I think happened here. I tried to track down when this interview was done, but I haven't been able to find the source. If anyone knows when this was recorded, please let me know in the comments below. It seems recent, at least within the last year, and if that is the case, then she may be talking about the situation that began just before the Wu Flu and has continued through it. Orders for single issues
The
were
Wu Flu. He's
embarrassing.
talking about
The
COVID.
marketing for the books was incomprehensible or
I
non-existent.
think he's talking
Trade-
about how, like, I mean, this happened with every industry, to be fair, especially movies, but he's talking about how, like, the comic book industry probably got hit pretty hard by the pandemic. Because a lot of, like, it's especially worse because a lot of comic book stores did actually have to shut down, and if comic book stores are the only place where comics get sold, and they shut down, of course the comic book industry is gonna get hit pretty hard by that shit. So, well, okay, here's how to save comics. Make all the superheroes women and shy people love. No, we're not gonna turn all the fucking characters into Comey can't communicate. Okay? The answer is not to just copy manga, because I want Western media to still feel distinctly Western, which is part of the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of the animation of Rise of the Ninja Turtles, because as impressive as it is, they're just aping Trigger anime style animation. You know? And
Is that true?
that's not what I want. I mean, all you have to do is just watch it. It looks like a Trigger show. So, you know.
I mean, I never found a problem with it. Look.
No, well, that's why I was saying it. No, it's not that it looks like Trigger. It's the fact that it's a Western cartoon that is trying to be anime. And I want, like, Western media to still feel, like, distinctly Western. That's part of the like. There's nothing wrong with having like anime influence, but if you get to the point where you're starting to feel like indistinguishable from anime, that's when it becomes a problem, in my opinion. Because like Teen Titans, for example, is a show that has anime influence, but it still feels like a Western cartoon. You know, it has an art style similar to Ben 10's, which probably also has anime influence. I don't think it's quite as obvious as it is with Teen Titans, but you know, there's nothing wrong with anime influence, but you still have to feel like a cartoon. You know. Ugh.
Sales were fluctuating, but when looking at the bestsellers, many of them were classic books from the 80s. For the single issues that managed to get 100,000 orders, several of them got tanked by the creative teams. I'm looking at you, Batman and X-Men. There were comic book stores closing or shifting
What
their
the fuck
inventory
does he
to
mean by
focus on
that?
something other than comics.
I have no.
Some stores focused on selling back issues, which were proving to be more popular with customers compared to the current books. That one I find interesting because it hadn't happened up to this point, and it's not clear what sparked that interest. It's also interesting because of the reaction from the comic book creators. They hated it. Apparently, competing with books created when most of them were still in diapers was unfair. I'm gonna be honest. When you're getting trounced by early Silver Age books, yeah, that's bad. Funny,
Damn.
but also bad.
Damn.
This is why it's not a good idea to tell people that if they don't like your comics, don't buy your books. It's not smart to
You
deal
got
in
the quote
absolute
wrong.
statements. If you want to read my comics, you must agree with me isn't a good argument and has a very predictable cascade effect. It's not just that people won't buy your book. It affects the other members of the creative team, potentially causing people to assume they hold the same opinion as you, resulting in people not buying anything else those people work on. It may also cause your industry colleagues to back your statement, making people to be less likely to buy their books as well. The industry functions on people buying more than one title. When people go to stores, the store's goal is to get people to come in for one thing and walk out with many more. If many of you are talking people out of buying books because they don't agree with your politics, you're going to lose a lot of those impulse buys. But just from a creative level, you're costing yourself a customer and a fan. Your story should transcend your politics, even though they're informed by them. The story should come first, and if it's done well, the politics won't be a problem for most people. If those people like it, they will share it with other people, and those people may seek
Damn
out
it.
more
I
stories,
feel like
buy more
we've
comics,
been quiet
and
for
share
too
what they
long, so
found,
now we're
and the
entering
cycle will
content stealing
continue.
territory.
But if you spend your time attacking the customers, they're just not going to buy
But the
your
video
books.
does speak
And
for
like I said
itself, so
before, they have plenty of alternatives.
go
But hey,
watch the
at
video
least Kelly
itself.
Sue DeConnick finally admitted the truth. She's Comicsgate, or at least Comicsgate adjacent. Ironically, if she did actually call herself Comicsgate, she'd sell more books. But what do I know?
I
I'm
mean,
just
she's
some guy.
not.
Support that shit, just some. I don't like just
How
some.
it
I
started.
don't.
This is
Nah,
obvious when people are
I
like,
don't.
just some guy
I don't.
definitely doesn't support Comicsgate because he thinks like people like Ethan Van Sciver are cringe. Because a bunch of people from Comicsgate like tried to shit on him because he was shitting on the Don't Say Gay bill. He was like, "This is cringe. Why are you making a Don't Say Gay bill?" So a bunch of like people in the Comicsgate movement realized, wait, just some guy's not right wing, and then they started shitting on him. Even though just some guy has said in many of his videos that he's left wing. So and he's bi. Like why would he support the Don't Say Gay bill? He's
I
bisexual.
don't know.
So
I
okay.
still don't feel comfortable with a political YouTuber.
Well, the thing is like just like it's interesting because I, just some guy is the guy that made me realize that you can definitely have these kinds of takes about pop culture, but that might not inform what your actual politics are.
Yeah.
Because just some guy is definitely like a liberal. He's definitely not like a conservative. Like it's been made clear by the amount of times he's gotten into fights with conservatives about this stuff. So, wait, damn it, I missed Drax's comment again. Fuck's sake. Ooh.
Okay. So. So.
Yeah.
I think we got the gist of.
Wait, I still
I
want to
think we.
see the rest of the clips of the CEO. LOL.
Well, I gotta get going and take a shower. So.
I
Damn.
think the big problem is if you're like
All
a
right.
normal person and you look at shit like this, specifically isolating the whole white cis
So
hetero
I'm gonna
male
exit
crowd,
out.
which
Mhm.
again would probably.
I
I'm
guess
gonna
we'll
exit out.
Be hearing from you later.
You will be hearing from me later in a week. But
Oh, actually, to answer your comment, Drags, there are plenty of comics that aren't about superheroes. If you like go and like read comic online, you'll actually see that there's a whole bunch of genres. It's just that superhero comics are the most popular ones, and other comics don't typically like Marvel and DC are obviously like the most popular like comic book companies.
and
So
Image.
yeah, and Image, although I would argue that Image probably isn't as popular as Marvel and DC. But
Definitely not, but like
yeah, so and yeah, like there's plenty of non-superhero comics. They do exist. Like Scott Pilgrim, well that's more of a
yeah.
graphic novel. Snot Girl, which is also made by the same guy who made Scott Pilgrim. The Walking Dead, which was
Oh yeah.
popular too. In fact, go read the comic because it's better than the TV show. Although I personally found it boring as shit, but I know a lot of other people will like it. There's plenty. Like, just go on that website. You will see there is a fuck ton of non-superhero comics. It's just that they aren't as popular. Because superhero comics
Yeah.
are kind of like the shonen of
Manga
Western
of
comics.
Western media.
Yeah, they're like by far the most popular genre. I mean,
Yeah.
but like even manga is a little bit better in this regard that people do actually check out other genres.
But yeah,
So,
I'm gonna head off now.
yeah. All right.
Rest in peace to Akira Toriyama.
Yes,
Thank
legend.
you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. But yeah, I guess what we need is more people talking about non-superhero comics for non-superhero comics to get popular. But unfortunately, that's not really the reality of the situation because if you go onto any popular comic book YouTube channel like Comic Drake or all these ones, it's normally superhero shit that they're talking about. So it's just a matter of what people choose to focus on is what the problem is. And I don't know how you even begin to go about fixing that. But
probably be like a mass majority of video gamers because yes, back in the day, I'm sure that was the only demographic that started jumping in to a pretty expensive hobby. I mean, gaming, in my opinion, used to be way expensive back in the day. So maybe that was kind of the roots of it.
more
And
expensive
obviously,
now.
she's kind of going into this topic like, hey, maybe we catered to them so long that after a while, that's just all they ever wanted. Now, to understand in this situation, right, to kind of debunk and discuss this point, I really, again, I don't appreciate the idea of like, again, isolating one group of people. Inclusion can never happen when you're excluding one group of people right
Oh,
over here. And I
Mudahar, you
do
don't get it.
understand
It's
her point
punching
right
up.
here as well. I remember
It's
when
okay
GTA
because it's
6 was
punching
announced, and
up.
even during the leaks when they had like Lucy as a female character, there was a few people going, is Grand Theft Auto fucking woke now? They got a woman in the game? Women commit crimes? How is that possible? Yeah, let me tell you right now. You
Yeah,
might
that
not
shit's
think
pretty
that a woman
cringe.
can commit a crime, but once you get access to a 9 mil in your hand, everyone is a great equalizer, right? That's pretty much how it works. And look, at the end of the day, my whole stance on this is the game isn't out yet. Obviously, if the game comes out and there's a lot of tropes in it that are going to make you groan, if there's constant, parts in GTA 6 where, Jason, the white protagonist, is going to be shit on. Like if they have blatant performative talks like that, and we all know what we're talking about with blatant performative stuff, right? Like if they're generally going to shit on him, make him like a total, complete dumbass imbecile, while Lucia is basically running the entire show. They specifically constantly reference that she is the more intellectual of the other one, and this guy is basically dependent on her, and he basically, bends over backwards for this. Yes, we can all pretty much say that that's a shitty written script. But until the game comes out, nobody has any idea of the situation. Anybody that does offer the overreaction, I think most of the gaming society
I mean, he's saying that you can not know whether or not the game's going to be good or not before it comes out, but I'd say that the writing was on the wall for Last of Us 2 when the leaks for that game came out. Uh, a lot of people assumed the game was going to be bad, and it was. I mean, I do agree with him that you obviously cannot make that assumption just because it's going to have like a protagonist of color or a female protagonist. That's obviously very cringe. And I actually find it especially cringe that people are like, "What female protagonist? Is this woke?" When these are the same people who will also be like, "Actually, you can have well-written female protagonists. Here's Terminator, here's Alien, here's," and I'm like, "Okay, if you agree that there can be well-written female characters, why would you immediately assume that something is going to be woke SJW bullshit just because there's a female on the cover when you yourself can provide examples of good, well-written female protagonists? And I don't know. It's almost as if it's not inherent, but it just reminds me of that one time when the trailer for Jurassic World came out, and it was like a picture of a black woman standing next to like, is it which Chris is it? Is it Chris Pratt? I think it's Chris Pratt. Because there was like a co-lead who was a black woman, and like some guy just posts a screenshot of that on Twitter, and is like, "I'm sick and tired of this SJW bullshit." And there was nothing SJW about it at all, except for the fact that there was a character in the movie that was a black woman who happens to be a co-lead. And when I see people like that, I'm like, okay, for this person, it's clearly not writing that's the problem. This person is clearly just like actually racist. Like, let's not kid ourselves. They don't want black people to be more prominent in media, and as soon as they do see a more prominent black person in media, they're like SJW. Just like fuck off. Fucking video game yourself. We do not need people like you in our society. All right.
Definitely
All
like
right.
makes fun of them and criticizes them, rightfully so. I get what she's trying to say, but again, it all falls flat when you're actually excluding people as an inclusive company. Like you're supposed to bring people together, and that includes the people that the gaming industry was, I guess, initially catering to. It's okay to have diversity and inclusion and shit like
Fuck.
that, but constantly doing and having these talks is not good. I cannot take you seriously as an inclusive company when you're actually excluding a group of people off the bat.
And there's like a dozen other answers that are all like variations on those themes. But kind of like a pseudo fun fact about me, that's slightly fun, is that I actually have a marketing degree. And so I want to put on that like, to completely go like, just give up, we've screwed it. But I think it's still amazing that I can be seated in a meeting and told that out of 12 characters, we already have one black one, so there can't possibly be a second. I get that way too much. And I once worked on a project where they had an all-white cast, and they expressed their desire, like, okay, we need to mix it up a bit. How about this character's kind of like stereotypically French? So they have a beret, and they have like a striped shirt. And I was like,
She's saying that she's been to meetings where they said, "Oh, we already have one black character. We don't need more." I don't know. That doesn't sound real to me. Rockstar isn't going to do that because the people who run the company would never allow it. I don't know. I don't know, man. You say that, but people made assumptions like that about a lot of companies. I mean, people made assumptions like that with Naughty Dog because people liked Uncharted and Last of Us 1, and then Last of Us 2 happened. People made assumptions like that with the people who own Tomb Raider, and then I'm just saying you can never be too sure about these things, okay? You can never be too sure. Um, but as I was saying, that story doesn't even sound real, because I can't imagine how like insane you'd have to be to like say that confidently. Like, yeah, it's weird.
okay, if you need to do that, can we at least make them a person of color? And they said, oh no, that would be weird. They're already French. So I want to do better than this.
See, the whole idea, and the whole idea isn't about like, oh, let's make that character, let's make that character like a different race or something. I think the idea was that she was trying to counter the person that was going like, bro, but they're French. French people are just supposed to be whites anyways, right? Especially in like 2024, it's also another melting pot society. There's French people that look like me. They talk in French, but they look like me. I think what she should be hammering is if you want to talk about good fucking writing, probably don't write a stereotypical French character that would be out of Looney Tunes back in the day, okay? With the beret and the cigar in their mouth. Dog, Nostalgia Critic made this joke over a decade ago.
And again, to elaborate on this point, I really do believe that when...
Look, I'm just going to say this. There's a reason it's white dude and Hispanic female, yeah. She's going to be sexualized out the wazoo. I mean, yeah, she probably is going to be sexualized out the wazoo because it's fucking GTA. I mean, GTA, it has plenty of sexual content in it, you know? So I don't doubt that they will sexualize her. which is actually kind of funny because I know that a lot of the people who are celebrating the fact that GTA 6 is gonna have like a female protagonist are obviously going to be upset when they see that said female protagonist has been sexualized. Uh, you know, and so I don't know.
And I talk about, like, obviously a good, well-written character. Obviously, her example of the French character, clearly, that was a stereotypical character.
Also,
Wear a
white
beret,
men
smoke,
love
eat a
Hispanic
baguette.
women.
And I'm
Everyone
sure
loves
everyone can
Hispanic
laugh at
women.
that, but when I think of a
Those
well-written character, no
dump
matter what their
truck fucking.
nationality is, no
Okay,
matter
let's
what their,
stop. Let's stop. I ain't trying to be turned into the next
racial background
tomfoolery,
is,
all right?
as an Indian person, would I love to see an Indian character
But
represented in a
I'm
modern,
afraid to say
AAA game?
that for as much as we love PA HGs, PAGs, unfortunately they still don't compare to POGs, all right? WPAWGSs, okay? All right.
Sure, absolutely. Who wouldn't, right? Like, that would be fun to see. But I'm more interested in a well-written character. I don't like, obviously, seeing myself represented just for the sake of diversity. Obviously, that level of pandering only serves to infuriate
Fuck,
people like
that's not
me
what I
and
meant to
everyone
do.
around us. And it doesn't
I
really
wanted
give
to use
gaming that
Dodon Ray.
mature look that it needs. Now, when I say well-written, well-meaning characters, I really do mean characters that have depth to them. Going back to that CJ example that I had with San Andreas, or Samus Aran, characters that have actual intrinsic characteristics, characteristics of their personality, of their humanity, that is more than just what they're born with, right? I think in reality land, people are more than the sum of their intrinsic characters, right? As an Indian person who was raised in Canada, my life experiences, my culture, my beliefs, what happens when my synapses fire are different than another Indian person out there. Obviously, if I was to see myself represented in a game as some blatant stereotype, obviously it's going to kind of aggravate me or whatever. And so when firms like this exist, I think at best it's when, hey, they're actually out there to write well-meaning human characters, right? But obviously looking at their past tweets and some of the people's past statements, it really feels like, again, there is a divisive rift in there, right? Like, again, you can't have inclusion when you are actually demonizing or chastising people of one specific race over the other, right? We've made a lot of progress, right, in civil rights and in race relations in like the last several decades. And to see these people kind of have like an elementary view of that, of human beings and the interpersonal relationships we have, I think that's what insults the vast majority. And are there people that obviously are like, I'm not going to play that game because I don't like that character and their skin color? Yeah, we make fun of that, okay? We call those people idiots. Giving them any form of like validity or even thinking about what they say is just feeding a troll. But yeah, when I talk about well-meaning characters, that's literally what I'm on about.
Now, the reason why people were looking into this company as well too is that there's been a bit of a link to something known as ESG. Now, obviously, why would a big AAA publisher or like indie games or like a company outsource to some people like this, or a company that works in diversity, so to speak, or inclusive writing? And that's because of something that is known as ESG. So to give you an idea, diversity,
I'm just saying,
equity, and inclusiveness.
I remember a video talking about something similar, but instead of Sweet Baby Inc., it actually was Dimitri Monroe, who we mentioned earlier, talking about this exact same thing. I mean, I think most people probably didn't know about Sweet Baby Inc. when Dimitri Monroe made this video, but he was saying that a lot of the stuff that's been happening in modern media, especially games, may or may not have to do with a certain company that a lot of people, especially right-wingers, like to talk about, called BlackRock. And as it happens, I actually happen to have a video talking about that exact thing on my channel. So if you want to learn about that, you should subscribe to my YouTube, watch the video, and yeah.
Use DEI,
Right.
and of course it has a link to something known as ESG. So for instance, when it comes to dog whistle diversity, right, this is actually a criticism of the situation. What had effectively happened was dog whistle diversity is defined as the hiring of groups, and you can, I guess, replace that with, I guess, inclusiveness of different groups for video games, who have historically been underrepresented or subject to discrimination by organizations for the social aspect of environmental, social, and corporate governance, which is known as ESG. To investors and stakeholders, hiring these groups sends a coded message that the organization is more open to a diverse workforce. But to the groups hired, it suggests the organization lacks effective diversity management or inclusion. So obviously, it's just designed to be window dressing, right? Like if you write these inclusive stories for investors who are putting money into these big game companies, they'll think, oh yeah, this is a pretty progressive, like, you know, sustainable, thoughtful company. We'll put money into it. But for the people that are being represented, you know, POCs, people like me or whatever, right? Like if you just write a, a generic Indian person for the sake of hitting that check mark, it's not really going to do much for me in the grand scheme of the social issues and the social awareness I want to raise about my kind out there. It's just designed to be window dressing for, you know, corporate points. And so the
Yep.
link that it has, ESG, there's actually a definition on Investopedia about this, right? So ESG, for anybody that doesn't know, is an essential tool for investors to assess the company's sustainability and ethical performance. Ethical performance being the more important thing over here because we're talking about diversity, right? Which is the S in the ESG score. So an ESG score is kind of like, the best way to put it is like, you know how you have a credit score, right? Like, this is how good I am financially in the world. What an ESG score is, again, it evaluates for how effective a company is, 0 to 100, on environmental issues, social issues like labor practices, pro-diversity efforts, human rights, community relations, health and safety, governance issues. On a surface level, it's not necessarily the most evil thing in the world because it's just a score that shows you, like, hey, these companies are relatively good, ethical companies, all right? Hey, this is a weapons manufacturer that pretty much employs some of the worst practices around the world, and their entire business is dedicated to, like, creating weapons of mass destruction, so to speak. They probably get a low ESG score versus, like, a company that I guess is historically or traditionally doing good in the eyes of these organizations, and they get, I guess, a good score. And obviously, there's a few ESG rating companies, kind of like the Equifax of this entire situation. So this is like the Bloomberg ESG, the Dow Jones Sustainability Indexes, the Sustainalytics, Refinitiv, S&P Global, CDP scores, so on and so forth. So for instance, if you want to look up like the ESG score of a company like, I don't know, Apple, for instance, right? A trending ticker at the moment. What you do is you go to like
All right,
the Yahoo Finance website, you go palatable for actual investors in the gaming industry. That's pretty much the general understanding and the general story that is being pushed by some of these groups out here. Now, look, at the end of the day, I think that for a lot of the games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked with, and again, to go back to their projects, there have been a lot of...
Okay, I think we get the general idea there. All right, what was I gonna talk about next? Well, I did say I wanted to talk about the Toriyama a little bit. Oh man, who's going to be the next boogeyman when less than half the world by 20 less than half by 2050? Well, let me tell you about a little conflict called Israel versus Palestine. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. All right, all right. I mean, don't get me wrong, a lot of people on the internet have definitely become anti-Semitic as a result of that conflict. So, I mean, it looks like the new boogeyman has already been found even before whites have been successfully eradicated, but listen, 2050, obviously that's not what's going to happen. Oh, but speaking of the number of white people going down, this is by far my favorite clip of all time. I found this clip extremely hilarious, especially during that time when I was subjected to so much racism that I did admittedly become a little bit bitter towards Caucasians, okay? But I'm not in that phase anymore, okay? But I still find this clip kind of funny. Hold on. Hold on.
Here's the results of the 2020 census just came out, and for the first time in American history, the number of white people went down.
Oh my god. The fact that there are people that cheered that on just lets you know that if a lot of people who had this attitude were armed, they'd be out here committing Holocaust 2.0, in my humble opinion. I know a lot of people are gonna say, what a cringe take to have! but I do sincerely believe that. Okay, I believe that in my heart and soul. And this is part of the reason why like sometimes when people, okay, so a lot of people might not be familiar with like the little Timmy hypothetical, but it basically goes a little bit something like this. If this attitude is still persistent in countries like the United Kingdom and the United States, when you know the number actually does become like noticeably low, it's obviously going to be a problem. And this is why we need to get rid of that attitude, because people having this attitude gives ammunition to white nationalists. Because when white nationalists feel like, oh shit, people hate people in my country hate my race, it motivates them to become white nationalists. So they'll want to stop migration. They'll want to, you know, they'll want to bring back stuff like segregation, you know, because they'll be like, we don't want these people to become like a large number in our country is because they fucking hate us. So when they become the majority, they're gonna start treating us like shit. So this is part of the reason why it's like this is part of the reason why you gotta like stop having these kind. I mean, in general, it's just a shitty attitude to have, but at the same time, the fact that it also like makes white nationalists feel validated for having the attitudes that they have is a problem because it kind of makes you realize that like a lot of lefty people on the internet like without even realizing it are like in some weird ways actually kind of proving white nationalists right. And you never want to be doing that because then a bunch of people who aren't white nationalists but are also white will be like, hey, these white nationalists might be onto something, and then they'll end up becoming white nationalists. So yeah, maybe chill on that shit, I think. Uh, maybe relax, maybe calm down, okay? Yeah, yeah. All right, let's relax. But I will say this video is still pretty funny. People cheering, people cheering that the number of white people in the United States has gone down from like 50% to 45%. That is a little bit funny, okay? Especially because most of the people in the audience, like in the studio itself, are probably like actually white. So it's just like, what? You're cheering the death of your own race. Like, can you imagine if like black people did that? I'd look at like other black people, I'd be like, what what the fuck? What kind of self-hatred do you have to have in your heart to cheer the slowly incoming death of your own race? I don't know, man.
News: the results of the 2020 census just came out, and for the first time in American history, the number of white people went down.
Anyways, considering the fact that the audience is not real, they were probably told to cheer, but it is pretty funny. I highly doubt if this was a real audience, they would have actually been cheering. But I'm just saying that this is definitely a nice bit of information to use as an edgy joke whenever you encounter people who are making a bunch of black jokes. I'm like, yeah, you can make whatever jokes about black people you want to, but also you're slowly but surely getting erased. And that's probably the funniest thing out of all the jokes, okay? All right, all right. Enough racism. No more racism. We are a I just spent the past 10 minutes talking about how saying stuff like that is cringe. So I'm gonna stop saying that now, okay? Let's watch this video from Short Fat Otaku talking about how the male gaze is good. I think male gaze are good too, especially ones that are femboy twinks. Oh wait, not that kind of gaze. Oh, never mind. All right, here we go. Oh shit, he has a new intro for his game videos.
This attack is eerily realistic.
My ears. My ears.
And you have to point it all out.
Stellar Blade,
okay.
guys. Have you heard of it? Surely you must have. It's
Fuck.
currently being talked about all over the internet as a video game in 2024 that is, refreshingly, entirely unafraid of showing off its attractive female main character. Stellar Blade was announced as Project Eve back in 2019, then for the PS4 and Xbox One. By 2021, it was revealed that the development had shifted to the PlayStation 5, and that it would be a timed PS5 exclusive. I remember seeing its previous iterations at old E3s and stuff, and remarking back then that there was no way this was a game being made by Western developers, because the main character was hot. Your average person is getting pretty tired of woke nonsense today in 2024, but back in 2019 and 2021, hyper-progressive influence over video games was at its peak. As an example of what I mean, here's a reaction to some old Project Eve stuff by a podcast on the notable gaming outlet Digital Foundry.
The character designs and the character rendering,
Oh, I remember
character
this shit.
models. So let's say that they're kind of from a bygone era in some ways, in many ways maybe. But what's kind
Arlon's
of
going
interesting
to
to
be
me is
pissed.
that they use what I guess.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by Arlon's going? Listen, Arlon may be a leftist, but he's not like a super SJW most of the time. I mean, I do hate when he gets on my case for saying the word retard. But aside from that, he's not that kind of SJW, okay? At most, he'll be like somewhat judgmental, but Arlon is definitely not the type of person who's like, oh yeah, this kind of sexual media like shouldn't exist. Like, I mean, we were literally talking about this exact same thing on the podcast where he's like, well, Coco, since you like fucking uh what is it? Motto say hey no slave. Uh I'm glad you enjoy it. The fact that there's an audience for it, there you go. So I will not stand for you shitting on Arlon. And before Arlon comes into this call and is just like, actually, Drax is right. I fucking hate this game, and they should. Yeah, no, I've never really heard. I've never really heard Arlon complain about that. I mean, both me and him are like pretty critical of like the sexualization of characters in One Piece, but to be honest, for me, it doesn't really bother me that much. It's only in instances like, say, with Rebecca's design where it just doesn't make any fucking sense at all. So, but
Affectionately is called by people doll-like. If you think of classic, like that are
Yes.
live designs, right? They were kind of action figure-y, kind of dolls basically. So it's kind of interesting to see this mix of, I shouldn't say classic character designs, but character models from a bygone era put into a
It is
modern
weird.
game.
It feels a little out of place, I think.
Well, the game feels a bit out of place in some ways.
I know you were talking about the character from a bygone era. I do think the character model was actually like very distracting in not a good way, because like with the camera angles chosen, it just felt like this game seems like a game that came out in like 002 in terms of its like character design. It's like a bit old and not flattering, I don't think, for a modern audience in comparison to something like Forspoken. Which
oh
has,
my god, he actually, I remember this exact clip. He actually used Forspoken as a good example of what games should strive to be like, which is actually kind of ironic because Forspoken is obviously one of the most shat on games in this regard. And insofar as like erasing like women being attractive in video games. Like a lot of people were very quick to point out, hey, the model that they used to mocap the character in the game is actually attractive. So there was clearly like a deliberate attempt on the people who modeled the game to make the character look less attractive. In my humble opinion, I just think that these people are shit at modeling. I don't know if there was necessarily a deliberate attempt because in my mind, I'm kind of like, this is the part where I have to play devil's advocate a little bit because I think if you're making a game that's like striving for like a realistic, grounded setting, it is a bit weird. Like movies and games, it doesn't matter what story it is, but if you're going for something grounded and realistic, it is a little bit weird when all the characters in the story are people who are conventionally attractive. It's definitely weird. Like, there's Telltale's The Walking Dead, all the characters just look like normal people there. And if that's what you're striving for with your story, then that's fine. But I would also say that if you're wanting to represent what the average person looks like in your game, then if you're wanting to represent the average person in your game, then you should probably use a person who actually looks like the average person for your mocap models instead of like getting really attractive models to reference for your character, and then you do like shitty editing jobs that make them look really fucking ugly. So I don't know. Because in a weird way it's almost like implying that like, oh god, I didn't even know that the studio it sold so poorly that the fucking studio that made it shut down. That is pretty fucking bad. That is pretty bad. But like, listen, I definitely understand wanting to represent like what the average person is if your story is meant to be like grounded. Like, I definitely don't agree with the narrative that a lot of anti-SJWs say, which is that like characters in all works of fiction must always like represent an ideal. If I believed that, then I wouldn't be a fucking Evangelion fan. Although most of the characters in Evangelion are in fact conventionally attractive in terms of how they look. Now, how they are mentally, on the other hand, is a different story, but you know, uh like Misato and fucking uh Ritsuko and shit. But yeah.
Yes, it has a much more realistic looking character designs.
Oh yeah.
It's not these
By the way,
hyper
I
proportioned.
also resent the idea that this is like old game design because I mean this person obviously very clearly has like an American centric view of video games because I think didn't Near Automata come out in like 2014? I know that was like 10 years ago, but like I'm just saying modern games still have characters that look like this, you know?
Something or another's, but it also seemed, I don't know, a bit more grounded in a way that I found much more appealing than what we saw here.
From a general standpoint, I do agree with you, but I do think Project Eve, when it comes to facial construction, it does have some merit though.
Oh wait, actually,
the characters
fuck.
look very different.
What I was saying earlier, this kind of hits at another point that I wanted to talk about. I really wish that leftists, when talking about wanting to represent what the average person looks like in media, would stop saying we want people to look realistic. Because the thing is, a lot of people on the internet are autistic. And I mean like actually autistic. Because then you'll have like some like anti-SJWs who will be like, what do you mean this is not realistic? The character in Stellar Blade is clearly modeled after like an actual person. And then they'll send a picture of like the model that the character is mocapped after. And like it's pretty obvious that like they don't mean realistic as something that is real, but realistic as in something that you're actually likely to go out and see when you go outside. Like you're not it's I don't want to imply that like the average person is like not like super hot, but like yeah, generally speaking the average person is like not like as hot as a supermodel when you go out. Like they just look normal. They just look like normal people. Um I don't know what word to use besides realistic, like believable, average. I don't know, but like clearly some people don't understand when you say we want realistic people because people think you're saying, oh, the cartoons, the proportions are too cartoony. No one is actually built like this. I mean, there are some people who definitely say no one is actually built like this, and then they get proven wrong. Especially. Coco, the type of people who say this hate Japanese games, or at least they say things that make you think they do. I mean, we've been known that for a long time. There are a lot of people in American games journalism that hate Japanese games. I mean, this has been the case even since the early 2000s before like, you know, this whole thing like really came into full effect, but right.
It's just that once you go, neck down, there's a lot of issues on display.
So that's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, you heard that right. These reanimated soy golems, more commonly known as professional games journalists, chided Stellar Blade for featuring an unrealistically attractive female lead and compared it to fucking Forspoken, which, if you watched my video on that nightmare, you already know how bad it was. The claim that the game belongs in the 2000s, yeah, dude, that's why it's so refreshing. I remember back in the day making fun of games that were, quite frankly, kind of mediocre, that also used a sexy girl on the front cover in order to make sales. But a mediocre sex-stuffed game is actually a breath of fresh air in today's climate, where most new games have characters that aren't sexy at all, while the actual quality of the game is even worse. It's not just Forspoken, though that's the
Anyone remember fucking Sin Episodes Emergence? The game that sold so poorly that the company fucking got bought out by another company and it became like a mobile phone game making company. They relied so heavily on sexual marketing for that too, because they had like models dressed up as like the actual characters at E3 to promote the game. They tried so fucking hard. It just goes to show that sex doesn't always sell. But
obvious go-to. EA's recent AAA release, Immortals of Avum, is shaping up to be a massive failure. Mary Jane looking like Spider-Man's mom was probably one of the most prolific memes of 2023. And Suicide Squad. How do you have a full 10 years of new technology between Harley Quinn's last appearance and now, and still make a strictly uglier version of the character? I don't even mean in terms of like, she's not as hot as she was in the old game. That's obviously true. But even like the quality of the animation, the clothing, the lighting, it's all significantly worse. Now this is what looks like it comes from the 2000s, specifically from a bad FMV in the GameCube era or something. Some retard took Stellar Blade's main character out into New York and got some on-the-ground reactions, and these actually blew my fucking mind. Check this nonsense out.
Stellar Blade! She looks 14. And with the side ponytail too, girl. She needs a bow.
Hey,
Looks like she's 16.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm just gonna say, I know I always make this joke about Asian women, so this is me being a little bit hypocritical here. But seeing an Asian woman and being like, she looks like she's 14 is kind of racist, okay? And I'll own the fact that me making those jokes is kind of racist as well. But when I say it, it's a joke. She's like big straight. Like, she's modeled after a real person. Like, fucking hell. Listen, man. I mean, there's a reason why
Yeah, I
a
think I
particular art, there's a reason why a particular type of art in Japan is as popular as it is. It's because that's actually what Japanese women. Well, okay, all right. That was a terrible joke. I shouldn't have said that. Please forgive me. Don't cancel me. All right. Okay, moving on.
actually spoke about this take in the Fat Activist video recently. The main reason these people think an attractive woman is underage is because the last time they were thin is when they were a kid.
It's perfectly fine to have an animation style, especially in a game, but
the
when you're
fuck?
appropriating someone else's image and then changing it, it
What
becomes
the fuck is that? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. That statement from Dev is a little bit outrageous, but okay. Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's now an issue when you appropriate somebody else's image? How about every single race-swapped character in the past decade?
We're working on the physics of the way her body moves rather than the physics of the actual game, which you can see in there does not look great. That's how you know that you've messed up.
Jesus. Seems like they're over-sexualizing her.
Yeah, definitely over-sexualizing her.
Stellar Blade.
That's the title of a game that would do this. That's the title of a game that would do this. I think it's just men that's never touched a woman in their life not knowing what the fuck they look like. And so they're like, this is what women in my video games always looked like. So why are we changing it? It's like, because it's not real, bro.
She's modeled after a real person. They like scanned her body and everything. Bro, I don't understand why so many people are like so against sexuality. It's so weird. Like, I expect this from conservatives, but it's so weird that like a bunch of left-leaning people are like this, because lefties are the ones who led the sexual revolution, and now they're like kind of regretting it. Like, it's so weird, and it's so weird because like I know earlier in the stream I was saying that like obviously conservatives would probably agree with them on this to some extent, but like it's so weird seeing people that like they mainly aim their content towards a right-wing market being the ones defending this shit. Like it's like the inverse of what's supposed to be happening. It's not supposed to be like this. Like what the hell?
Every one of these
I mean, okay, I'm making assumptions about the fact that these people are left-leaning, but let's be real, they're left-leaning. Anyway, moving on.
Pretty much said the same thing, that the main character is unrealistic. The thing is, she's not. Korean model Shin Jae-un was the body scan for the character. This is a person.
Oh my god, Dev is doing the thing that I literally just said so many people keep on doing, which is that people are like misunderstanding what they mean when they okay, well that girl was like saying this character was designed by people who don't know what real women actually look like. So she obviously is saying it in the sense that like the proportions, like no woman actually looks like that. But like generally speaking, I'm almost certain that when people say it's not realistic, what they mean is that most women don't look like that. Uh, but I don't know. It's
Who exists in reality. She is definitionally not unrealistic. And they didn't really change her that much or anything. When you overlay the character onto the actress's modeling pics, you can tell it's pretty accurate. She is a lot closer to the ideal than your average woman, sure, but that's a good thing. We do want attractive people in our games, don't we? Well,
I mean, you say that, Drax, that these types of people don't buy video games, but remember that one time when is it Zoe Quinn? I think it was her. Remember that time when she like flexed her massive ass video game collection? I just feel sorry for someone like Zoe Quinn though, because like imagine buying all of those games and presumably actually playing them, but apparently you probably hated every minute of it because the game doesn't meet like your progressive standard. It's very funny when you think about it, but
let's think about that question for a minute. The soy boys on that Digital Foundry panel all gave the same basic take, that in the modern progressive era, sex no longer sells the way it did back in the 2000s. Gaming has grown up, moved beyond that gaudy, trashy, misogynistic nonsense. But that just doesn't seem to be the case in reality. The overwhelming amount of support that Stellar Blades received, specifically because of its sex appeal, goes against the progressive claim, and the progs are not happy that the gamers have rejected their narrative. For example, this guy says, the thirst trap Stellar Blade looks awful with very outdated graphics, and it obviously uses sex to sell because they lack real talent.
oh my
Hold
god.
on, lacking real talent? Have you seen all of these shitty games? But more importantly, I thought sex didn't sell anymore. When developers resort to sex to sell their game, it usually means the game is lacking. Yeah, this was pretty good logic back in the day, but why is it that games nowadays have such butt-ugly fucking people in them and they still suck? I pointed this out on Twitter in a tweet that got a little bit of traction. How are all the wokoids going to complain about a hot girl in a video game when they're all over Baldur's Gate 3's nudity? Most people agreed with me, but I received this reply from a brain-dead trans activist. I
Oh
don't get it.
yeah.
I whip my dick out
This
at
reminds
a
me
urinal and everyone's...
this reminds me of like the same like argument that a lot of people made that it's like weirdly hypocritical that a lot of people will like say it's bad that Japanese games like have sexualized characters, but no one really bats an eye at the fact that like Last of Us 2 has like a blatant like sex scene with Abby and that guy. And like that game was praised by the exact same kind of crowd that would normally like shit on Japanese games. And also, once again, like I said this earlier in the stream, Baldur's Gate is a game that features a person like turning themselves into a bear and then the person fucking the bear. Like, if that's not like sexual degeneracy, I don't know what is, okay? Like, fuck me. Oh, Anita Sarkeesian? Oh, right. I'm sorry, these people are like all the same to me. I can't even lie. But like, I don't know, man. Is the reason why it's not bad is because it's like a bear getting sexualized and not a woman? It is an animal getting sexualized not like way worse? I mean, I don't know. Like, do we really sincerely live in a society where people would much rather sexualize like it's less problematic to sexualize animals than 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 human beings? I don't know. Oh man, what the hell? DM'd me. Oh, Ben is free and currently in a call with Lav. That's wild. I don't really feel like covering that right now. Maybe we'll cover that tomorrow. Uh, all right. Wait, how long have I been going? I feel like this is the longest I've gone in a while. Hold on. Check my dashboard. Okay, apparently I've been going for 4 hours and 32 minutes. Right. Maybe we'll go for like another hour or two maximum. I mean, there's not that many people watching right now, but I feel like at the very least we managed to get some clippable moments out of this for my YouTube channel. So that's something.
was cool with it. But then I do it at Red Lobster and get kicked out. No one has any consistency. Like, for those that don't get it, it's the comparison. I don't care about people playing the games, but just going, but Baldur's Gate 3 has sex scenes and nudity misses the fucking point completely. He's complaining that people will take issue with a game that pushes the sex sells gimmick of thongs and tits out at all times, but are okay with Baldur's Gate 3 having just any nudity. The comparison is ridiculous. Now, I want to examine this comparison in detail. This person is saying that sexuality in Baldur's Gate 3 is akin to whipping your dick out at a urinal, while sexuality in Stellar Blade is akin to whipping your dick out in a Red Lobster. The comparison serves to highlight that sexuality is appropriate in one instance and not in another. The complaint is that the sexuality of the character in Stellar Blade
Okay, wait.
is always on display during both.
Did anyone point out to the guy that Dev to the there you go. Fuck's sake. I really did anyone point out to the person that Dev is talking about that that game features bear sex? Listen, I think anyone who knows me knows that I'm like team fiction is fiction, right? So I'm just clarifying by saying that. But I'm just saying that if you're someone who's a ride or die in terms of, oh, sexual content in media is like degenerate and like it should be like less of a thing, I definitely think you should be calling out a game for featuring bestiality. You know, if you want to be consistent. But then again, it's not necessarily the fact that the game is promoting sexual deviancy. It's the fact that these people don't like when games sexualize women specifically. That's that's like the reality of the situation, okay? So that's why they're totally willing to overlook when like a game but then again, the person that's fucking the bear is your character, right? So I mean that's kind of true. The person did turn themselves into a bear, but like it's I don't know, it's just it's like not even stylized at all. Like if you're someone that like I don't want to make this take because I know that if I make this take, a lot of people are going to call me hypocritical. But it's not stylized at all. It's a hyper realistic looking bear. Like I'll freely admit right now that I've looked at like low punny, I've looked at like fucking, you know, so it's not necessarily the fact that it's not human, okay? But it's a hyper realistic bear. Like it's one thing to look at like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog or Bark the polar bear, but it's look, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say. But look, all I'm saying is that if you want to be consistent, well, okay, I guess I just countered myself by saying it's not actually inconsistent because their main issue doesn't, it's not, sex in of itself is not the problem. It's sexualizing women that's the problem. It's having female characters that are sexy. Because the only time, like, from what I've observed, the only time, like, it's okay for women to be sexual in a work of fiction is if it's women doing it themselves. You know, so like OnlyFans, self-made porn. But if it's like a video game made by like a bunch of dudes and they have like a sexy female protagonist, that's when it becomes a problem. But I don't know. I say that, but I feel like it's weird because I feel like even if you did have like a video game that was made by an entirely female staff and it had a sexy female character, like a lot of people would still have a problem with that. Like it's weird. Like there's just something like with having sexuality in media that a lot of these types of people don't like, but don't seem to hold the same standard for like OnlyFans. I mean, there are some people who do say that like people who own like Lav Loon, for example. I know that Lav Loon used to argue that like if you're a woman that has an OnlyFans, you are contributing harm to the overall like perception of women and stuff like that because like especially if you're in porn, you're creating unrealistic standards for what sex is actually like and all these other things. So there are some people who are consistent in that regard where it's like sexualization of women is bad across the board, whether it's like in entertainment media or well, porn is a form of entertainment media in of itself too. But and I'm assuming you guys know what I mean when I say all this, right? So,
Sexual and non-sexual scenes, while Baldur's Gate 3 simply has sex scenes. What this person fails to realize is that in Baldur's Gate 3, you can strip down naked and run through the game in the nude anytime you
all just LARPing. Both sides do it, which is why there's a lot of gay conservatives. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it's interesting. I don't think there's anything necessarily paradoxical or contradictory about being a gay person that is a conservative. Because you can align with a certain side of a political spectrum while still disagreeing with elements of that side of the political aisle. So like you might be a gay person that's like, yeah, I want that wall to be fucking built. I am pro-life. I am etc. Like you might have all these conservative beliefs. I know that there's a lot of gay people that are like anti-trans, for example. And if that's the case, then you're gonna vote Republican. Now, it is somewhat contradictory in the sense that like yeah, these people represent beliefs that you actually have, but they do still push for things that are ultimately harmful to you in other aspects. Like we know for a fact that if given the chance, Republicans would absolutely make like, that kind of marriage like illegal almost immediately. But that's part of the reason why like being being a minority, for example, is a very weird position to be in. Because like for example, like if you're black in the United States, um, the Republican Party is often seen as like the racist party, so you're oftentimes going to vote Democrat. But the thing is, we know for a fact that socially, African Americans generally tend to be conservative. So when they vote Democrat, they're not really voting for a party that actually represents their beliefs. They're voting out of fear for the fact that if Republicans get power in the country, all of a sudden the country is going to go back to being Jim Crow. So it's like this one major issue that concerns their actual identity. But then you have obviously there are black people who vote Republican who are like, actually, you know what? The world will never go back to being that bad. Racism is an issue that's been completely dealt with, and so they will start voting Republican. And those people often get called coons and Uncle Toms because, like I said, the Republican Party is often viewed as the racist party. So if you're a black person who's voting Republican, then you're voting against your own self-interest as a black person. But the thing is, they're not voting against their own self-interest insofar as their other beliefs are concerned. It's a concept that a lot of people on the left have a very difficult time grasping, which is the fact that people don't just vote based on their ethnic or sexual or gender identity. People vote on things that they actually believe in, you know? Like I know that there are some people who do vote based on like those things, like their identity, but there are many people who are willing to look past that and will be like, or at the very least have convinced themselves that those things aren't as big of an issue as they are, and so they will vote in accordance with their beliefs, right? So that's one thing that is important to keep in mind, and this is why a lot of leftists are terrible at debating black conservatives because they try to appeal to their race and and it especially looks bad when it's a white person doing it. Like that one person who said to Ben Carson, do you identify as black? Because Carson is like an unashamed conservative who like pushes for people to vote Republican. And it's just like, you have no idea how cringe that looks, especially to other black people. It looks terrible. Okay? That's the type of thing that convinces more black people to vote Republican, by the way. Those are the kinds of clips that Candace Owens will take and use as proof of the fact that like a lot of liberals, especially white liberals, very clearly think that black people are like retarded. So, I'm just saying, like, yeah. Anyway, all this to say, I don't think it's necessarily contradictory for a person to be conservative and gay, but it kind of is in a similar fashion to being like, you know, black and voting Republican. But whatever. See, like it's kind of like how I find myself in a similar position. I mean, I don't know if I want to admit that I I have this take. But let's just say that there is a take that I have that would technically be considered a right-wing take, and I don't know if I would be willing to. I mean, this I feel like this issue has already been solved in the sense that like it's never gonna go the way that I want it to ever, um, because it would be considered a violation of human rights or whatever. But let's just say that like sometimes I do wonder, would I really be willing to vote for the people who generally operate in a way that's against my own self-interest just so I can have this one thing removed from society? It's it's very interesting to think about. I mean, obviously, like if I lived in America, I think I would probably tell someone that you'd have to be borderline delusional to think that the country will ever head back to like Jim Crow. I think that's like literally impossible. I feel like if a president tried to pass that kind of policy, it would ultimately result in like a revolution because most people wouldn't stand for that. So, yeah. And that's part of the reason why most people, even the most racist people in the government, would never try to push that kind of legislation. So, because it's a major optics L, okay? So to some extent, you actually don't have to worry about it ever becoming as bad as it once was. But that doesn't mean it can't be worse than it is right now. So that is something to always consider when voting. Anyway, back to the video. uh,
And also that a lot of the armor you get certainly serves to show off the assets of the various characters. So this complaint is retarded. The immediate explanation I came to was, of course, safe horny, a topic I've already covered pretty extensively online. Every time one of these people made a complaint about unrealistic bodies in gaming or whatever the fuck, their bio or their likes or whatever else would be filled with the most degenerate shit imaginable. And safe horny is basically just a political justification for their hypocrisy. My politics are good, therefore I can indulge in problematic content, and be protected from influence with the proper thinking. Your politics are bad, therefore your sexuality is oppressive and must be restricted. But I can hear my friend V screaming off in the distance, don't you dare bring up that lefty bullshit, Dev. So let's go down a slightly different route this time. My other friend, Taftaj, replied to my tweet with the key that unlocks the whole thing. The answer is obvious. Pathological fear of straight male sexuality. Baldur's Gate 3 sex is gay as fuck. Think back to my recent video, The Queer Problem, where I talk about people appropriating the queer aesthetic, despite not actually being gay or trans, in order to make political statements and be a part of the in-group. When Taftaj says Baldur's Gate 3 sex is gay as fuck, that is what she means. Even straight sex in Baldur's Gate 3 is gay in that it adopts a queer aesthetic. The sex is either shallow and lustful, or goofy and ridiculous. Contrast that with Mass Effect's famous sex scenes. They're kind of janky now, yeah, but they're the culmination of a growing relationship over the course of the entire game, on the eve of the final battle. There's an emotional arc present. But that's straight sex, not gay sex, even if the sex you're having is gay. Because in the context of what Taftaj is saying, straight sex is serious, straightforward, titillating, and fundamentally male, while gay sex is comedic, degenerate, empty, and fundamentally queer. This lens creates problems for the progressives
yeah,
that they have yet
I'm
to come
just
to grips
saying,
with.
speaking as someone
This
who's
next
looked
bit
at their
isn't about
fair
video
share
games or
of
silly.
fanboy on fanboy furry art, that's definitely not true, okay? That shit can be titillating and hot as fuck, okay? That's definitely an L dev moment. Drax, I know you agree. I know you agree.
Blade, but it's the best example I've got to illustrate this. Joe Cat is an animator on YouTube with over 1 million subscribers. His art style is that simplistic, pastel colors, thick lines kind of stuff that young progs love. He's quite progressive in his politics himself, and although he's entirely straight, he is queer-coded. He's doing the queer aesthetic thing. Joe Cat went viral for this animation, the audio originally being cut from one of his streams, and he animated it because he thought it was funny. It's only 30 seconds long, so I'll just play the whole thing.
Sad that there's no muscly girls in here. Well,
What?
I mean, yeah, but, you know, sure, I like to joke around and talk about how, oh, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the leggy girls with the nice thighs. I like a good chest, no matter what size. I like the belly folds, I like the six-packs, really tall queens, and the short stacks. From the mild girls to the wild girls. You got style girls, make them round girls. Yeah, I just really like girls.
Yeah, he got cancelled for this by online progressives specifically. It wasn't waves upon waves of rightoids that were coming after him for supporting trans rights or something, though there were a couple of those. No, the bulk of the harassment was overwhelmingly from his own political camp, because he was cringe and sexually objectifying women. And he was a sexual harasser, apparently, and a bunch of other shit that no one had any proof of. He was doxxed, he was sent death threats, he was sent threatening packages in the mail, his parents were targeted, his girlfriend was targeted, and it got to the point that he simply decided to leave the internet. I want to make this absolutely clear, guys. A man was bullied off the internet for being straight. I'm not going to go too deep into this story. All the harassment he received is cataloged and out there if you care to dig it up yourself. But
I remember
basically,
that whole
Joe
thing.
Cat cultivated an audience of uwu heckin' valid zoomer progs who turned on him basically over vibes. And then I saw Vosh's take. Yes, the video's still coming. Where he says, normalize straight dudes being gay for women. This is what Taftadge was getting at when she said that Baldur's Gate 3's sex was gay, even when it was straight. Straight dudes can't be gay for women unless being gay refers to a specific aesthetic. And we can use Joe Cat's video to discover exactly what that aesthetic is. Let me go on one quick side tangent first, though. There is actually an inverse of this tendency on the right wing, too, where stuff that is straight is recontextualized as gay. Remember the whole tomboy abs thing with Sargon and Academic Agent?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
pretty sure those guys didn't call it gay specifically, but I'm not too sure that they would object to that framing. And you can absolutely find people online making that point more explicitly. I feel like if you find a girl with abs attractive, you're gay. If you eat your girl out, you're gay. Like, what the fuck, dude? Thankfully, this stuff on the right isn't nearly as common as its equivalent on the left. With Joe Cat, we've now got the cipher. We have a lens through which we can view a lot of these other interactions. When the progs complain about big boobs in anime, or cute female characters in video games, or petite women who do cosplay, they always kick up a big stink about it. They'll call you an alt-right, gamergate, man-baby, chud porn addict for consuming whatever it is that you happen to like. In fact, porn addict used to refer to people who watch too much porn and had a real problem. But retards on Twitter are now using it to refer to any male who watches anything heteronormative. And that is the problem. Big boobs in anime and cute females in video games.
By
and petite
the
women
way,
doing cosplay.
I'm gonna be honest. This is another thing that I want to talk about. I think it's really cringe that a lot of like lefty people on the internet use porn addict as an insult, because whenever No Nut November comes, which is like a month where people try to challenge themselves to like not watch porn as much as they normally do, and perhaps even use that specific month as a month to maybe even quit porn entirely. I mean, I don't know why you would wait until November, but you know, guess who starts making fun of people for caring about wanting to cut down on how much porn they watch? Guess who starts being like, watch as much porn as you want? It's cringe that you would even care about how much porn you watch. It's definitely not right wingers. It's the exact same leftists that will use porn addict as an insult against you when they see you liking sexual content on the internet. It's so weird. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It makes no fucking sense. On the one hand, they're encouraging people watching porn. On the other hand, they're shitting on them for watching porn. They even encourage the creation of porn because they're the ones who encourage like people to like make OnlyFans and shit like that. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's weird. It's paradoxical. Just whatever it takes to insult the other side. That's pretty much all it is. Whatever it takes, whether or not it actually lines up with the things you believe in or not. I don't know. It's weird.
They all cater to the male gaze. They're not safe horny, they're problematic horny. They're heteronormative. The sexual content
I'm
of
just,
these things
bro,
does not serve the
because a lot of
deconstruct-
people are gonna say that I sound stupid saying this. I'm telling you, bro. When November this year, go on the internet and go and find some random person who's using porn addict as an insult. Screenshot it, and then when November comes around and people are talking about NoFap this November, go on that same person's profile. You will find them saying, it's so cringe that people. I'm telling you, okay? They make no fucking sense. People are gonna think I'm being crazy. I'm not crazy. Go on that like I know I'm basically encouraging being like an e-stalker right now just to prove a point, but I fucking guarantee you that will happen, okay? Do it. Obviously don't harass whoever you decide to make your mark in like their comments or whatever. Don't do that, but I'm just saying. All right.
Like the patriarchy. So to the progressive, they're problematic. They're exploitative. But watching Joel in One Golf take it in the ass and Last of Us 2,
And here's the
having sex with
example
a
we were
bear
talking
in
about
Baldur's Gate
earlier.
3, this is queer coded. It doesn't cater to the male gaze. It's deconstructing our patriarchal understanding of sexuality.
I don't really.
It's centering
I'm gonna
experiences.
be honest. I don't really get making that argument for the scene with Abby because it's a straight couple having normal sex. I mean, it's not like hypersexualized in a pornographic way. It's just like two characters having sex, and it's a straight couple. Unless one would make the argument that it's queer coded because Abby is like a very masculine, like she's a very built, muscular woman, but I mean, she still has a distinctly noticeably feminine face. Like she's very clearly a woman. So I don't, wait, oh man, someone is gonna get me for that and say you think that only people who have feminine faces are women. That's not what I'm saying, okay? Leave me the fuck alone, seriously. Anyway,
Other than the straight cis male. And so it's empowering, it's liberating. I think that this is a better explanation of safe horny than what was in my previous videos. Even going all the way back to Link in Tears of the Kingdom. Their complaint
again, it's LARPing. Most of the people who cry about porn have the most degenerate kinks. I mean, to some extent, that's actually kind of true. You're not entirely wrong there. Are not entirely wrong.
during that game's peak was that despite what they view as Link's queer coding, he was still ultimately straight and cis and in a relationship with Princess Zelda. For the Progs, this was betrayal. Link's queer coding was a promise to them, and Nintendo failed to fulfill it. I personally believe that Stellar Blade will
Okay,
be the tipping point
all
in
right.
all this nonsense.
So this is the part where I kind of have to throw a certain friend of mine under the bus because there actually is someone that I do know who kind of had a similar take for that exact same reason. So I'm not naming names, okay, but
Financial success, as well as the
okay, you know
success
what?
of other smaller titles that
I'm
are willing
I'm
to
gonna be generous to that person and assume that maybe it wasn't for that reason, but they definitely didn't like the fact that it was confirmed that Link and Zelda are in a relationship. Whether or not it was actually for that reason, I might have to double check with them on that. All right.
to have traditionally attractive people in them again, like Lies of P, for example, which is the game you've been watching this whole time, will show the developers that no matter how woke your game is, no matter how much you talk down to gamers, or shame them, or browbeat them, or whatever else, we're still the ones with the money. Okay, you can call us bigots for not buying the slop, but I'm still not giving you my money. And before you ask, yes, this is happening. Take the white pill, the tides are turning. For example, the next part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming out soon, and Tifa and Eris are yet again attractive women. Yeah, the progs are still whining with the male gaze and whatever the fuck else, but the gamers will vote with their wallets, and there's nothing progressives can do about it. The only thing left to do at this point is hope that the Italian Senate doesn't get wind of this again. Anyway, Stellar Blade's coming out in a few months. If you support this sort of thing, make sure you buy it. We've got to show the developers that these are the kind of games that we want. The video game industry is already going through a massive crisis because nobody's buying the AAA slop anymore. Now is the time for us to lead them back into the fold. Alright guys, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If you're seeing this video
All right. Next topic.
release,
I feel like
I'll
we've
be
been
over on the Archcast.
we've been talking about anti-SJW video game stuff or whatever for like a while now. So I think we're gonna ixnay on the drinker A, and it's time to address the elephant in um yes, I'm playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, and it might not be obvious because I've put this shit in the washing machine way too many times, but I am wearing a Dragon Ball themed jumper. Uh yeah, so in case you couldn't tell, in fact, in a couple streams ago, I was wearing a Dragon Ball t-shirt. In case you couldn't tell, I am in fact a fan of Dragon Ball. And 2 days ago, of course, the greatest mangaka of all time, the GOAT himself, the man who created the blueprint, did in fact pass away. Uh, I was actually kind of wondering. I saw how this became like mainstream news on what do you call it? Uh, yeah, some people are doing that. That's part of the reason why I avoided making a tweet about it on Twitter because I was like, I don't want to like appear as though I'm doing it for that reason. I mean, I did end up making one anyway, but like also for the record, Drax, I'm just saying, your favorite YouTuber, a certain that anime snob, is also doing that. So I'm just saying. But yeah. So I don't even know what to say. Um, Jesus Christ. So I was actually wondering if there was going to be any kind of news coverage about this over here in the UK, because I was seeing that countries like Mexico and stuff were doing news coverage about this. There is, in fact, a news story from BBC. I have watched like a little bit of it. I will admit that it does come across as a little bit like boomer-y, where it's like, oh, this is something that seems to be impacting like a lot of young people, so let's like quickly make a story about it because, you know. But anyways, let's check this out. And then we'll quickly I'm really wondering what I'm even going to say about this because it's something, all right?
The
It's
creator of Dragon Ball, one of the most influential and best-selling Japanese comics, has died at the age of 68.
man, I hope I don't get copyright striked for this.
Akira Toriyama was 68. An official statement said he'd suffered a blood clot on the brain. Dragon Ball was first serialized 40 years ago. It became a huge hit worldwide, spawning cartoons, films and video games. The series features a boy who collects magical balls containing dragons to defend the world from evil enemies. The studio said he was working on several projects when he died. Well, for more on this, let's speak to Dr. Raina Dennison, a professor in film and digital arts at the University of Bristol. Tell us about the legacy that he leaves behind.
Akira Toriyama is one of the most influential manga artists that there has ever been. He's influenced a whole genre of manga in Japan, known as shonen manga or boys manga, which is the most popular in Japan and around the world, influencing creators of shows and manga like Naruto and One Piece, of course, as well as being someone who has influenced everything from art exhibitions through to protests in places like South America. He's a huge
he actually respected Toriyama for not quitting, but now he's making fun of Dragon Ball channels. It's been a full 24 hours. Oh, who Snob did? I mean, yeah, I kind of respect that about Toriyama too. I do like the fact that he saw that like people were like bastardizing his work, so he was just like, yeah, no, I will not let you do this. Um, Here comes Dragon Ball Super. Now, obviously, Dragon Ball Super itself is a series that was met with, I would say, mixed reception. I mean, there's positive things that people like about it. There's a lot of things that people don't like about it. Um, I was actually thinking about this. It's kind of interesting because I feel like the original Dragon Ball, out of like Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, GT, and Super, the original Dragon Ball is pretty much the only one that I never see having as much criticism as like Z, Super, and GT do. And you know, it's yeah, it is something interesting to observe. But it is cool that he came back, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's part of the reason why I'm kind of just like, what's even the point of continuing Super? Because I was talking about this with Arlon the other day, but like from my perspective, I feel like the whole point of Dragon Ball being like revived now with Dragon Ball Super and all these other series is the fact that Toriyama is involved now. If you didn't like GT because of the lack of Toriyama's involvement and you thought that the story was like mid or whatever, well, guess what? He's now involved again. He's involved in Super. He's involved in all these movies we're making, you know, Super Broly, etc. And it's like, I don't know, like if that was like the main draw is the fact that hey guys, Toriyama's back, and Toriyama's like gone now. I don't. Uh, I mean, I know that like Toriyama isn't the one who's been doing like the actual writing. He's just been like providing like general plot beats for what the story should be. Like ultimately, the scripts themselves are still through like the lens of people like Toyotaro and whoever was writing the scripts for the anime. But it's like I don't know, man. Like we're back in GT territory. We're now at a point that is fundamentally no different than from where we were with GT. Actually, it's worse than GT because, well, not worse, but like it's because GT actually had some level of Toriyama involvement. It's you know, like with character designs and stuff. I don't know about writing, but certainly with character designs. And obviously now Toriyama is, you know, no longer with us. So like where do we go from here? It's pretty obvious that they intend to keep the series alive. Dragon Ball Daima is probably still going to come up. Toyotaro, I mean, Toyotaro isn't even taking a break. The next chapter of Dragon Ball Super will be coming out on schedule. Like the drafts have already like come out. So Toyotaro is just pressing on. Um, who knows if the Super anime will ever return? It probably will. At this point, what this means is that like yeah, that's god damn, my chat is lagging really badly. Fuck me. Cause I can see you saying stuff, but it's like way before. It's like way after. But anyway, yeah, like Toyotaro is basically gonna have to come up with the next arcs for Super like all on his own. And same with the people who make the anime if they ever get around to doing that. It's it's weird to think about. Like we had gotten used to a world where Dragon Ball was being made with like very minimal Toriyama involvement. Then he comes back and now he's gone again. Like it's strange. And personally, a lot of people know what my takes on media are. Regardless of even if the person is actually alive or dead, some things should be allowed to end eventually. And I don't like the fact that it's becoming pretty obvious that Dragon Ball is like being treated like a Western franchise where it's slowly but surely being turned into a forever franchise. And I'm never really a fan of when they do that. I do think that some like stories should eventually come to an end. But I don't know. Hopefully what they put out continues to be good, you know. I mean, I don't hate the Super manga. I think it's okay. Um, like I said, it's been Toyotaro that's been doing the actual writing, so right.
Influential figure within this field.
And tell us particularly about Dragon Ball. We can see some characters on the screen there. That in particular, a huge franchise. Many of our viewers will know it very well.
It came around in the 1980s, in 1984, and was perfectly situated in a growing manga and media market in Japan, and so was quickly adapted into animation, famously into Dragon Ball Z, the second part of an anime series that really took the world by storm. So the manga's been adapted into over, I think, 21 different countries and languages now, and the anime was broadcast originally in, I think, 36 different countries, so has had just this perfect international spread as part of its history. And that's led to it becoming popular around the world, but also becoming a major franchise within and outside of Japan. There's now, I think, about 17 different animated feature films.
What the
And
fuck
the
just
sales
happened
of the
there?
manga alone hit around 160 million copies.
Would you credit Akira Toriyama with helping to kind of put manga on the international map?
Absolutely, yes. He came around in a time when fans were starting to grow in number around the world and where fandoms were starting to share texts. The first time I came across Dragon Ball was when a friend from China introduced me to the manga when I was living in South Yorkshire. So it's an amazingly well-traveled story. And it starts in China. It's an adaptation, actually, of Journey to the West, with Son Goku, the main character, being named for Sun Wukong, the Monkey King.
And in terms of his political influence as well, we touched on it briefly, but how did he have a political influence in Japan
No.
and beyond?
Oh no.
He was quite a quiet
I'm
figure,
curious to
quite
hear
a
about
reclusive
this.
figure, but he's always been very careful about controlling his materials within inside Japan, and he's been very popular there for generations because I think his stories don't just tell the stories of a successful character, they tell the stories of resilience and determination needed to become a success. And this is something I think we see reflected in places like Chile with the
You
recent.
know, on the subject of like how Toriyama might have influenced politics, I think one of the craziest things I ever saw recently in wake of Toriyama's death was when a bunch of leftists started trying to claim that Toriyama was a communist just because he isn't the biggest fan of like real estate people, and Frieza is like modeled after a real estate guy. And I was just like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, that doesn't really make you a communist. This is part of the reason why I jokingly said, Drax, when you made those comments about how you can't trust people in the government, that you're starting to sound like an anarchist, because obviously you're not an anarchist, you're a conservative, you vote Republican, and like anarchism, well, I'm sure there's right-wing anarchists to be fair, but like anarchism is a largely left-wing movement tied to communism, and and anyone can hate the government, but that isn't necessarily a reflection of you thinking that the state should be abolished. I don't know. Yeah, it's really funny. So when people like really try to like use Toriyama's death to like push for their own political ends, I'm like, stop that. Okay? That's pretty fucking cringe. Now, when people say that Oda's a socialist, I mean, I can totally believe that because we've seen pictures of Oda's bedroom and he does have posters of Che Guevara in there. So we know for a fact that Oda probably is a socialist. But anyway,
Student-led marches
but
using
like
actual Dragon Ball replicas as part of their protests.
And just one more question, if I may. I mean, how would you also credit Akira Toriyama of kind of spreading Japanese culture more widely around the world? I mean, kawaii is huge now as well. There's even an exhibition in London. You know, a lot of people have kind of copied that imagery, whether it's manga or kawaii, beyond Japan.
What just happened?
Yes. So Toriyama's Dragon Ball featured in the British Museum's manga exhibition a few years ago. And he's a major figure in spreading a particular kind of aesthetic that has become known as the manga aesthetic. He's certainly been hugely influential, particularly within the boys genre. So less in terms of kawaii, but more in terms of the kinds of humor and action that manga are famous for now. There's a trope of the spiky-haired boy, and that's very much a Toriyama popularized creation, I think.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Raina Dennison.
Okay, well there you go. There's the story. I did want to watch when Slow went on fucking BBC radio to also talk about Dragon Ball, but unfortunately that's not on YouTube. But yeah. Listen, anyone who knows me personally, who actually cares to hear about my hobbies anyway, knows that Toriyama is a major influence to me as a person. Him and I mean I went over this on Twitter. This is basically what I posted. Him and Masashi Kishimoto, creator of Naruto, they are the reasons why I developed an interest for art and drawing and wanting to learn how to make comics. You know, obviously my art style, my artwork has become like progressively less anime influence over time. My art very clearly is more influenced by Western comics nowadays, but when I was a budding artist, it was the likes of Toriyama and Kishimoto that really like set in stone for me that this was a path that I want to take. Um, and yeah, Toriyama's passing did in fact come as a blow. It is probably the first, like, listen, I wasn't like how some people on Twitter were saying where I was like bawling my eyes out or anything, but I did have like waterworks like a little bit, okay? There was some dripping, okay? There was some dripping because he's the biggest influence. Like I got into Naruto first, but like Dragon Ball did leave a much bigger impression on me than Naruto did, which is why even though obviously I'll never forget that Masashi Kishimoto is one of my biggest like people who inspired me to get into making comics, I definitely do hold Toriyama in slightly higher regard when it comes to that. And yeah, like his passing was I mean, it was unexpected. I didn't know he was. I don't know if he was unwell. Like he died from a like I heard some people say that he like died from like a head injury or something. So like he got like a blunt force trauma. So he didn't necessarily die from like being overworked the way like other mangaka do, but it was, and that's part of the reason why it was so unexpected. Because I was saying in my Discord earlier that like at the risk of kind of sounding like an asshole, if Oda passed away, yeah, it would be sad. Don't get me wrong, it would be sad, but it wouldn't be unexpected because we've been hearing about Oda's health issues for a while now. He had to take like a 4 week break from making One Piece because of those health issues, you know? So and you know, like if it happened with Togashi, it wouldn't be surprising either because we hear about Togashi's health issues all the time too. That's part of the reason why Hunter x Hunter chapters take so fucking long to come out. Although Togashi did recently tweet out that he's working on a new chapter, and I'll admit it was a bit in poor taste for me to make this joke, but I was like, oh shit. Togashi has very clearly been made to realize that he's a mortal human being by these events, which is why he's probably like, oh fuck, I better like start working on this fucking thing so that I can actually finish it before I just fucking collapse. But like, I don't know, man. It was all this to say that yeah, Toriyama's passing was definitely unexpected. I woke up at like on the day that it happened. I woke up at like 7 o'clock in the morning and I saw Arlon ping me on Discord with the news, and I was like, ain't no fucking way, bruh. And I went back to bed and I slept for like 2 more hours. I woke up at 9. It was still there. He was still like, it was an actual thing that did in fact happen. And to be honest, it's still hard to believe. It really is. Um, but I don't know. I mean, it happens, I suppose. Um, Dragon Ball Super next chapter will be the last chapter that he's been involved in the writing of, and then Dragon Ball Daima will be the last animated project that he's ever worked on once that comes out towards the end of this year. And then after that, the series is moving forward without Toriyama's guidance. I mean, Toriyama's son now owns the franchise, but I don't know if Toriyama's son will have like similar involvement in like the creative process when it comes to manga artists always work themselves to death. How many popular artists does this make now? Yeah, that that is the reality of the situation. It's kind of like it's I was thinking about like how fucked up it is that to me, in a way, it kind of became like it's something that happens so often that it kind of becomes like a dark joke at the end of a like a dark punchline at the end of a very dark joke. Where I was like, wow, really? A mangaka fucking died? What a fucking surprise. It, the industry is terrible. And the fact that like so many creators keep passing away and they have like Japan still clearly doesn't have like any intention of changing how they do things is like kind of dumb. I mean, in all fairness, there are some signs that they're willing to do that. Like Dragon Ball Super, for example, the manga, it's not a weekly manga. It comes out monthly. And that's about the rate that Western comics come out, right? And the Western comic book industry's like working conditions are obviously not as bad as like the working conditions of manga. So there definitely are some like publications taking steps in the right direction. I mean, fucking hell, if we want to go to Berserk, I know it's not Miura himself, and Miura has like, passed on, but like Berserk chapters also take fucking forever to come out. Sometimes more than a month. Sometimes it's like fucking 3 months. Okay, I don't want to start complaining about that because we're talking about how mangakas should actually be given more time to work on these things. So let's not get into complaining mode. But yeah, it's so I guess to say that there's no signs of improvement would be a bit of an exaggeration. But I don't know, the change does need to be happening a little bit faster. Okay, get your act together, Japan. Not cool. Although, once again, as stated earlier, I believe that Toriyama didn't necessarily die from the harsh working conditions. It was a trauma to the head. It was a head injury that caused a blood clot in his brain. But it's well, like I said, it's gonna be hard to imagine. Like, I guess I have like kind of like a very doomer take on this because I'm like, yeah, no, like Dragon Ball being revived, um, with Battle of Gods, Super, etc. Like the whole appeal is, hey, the original creator is back. He is now involved with the series. You won't be having stinker movies like Dragon Ball Evolution. You won't. I mean, I thought GT was okay, but like I know a lot of people hated it for a long time. You won't have kinda but not really stinkers like Dragon Ball GT because Toriyama is now involved, except he isn't. So what happens now? I don't know. Like, are we gonna get the filler writers to maybe start working? Because the Dragon Ball Super anime did have filler. So if they do revive the Dragon Ball Super anime, they can get the filler writers. But I do also just want to clarify that the filler writers are the same people who made Dragon Ball GT. So I don't know how strongly I feel about that, but uh, I don't know. It's interesting. One of the things that I don't know if I want to talk about this too much because I do feel like this might be a little bit inappropriate of me to do, but I do feel like a lot of Dragon Ball fans are being like a little bit dishonest because I did see like a bunch of Dragon Ball fans being like, "Oh yeah, I think the series is in good hands with Toyotaro," and I'm like, if you don't get your goofy cap and ass up and out of here, you're lying. I bet if I go in your profile right now and I scroll back far enough, I'm gonna see tweets of you constantly shitting on Toyotaro's work because Toyotaro is someone who is heavily criticized by a lot of people. Like people like micro analyze his work to find any possible instance of tracing. A lot of people aren't fans of his work, and it's kind of weird how like in the aftermath of like in the aftermath of like Toriyama's passing, a lot of people are just like suddenly pretending, oh yeah, no, I love Toyotaro's artwork. Yeah, Toyotaro is fucking great. The series is in fucking great hands. And I'm like, and to be fair, in all fairness, some of the people I'm seeing making those tweets probably are people who are legitimate fans of Toyotaro's work, but it's just funny to me because I know it won't be long before people start bashing Toyotaro again, and it's like I don't know. It does come to me as a little bit. The ideal situation would be to just to cancel it, but that's not what's going to happen. The lights have to stay on. Well, I mean, it's kind of like what happened with Dragon Ball Z, right? Dragon Ball Z ended. Yeah, there was Dragon Ball GT. Well, oh, and then there was like a couple OVAs like Yo, Son Goku's Friends Return, and Path to Power, and all this shit. Um, uh, Legacy of Goku, etc. But like for the most part, after GT like ended, Dragon Ball essentially became like a video game franchise because the only things that were consistently coming out, especially for Western audiences, from Dragon Ball were video games. At least until Dragon Ball Z Kai came out, and then like they sort of used Kai as a way to like gauge interest for the series. And when they saw, oh, Dragon Ball Z is still fairly popular, they were like, all right, time to make Battle of Gods, time to make Dragon Ball Super, time to make Revival of F. Let's bring Dragon Ball back because there's clearly still an audience for it and will involve Toriyama because people clearly didn't like the lack of Toriyama's involvement in previous projects. That being GT and Evolution. People obviously love it when the original creator is involved in the project. This is why a lot of people were like, obviously, I have my own personal opinions about One Piece Netflix. I think it's not terrible, but I do think it's mid. But obviously, the fact that Oda was actually involved in like reviewing the scripts and actually was given the ability to like make mandates, and the people involved in that project were like actually respecting that. That was obviously a major selling point for you know for One Piece live action. And can you imagine if they tried to make a Dragon Ball live action movie now, the fact that Toriyama is gone, a lot of people will be like, ah, hell nah, nope, you know, like. And I've seen, to be honest, I've actually seen some people on Twitter who are just like, yeah, now that Toriyama is gone, I'm probably not going to be keeping up with the series anymore. And it's like, wow, damn. I mean, I know a lot of people like have that attitude. Even though I'm saying that I would prefer if they ended Super because that's like the whole appeal of Super. I mean, I'm probably still going to be reading the manga. It's kind of like how I still read Berserk even though Miura is no longer the one making it because obviously Miura has passed away as well. Um, and it's kind of like how I'm like if Togashi does pass away and other people do continue Hunter x Hunter for him. I know Togashi has said he doesn't want that to happen, but I probably will continue to read Hunter x Hunter. But you look fine. Wait, are those your specs? The ones that you said you were going to get? Oh, I mean, yeah, they look like you're wearing shades. But people might England sun is barely out, so people be like, "Why are you wearing those?" But you look fine. Yeah, it's fine. Ah, that was just my dad coming in to show me his new glasses. Uh, all right, where was I? I would probably still read Hunter x Hunter, even if it's continued after Togashi's passing. I mean, in the case of Togashi, it might be a little bit different because Togashi has made it clear that he does not want like other people to continue it. So maybe out of respect, I probably wouldn't read it because like they're not respecting his wishes. Whereas like in the case of Dragon Ball, I mean, Toriyama like before Toriyama even passed, there were already like stories coming out about like when Toriyama passes, the ownage or whatever of the series will go into, Toriyama Jr.'s hands. And that's pretty much exactly what happened. So I don't know, like I'm probably still gonna keep up with it. I just what I just hope is that it's it's still good. Because listen, man, Toriyama is the GOAT, okay? Nobody does it like like Toriyama, okay? Like you even compare Toyotaro's art to Toriyama's, and it's like, yeah, Toyotaro is a good artist, but he ain't Toriyama, okay? He was hired because his art looks like Toriyama's, but you can definitely still tell when it's Toyotaro, you know what I mean? Like it's not the same, not the same. But I mean, Toriyama hasn't necessarily been involved in an artistic way for a while now, except for like maybe designing characters. He designed Beast Gohan. He designed he made all the designs for Dragon Ball Daima, which I will admit, I don't know how I feel about it. Everyone knows that my favorite design of Goku is the Kid Goku design because he looks so fucking adorable and badass at the same time. Whereas Goku in Daima looks more like a chibi version of his adult self. So it's kind of like okay, but I mean, it still looks good. Um, I mean, a lot of people are critical of Toriyama's quote unquote modern art style, although a lot of people say that it's not necessarily because of style, it's more a matter of just like age catching up. Well, I mean, this his death isn't necessarily a result of age having finally caught up to him, but well, I mean, he was getting on in years. And one thing worth remembering too is that Masako Nozawa is 84, okay? 84. And I'm hoping that she lives a long, prosperous life, but Jesus Christ, like Dragon Ball is an old series, all right? It's an old as fuck franchise. And I mean, the voice actor, the original Japanese voice actor for Roshi, I think, passed. Like let it never be like this series has been around for a long time, okay? So this is this is probably not gonna be the last time in the next decade that we hear stories of people who are intimately involved with the making of this franchise, stuff like this happening. And I don't know. Wait a minute. I'm supposed to have a more optimistic angle to this. I had a whole thing about like how Toriyama's works will still live on in the wake of his, in spite of his death, and his legacy will live on, and hopefully other people will be as inspired by his works as I was, and hopefully those people will still retain their motivation to make art by the time they get older, unlike me, who's been so beaten down by life that sometimes I do, but oftentimes I don't. That's a slightly better way of opening than reflecting on the fact that many people involved in Dragon Ball are probably going to be passing away soon after Toriyama himself. That's a slightly more optimistic outlook, if I don't say so myself. Man, if Arlon was here, it would have been way better because obviously between me and Arlon, I'm like the pessimist and he's the optimist. So Arlon would obviously do a better job of this than I would. But anyways, all this to say, it's pretty sad that he's. Yeah, well, it's true. We do all have to go sometime. Um, and yeah, I mean, I was gonna I was gonna say that later we might do a group watch in the Discord. Uh, but to be honest, my fucking Discord is dead as a doornail, so I don't think anyone is gonna join for that group watch, for the Dragon Ball group watch. I actually was gonna say maybe we could just do it on Kick, but I know Kick is the website where you're more likely to get away with blatant violations of copyright law, but I'm kind of unwilling to risk it for the biscuit today. So, in spite of the fact that it would definitely not be the first time that I just watched full episodes of anime on stream, but that would mean I'd have to end my YouTube stream. And I'm probably going to be ending my stream overall soon anyway. So, and probably like, oh, I said an hour ago. Well, I did say an hour or two, but all right, I'll just wait for it to be like half seven. It's quarter to seven now, and then we're probably gonna call it a day. But yeah, I don't know. It's it's if there's one thing that these events have inspired me to do though, it's to sit my ass down and read the Dragon Ball manga, the full unfiltered version of Toriyama's true intent. I could watch the show in Japanese, but I know that Toriyama even had issues with the like a lot of people hate the original Dragon Ball Z dub because of how much like they glorify Goku and make him more hero-like, which is really funny because apparently Toriyama had issues with the Japanese version doing that too. So even the Japanese version isn't the perfect way to get Toriyama's full intent. You got to read the manga. Got to read the manga. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I did read the manga from the beginning to the King Piccolo Jr. saga, but I haven't really gotten any further than that since. Most of my experience has been watching either Kai, which I'm not a big fan of dub-wise, or the original uncut dub, but like the remastered version. So looking, and you know what? Even just beyond Dragon Ball, I should read like Dr. Slump. That's something I've been meaning to do for like a while, especially because she's like in Dragon Ball games. She crossed over with Goku like 3 times. You know, just check out some of Toriyama's other works. Because obviously Toriyama did more than Dragon Ball. Obviously Dragon Ball is like my favorite manga of all time, but it's kind of weird that I call Toriyama like my favorite mangaka of all time when I've never really checked out any of his other works. I've never checked out Blue Dragon, even though I have the anime adaptation in my plan to watch. I've always been somewhat curious about checking out Chrono Trigger, and there's Dragon Quest, and you know, uh, can't forget Doctor Slump. Obviously, the very first like manga that I think was serialized and published. Uh, one shots notwithstanding from Toriyama. Then there's Sandland. Yep, Sandland, exactly. So yeah, that's that's definitely a thing I will be doing um, at some point. Um, all right. Now it's time to find something that's an upper, not a downer, like the conversation of the death of my favorite mangaka of all time. Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm actually not kidding when I say that like the death of Toriyama was like the first time I shed a tear over like a creator dying. I think the only other time I might have done that, and the thing is, I don't know if this is true because my mom just says I cried, but I don't remember this, is Michael Jackson, when Michael Jackson passed. But that's like a maybe it happened, maybe it didn't thing. That's kind of me just taking my mom's word for that when she says that, okay? But yeah. Let's move on to something more optimistic and more happy-go-lucky, like Nintendo killing an emulator. Wow. Okay. You know, I really should have saved this for the end because now I actually am feeling kind of down.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mutahar.
I'm
You
feeling
know,
down as fuck.
it
All right.
took 1 week for Nintendo to whip out their fangs.
Oh, right. So here's the thing with the Yuzu situation that I understand. When it comes to the Yuzu situation, a lot of people are kind of making it out to be like, oh, here comes Nintendo, going after emulators and copyright and blah blah blah, and people are making this like an emulation is preservation type of thing. But from what I understand, oh, which Michael Jackson, the one who was killed by aliens or the replacement? Listen, man, I will say that the death of Black Michael Jackson is definitely tragic, okay? But I am talking about the death of White Michael Jackson because I don't even recall. I don't even think I was alive during Black Michael Jackson. So yeah, I am talking about the replacement, not yeah. Anyways, basically what I'm saying is that I do believe from what little I know about this story that Yuzu absolutely earned Nintendo suing them because they were distributing leaked versions of like games that haven't come out yet. It's one thing to make an emulator, which is not illegal, but it's another thing to engage in the distribution of copyrighted material, which is illegal, which is what Yuzu did. They were distributing like leaked ROMs of Tears of the Kingdom before Tears of the Kingdom was even out, and depending on your stance on copyright law and IPs and stuff like that, you may argue that Yuzu maybe deserved it. Um, I mean, who knows if they actually do, but you may feel that way, possibly. Um, they should sue Kotaku. What did Kotaku do?
And basically take down an entire emulator, ladies and gentlemen. Now, remember a while back, a few days ago, I talked about them suing the Yuzu emulator because, yeah, they alleged that it was facilitating wide-scale piracy, specifically for games like Tears of the Kingdom. This Nintendo masterpiece right here. Now look, with Pokemon on the horizon and, you know, Nintendo realizing we want some sales, we don't want people to download our games before they release and
Oh.
start emulating them on their Steam Deck.
Oh. I mean, if Kotaku is literally going around telling people how to pirate their games, I mean, I I don't know, can you sue for that? Because on the one hand, they're telling people how to do it, but they're not actually distributing the copyrighted material itself. So, I don't know. That sounds like a very interesting case. I mean, I would certainly like Kotaku to get the shit beaten out of them, but preferably for something that is like real, you know?
They're already going to start shutting down one of the most popular emulators. Today, right now, if you go to yuzuemu.org, it is literally unavailable. Okay, you get this message right here. Hello, users and Citra fans. Citra being the 3DS emulator right here, and yes, the website still actually functions. So if you did want to access a 3DS emulator right here, you might as well grab it before it eventually also goes away too.
Don't worry, it already did.
But anyways, what they said is, we write today to inform you that Yuzu and Yuzu's support of Citra are being discontinued, effective immediately. Yuzu and its team have always been against piracy. We started the projects in good faith, out of passion for Nintendo and its consoles and games, and we're not intending to cause harm. But we see now that because our projects can circumvent Nintendo's technological protection measures and allow users to play games outside of authorized hardwares, they have led to extensive piracy. Now I'm gonna stop right there. I can feel the barrel of the AK-47 put up right to the head, okay? All right, the Nintendo jihadists have jumped in, you know, ready to lay waste to these emulator developers. How are you, an emulator developer, not realizing that, oh shit, there's gonna be piracy? It's gonna happen. To give you an idea, and again, this is me being very objective, Yuzu did provide a step-by-step guide on how to circumvent Nintendo's, technological measures and back up your BIOS files, your production keys, the necessary firmware information for the emulator to function. For quick context sake, when you downloaded Yuzu or any Switch emulator, it's not as if you could drop an ISO file into the emulator and whoa, it just worked out of the box. No, you needed to have an actual Nintendo Switch, you needed to run a piece of software on your actual hacked Nintendo Switch, dump its firmware files, and then copy that back over.
Wow, is that really how Yuzu works? Because I have to say, if that's how it works, that sounds a lot more complicated than getting Ryujinx to work, which is the emulator that I use, which is why I'm not tripping. So, and I mean, I already downloaded Citra like a long time ago. I downloaded like a bunch of games on my computer because I was going to Zimbabwe last year for Christmas. And I'm telling you guys, if you don't prepare ahead of time an entertainment package, you will be bored out of your fucking mind. So I made sure to prepare like a bunch of games, and I got a Switch emulator and downloaded like Mario Odyssey and shit. So, but before Nintendo sues me, I do have an actual Switch that I do use to get games legitimately. Just not very often because I'm poor. But anyway.
Over to your PC, plug it in the right folders, and then the emulator would run. It's like downloading a PS2 emulator, PCSX2. Without the PS2 BIOS firmware file, it's useless, okay? That's how it works. So again, for a lot of emulators, you do need firmware files that should be legally obtained. And I'm not going to pretend to say that a lot of people probably don't just download BIOS files randomly over the
Surely
internet.
they have
Not
cable
everyone is like me.
Oh, Drax. Oh, Drax. Draxity Drax. Oh, Drax. Draxity Drax. Bro, I'm telling you, man. I mean, they have cable. They do. In fact, like they have like dishes, like sky boxes, like this thing called DSTV. Unfortunately, let's just say a certain group of people don't like the fact that having international channels means that people have access to news from outside the country, which means hearing a perspective on how the country is run from dissidents. So, realizing that, they obviously realize, hey, we should probably get rid of channels like BBC because BBC is critical of our government. We should probably get rid of these channels. So, yeah, they do have TV, but all the channels are practically non-existent at this point, unless you have a lot of money. And you're probably not going to have a lot of money unless you're a member of said government that they got rid of all those channels for in the first place. So, yeah, they certainly do have cable. That is a thing that they do have. But it's so hilariously nerfed, you're not gonna get any entertainment out of that, okay? That's why when I went to my aunt's house, they like had a hard drive of shows they downloaded themselves. Like, because that's the only way they can entertain themselves. And my aunt, like, my mom's twin sister, I mean, they've kind of fallen on hard times recently, but their family is actually one of the slightly better off ones, you know? And they're struggling to get entertained. So I'm just saying, like, Drags, you don't understand how much of a struggle it is, okay? It was an absolutely genius move for me to download all of these games, and like I downloaded like 3 seasons of Two and a Half Men, and bro, like, because if I hadn't done, like, I downloaded Dragon Ball, of course, and if I hadn't done that, I would have been bored out of my fucking mind, and I would have killed myself. The last time I went to Zimbabwe before the year in 2023, I was so bored that I think I played Telltale's The Walking Dead season 2 like 20 times, because I was like I had it on my tablet. I had like Final Fantasy 7 as well, like the original, but I don't know. Like the Telltale's The Walking Dead was like the closest I could get to feeling like I'm watching something, you know? And sometimes you just want to sit down and watch something, not play a video game. So, yeah, it's I mean I know it's rough there, but they got that other guy out. So, bro, you think that the current guy is better than Mugabe, bro? I'm telling you, bro, you need to watch the news more, man. Mugabe was way better, which is saying a lot. That is saying a lot, okay? To be honest, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say this because my dad does actually work for the party. So me saying this shit might actually get my dad in trouble, so I should probably not talk about this too much. But like that shit that shit is it's worse, okay? It's worse. The conditions have not improved. They've actually gotten worse. So not every revolution has positive results. As I'm sure you know, Drax, isn't that like a major talking point for most conservatives who like to shit on communism? So I'm sure you're intimately familiar with how some not all revolutions, you know, Cuba, uh, Russia, etc. Yeah. All right. You know, I'm actually wondering how I've been sitting here for as long as I do, because by now I normally would have ended the stream, but I realize it's because I made sure to pad this chair with cushions, so I'm not in excruciating pain like I sometimes am, which is like the major contributor to my streams being so short. I definitely will be ending the stream in 30 minutes though. Well, I haven't met a real communist in a while, so I'm a bit rusty. You want to know who's a real communist? Drax, Arlon, the real communist. So there you go. You have met a real communist. Unless you mean in person, in which case I guess you haven't. But I'm gonna be honest, communism is a thing that I'm not at all bought into, but I do think a lot of the talking points from communism are actually totally valid. Just because I don't want to be forced to go to work. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm so stupid as to not actively look for a job, because I am, but because I do want to have more than 230 pounds in my bank account a month, okay? I obviously want to have way more money in my bank account than that, so that's just how the I also ideally would like to move out of my parents' house at some point. Which is exactly why, if you're watching this on Kick, you should follow and get us to 75 followers so that we can start getting donos and subs. And yeah, uh, I know it's incredibly unlikely, but what the heck, might as well.
Nerdy enough to have actual hardware with the actual hacks available,
I'm
so you
actually
can back
still
up your
waiting.
BIOSes
I'm
yourself,
actually,
right?
on the subject of looking for work, I did a job interview last week, and I'm waiting to hear back from them. I hope they at least, if I don't get the job, I'm at least hoping they have the common decency to be like, hey, you didn't get the job, instead of leaving me waiting forever, because that would be a dick-headed move, in my opinion. But yeah. All right.
I get that. For them to write this now is it definitely is like the lawyers told them to write this, okay? This is like gun pressed to your head. In particular, we've been deeply disappointed when users have used our software to leak game content prior to its release and ruined the experience for legitimate purchasers and fans. So, to give you another bit of context, a lot of this was centered around Tears of the Kingdom. This game leaked, I want to say, 2 weeks before it actually launched on 4chan. Somebody in the distribution chain for the physical copies grabbed a hold of a copy of this game.
How does this
went
shit
to
keep
their hack
happening,
switch, dumped
bruh?
the cartridge onto the internet, and then people could download the cartridge and just plug it into these emulators. Now, at the time, this is a very key piece of context. Neither Yuzu, and I believe the Ryujinx developers, actually developed the emulator at the time to allow Tears of the Kingdom to run. This game would not run day one on an emulator. It did, however, work before the release date on an emulator when other people made patches and mods that you could then put into the emulator. Totally out of the control of the developers for this emulator and whatnot. So that's
So
the
Yuzu
context.
themselves weren't actually the ones who did this. It was a bunch of other people. Well, I guess you have those people to blame for Yuzu getting fucking nuked. Most companies have a clause where they avoid the situation so those just never call you back. Well, shit. Yeah, I mean that's totally possible too. Man, I kind of feel bad for Yuzu then, because I thought they earned this by like distributing the ROMs themselves, but no, that's not actually what happened at all. Well, shit. Fuck me. I wonder how those people who did that feel about the fact that they're indirectly responsible for that. I don't know. If I was those people, I'd be like, okay, so you guys probably had to spend a lot of money in legal fees, so here's me giving you some of my money because it's your fault that it's my fault that this happened. For getting this attention on you in the first place.
I wanted to provide. We have come to the decision that we cannot allow this to occur. Piracy was never our intention, and we believe that piracy of video games and on video game consoles should end. Effective today, we'll be pulling all of our code repositories online, discontinuing our Patreon accounts and Discord servers, and soon shutting down our websites. We hope our actions will be a small step towards ending piracy of all creators' works. So yeah, it's another bullshit statement that they had to give because the lawyers, alongside taking $2.4 million in a settlement against these guys, they obviously most likely wanted them to say these cute words, so to speak. And I want to stress that no matter what, even with a settlement like this, because they're going after the LLC, I actually don't believe that Nintendo is imagining they're going to get any money out of this. What I assume will most likely happen is the Yuzu developers will, declare bankruptcy, and from what I understand, at least it may not fall back onto them on a personal basis, which may be the only saving grace for them. And on the topic of, obviously Patreon, yes, this emulator did in fact use Patreon, and they did have early access builds locked behind, but it wasn't like, hey, here's early access, by the way, here's some extra patches for this game that hasn't been released. From my understanding, everything in the early access would always down trickle to the actual main branch that people can freely distribute, compile, and modify themselves.
Time to start winding
now,
down
obviously,
here.
Nintendo
The ending
did
in about
mention
20
the
minutes or
Patreon,
so.
and this is a factor as well
Gonna
too. And I
flap
think
around
it's
in
one
the
of the reasons
board
why
for the next 20
the
minutes.
other Nintendo Switch emulator, Ryujinx, may not have actually been hit. I do primarily think they're mostly mad about the fact that BIOS keys are being dumped and guides are being written. But the Patreon, obviously enriching yourself off of emulator work, which again, if you ask me personally, this is incredibly difficult levels of software programming. I don't personally find anything wrong with enriching yourself by developing your own emulator, raising some money via Patreon. But clearly for Nintendo, aside from the piracy argument, seeing a few people make thousands,
Piracy's
tens of
based.
thousands of
Try
dollars a
before you
month,
buy.
building a
I mean,
piece
I
of
agree.
software that, you know,
I'm not even gonna lie with you, Drax. I actually do agree there. I mean, that's pretty much like every physical comic book that I own, I only own it because I read them a bunch of times on like readcomic.2 and decided that this comic is so fucking awesome that I want to fucking own it, okay? Because frankly, the idea of spending money on a product and not knowing whether or not it's going to be good, speaking as a Sonic fan, is just something I'm no longer interested in doing, okay? Like, I've been burned way too many times. I don't want to give companies my money without knowing the in like thoroughly in a way that marketing and advertising could never do. Because advertising exists to lie to me anyway. It's not meant to be an honest showcase of what the game actually is. It's meant to convince me to buy it, but it's not an honest showcase of what the game actually is. So I don't want to pay for something until I have like a thorough, in-depth, personal experience of what that thing is actually like, and then I'll pay for it. Or, well, I mean, and then I might pay for it because I don't know if I'm actually going to buy Mario Odyssey on the Switch. I mean, I might, but who knows? uh, yeah, try before you buy is a base take. And honestly, this is part of the reason why we need to go back to having game demos. Granted, the game demos should be like lengthy enough because I think the problem with like some game demos in the past is that they were way too short to the point where you still don't really know exactly what you're getting yourself into. I mean, you obviously have a better idea than just from watching ads, but you know, you know what was a demo? Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. And you know what ended up being mid? Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Still the best playing Metal Gear game, but I mean, expectations weren't necessarily met. So, granted, Ground Zeroes was a demo you had to pay for, so. And you know the funny thing is, what recently, like last year, a couple months ago, because I've owned Phantom Pain since it came out, but I was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna buy Ground Zeroes, and I did, and I played it. So I don't know why I did that since I own the game it was made to promote in the first place, but yeah.
you know, absolutely. I would say, you know, and we can't be bad faith here. People did use to pirate copies of video games, but ultimately, and I do maintain this, these are tools that have a really positive effect on game and hardware preservation decades down the road. Now, I've got the entire here, the final judgment, and of course, this was settled out of court. And the reason why this didn't go to court, and in my understanding, is because emulation and the tech behind it was potentially on the line legally in the United States. Remember, the way a lot of these laws work is you can set really good precedents or you can set really bad precedents. And a bad precedent would have been is if you couldn't allow emulators that can use BIOS files or bypass technological measures in order to use something like Yuzu. If that was the case and that was actually codified in the law, it would be pretty bad. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I highly recommend you watch a lawyer's analysis if they do cover a topic like this. I'm just an engineer at the end of the day. So here, let's go down and do it. So what they did was they mentioned how Yuzu, a video game emulator, circumvents the technological measures and allows for the play of encrypted Nintendo Switch games on devices other than a Nintendo Switch. For example, Yuzu executes code that decrypts Nintendo Switch video games, including component files, immediately before and during runtime using unauthorized copies of Nintendo Switch cryptographic keys. So for Nintendo, the argument here was the emulator is wrong because the keys that you would be required for the emulator are 100% illegal to obtain. You actually have to bypass their measures in order to get them, which is actually true in what Nintendo is saying. Now, again, legally these things can all be true. Ethically and morally, obviously I disagree, as do many others. See, I think when you buy a piece of hardware, it fucking belongs to you, as a game does. So if I buy a Nintendo product, and remember, this is how much I don't use Nintendo devices. This is a Switch. I'm going to hit the power button in front of you guys like a million times. Does not power on whatsoever. This thing is straight dead. And do I give a fuck about plugging it in? No. When I have something like the Steam Deck, an objectively better device, this thing can keep collecting dust for all I care. Look, At the end of the day, all right, what it comes down to is yes, Nintendo
Hold
is
on.
technically right.
I actually want to
Legally, they
see.
might be in the right. I would maybe.
I want to see if that's the same for my Switch. Has it really been that long since I last fucking hold on. Let's see. Has it really been? I feel like it hasn't been that long. I feel like I distinctly remember playing like Dragon Ball Z Kakarot like last week. Oh, yeah. In fact, it's actually fully charged. It's actually fully charged. So there you go. It actually hasn't been that long, in spite of the fact that I do have a Switch emulator. So once again, Nintendo, please don't come down on me because yes, I do use Switch emulators, but clearly I actually use my fucking Switch, which means that you still get my money. So, I mean, I'm definitely not paying for your online membership because personally, I think that online should just be free. But yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right, problem solved.
Be if you went with this definition. And again, reverse engineering and bypassing DRM and any technologies like that is legally hazy. All right, there are weird precedents, and they can go either or. And when I say this is complicated, I've made videos where I've talked about emulation law and specifically reverse engineering and circumventing technological
Oh,
measures.
hold on.
It's unclear, at least to me, and it is hazy what kind of technological measures are
There's a
protected,
bunch of
exactly what
characters
they're
I haven't
doing,
actually placed
fair
yet.
use, and a lot of these other
Plum
things are
plum.
basically applied. Look, the DMCA
Plum
is an
plum.
old, tired piece of legislation.
Plum
But when it
plum.
comes to digital rights management and reverse
Plum plum.
engineering and bypassing measures that are used at the end of the day to create archival copies or preservations of pieces of hardware and software, these are things that they still need to go to court in order to actually solidify. A lot
I
of the
always forget that
precedents that we
Roshi
keep
and Baba
listing
are actually
are literally
related.
back in the days of Accolade, Sega, early Nintendo.
Segar.
And this is where, like, again, if this case was to go to a court and Nintendo would actually get something solidified where they could say, yeah, if you're using emulation software which is requiring a BIOS that is 100% illegally obtained according to them, that could set a really terrible precedent. And again, nobody expects an emulator developer to go up against a multi-billion-dollar company, right? It's like, imagine if RPCS3 started getting lawsuit threats by Sony. You can, in all rationality, expect them to go up against Sony, who, if they lose, if Sony Legal can actually make solid cases and change the way case law is determined around the subject, could dramatically affect the landscape of emulation we know of today. This is the kind of weird world that we're into. So that's why settlements like this tend to happen, and in some cases, they may be the best possible route. Look, at the end of the day, Yuzu is shut down. But because this is an open source project, the files are still floating around. There's plenty of forks still available. And even if you can't use Yuzu, let's say that Yuzu is going to be scorched earth off of the internet, then you have Ryujinx and at least other projects that, for now, Nintendo hasn't touched. The fact that this doesn't add to like any case law or any precedent is, I guess, the only silver lining in the situation. It really does feel that in Nintendo's eyes, Yuzu and the fact that
Fucking
they were
hell,
running
this
through their
board is like
Patreon, the
my
fact that
least
they taught
neglected
people
board.
explicitly
Fuck.
how to get those Switch keys is what they were most angry about. And maybe they're preparing for the new Pokemon game, the Swan Song Switch title. Maybe they want to get rid of as much possible piracy that they feel is going to happen. And this isn't obviously discounting the fact that Nintendo Switch mod chips are still alive and well, and people with first generation Switches, no matter how much Nintendo wants to patch the Switch firmware, those people are always going to have modified Switches with access. Nintendo may legally be in the right, but ethically and morally, I do personally believe that when it comes to your hardware, when you've bought it, you should be allowed to modify and do whatever you want with it, okay? Provided you're not ruining the experience of other people or you're distributing illegal, like, copies of games, right? Like if you were hacking a Switch to dump Tears of the Kingdom and then distribute it to people online, that's obviously wrong. We all can agree on that. When you're,
Is
hacking
it
this device
though?
to
Is it though? I know that there's a bunch of people who are like anti-intellectual property who would say that there's nothing wrong with doing that either. So, is it though? Think about that one for a while. I don't know. I mean, fucking hell, if the act of distributing ROMs is wrong, then what would you even use the emulators for? Doesn't that mean that all the websites that make the ROMs that you use on the emulators are doing something wrong, and you're obviously contributing to that wrong? Oh, wait, did he specifically specify before the game comes out? Because if that's what he meant, then I mean, I don't know. I feel like some people would still be like, nah, that's still fine. I don't know.
Cheat online, against multiplayer sessions, that's obviously wrong. But again, if you modify it so you own and you can dump your own games, I think that's a far cry different than anything else. Again, for people who say this is only used for piracy, again, I'm sure that there's people that pirate software, okay, through this stuff. But from my personal belief, I really do care about the preservation angle. I know that there are fanboys who probably hate me for fucking going against Nintendo here, but look, I bought these games, okay? I bought Tears of the Kingdom. I've bought, like, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I have a whole slew of Switch games that I've bought. I buy them, I dump them, I put them on my Steam Deck, and I play them that way, okay? I think the experience is better. I have a save tool that allows me to carry my save wirelessly back and forth between my PC and my deck, so I can play a bit of Tears of the Kingdom on this, and then it auto-syncs to my computer so I can play Tears of the Kingdom on my big screen, 4K, 60 frames a second, best of both worlds, right? Anyways, to go back to this lawsuit, the court further orders, upon Nintendo's election and to the extent controlled by defendants, the destruction by deletion of all circumvention devices, including all copies of Yuzu, all circumvention tools used for developing or using Yuzu, such as Tegra RCM GUI, Hecate Atmosphere, Lockpick RCM, ND Dump Tool, NX Dump Fuse, and Tegra Explorer. So all copies of Nintendo's cryptographic keys and production keys. So yeah, they're also listing all the software you would need in order to get those keys that you could then use underneath Yuzu. So again, what had happened during this and what I really think Nintendo was going after was obviously Yuzu having a guide to teach people how to do this. A monkey could pick up a hackable Nintendo Switch, follow the guide, and have their production keys in, I would say, 30 minutes or less. Now, it's wild, too, where I think, man, what are they going to do? Are they going to target, like, YouTubers? Like, there's people like Linus Tech Tips, 2.6 million viewed
I
video.
don't really
Take
care.
this down, Nintendo, I dare you.
I don't really care. $70 is kind of steep. New games should be like $40. I mean, I'll tell you what, it was very surprising for me because I did actually get Sonic Frontiers day one, which was easily one of the worst mistakes I've ever made in my entire life. That game cost me like 54 pounds, which is a lot. Because back in my day when I used to buy video games, like back in like 2014, like somewhere between like 2010 to like 2014, like the most games would ever cost is like fucking like 40 pounds. Like the peak. Like maybe it was just the type of games I was buying, but like I remember like at most games cost like 39.99. So when I bought Frontiers and I was like, wow, this shit is fucking, I was really surprised. I mean, I'm assuming it has something to do with inflation. I mean, there was an interesting event that happened in like 2020 that kind of like impacted a lot of countries' economies, which caused inflation to like go up, and it's not really going down. At least, I mean, I've heard it's going down in the U.S., but I mean, it's gone down like a little bit here in the UK, but it's definitely not returned to what it was pre-pandemic, I'll tell you that much. And yeah, it's quite frankly insane because, in my humble opinion, Sonic Frontiers is definitely not worth almost 60 pounds. It's not worth it. And then you have games like Sonic Superstars, where like, yeah, Sonic Superstars is okay, but still not worth 60 bucks, and that's how much they charged for it. They had the balls to charge 60 bucks for that game at the same and put it out at the same time as Spider-Man 2 and Mario Wonder, both of which are games that are obviously more respected than the Sonic series. I mean, don't get me wrong, the Sonic series has been, gaining a lot of favor recently, especially after the first movie, but you're not there yet, okay, Sega? You're not there yet. Don't jump the gun. All right, your games aren't even there yet, let alone reputation-wise. Like, what the fuck? The fuck are you doing charging that much? If you don't get your goofy ass up and out of here, And you know, if there's anyone to thank for me like not being super eager to pay for games when they come out and actually want to like play like free versions before deciding that I want to spend money on it, it's fucking Sonic Team and their fucking mid-tier games, okay? I mean, they haven't put out anything like genuinely awful in like a decade, but they shouldn't be putting out anything mid either.
Where
Fuck's
he not
sake.
only shows you the entire process of like dumping your actual jailbreak, pulling the games off of it, and then also setting those same games up on a Steam Deck, a device I would consider a direct competitor to the actual like Nintendo product. Now, I'm not here wanting Linus to actually get hit. At the end of the day, I understand why he made this. He also has the same understanding of ethics in regards to owning your hardware and basically doing whatever you want with it. But Nintendo, if they're taking down an emulator, they might even think of taking down YouTubers as well too. So if you're somebody that's making this kind of content, I would strongly reconsider Nintendo stuff. It's one of the reasons why whenever I talked about Yuzu or like emulating Nintendo stuff, I would literally try not to use Nintendo games. Just because I know that's giving their legal team a little inch, a mile, so-called, whatever you want to say. And that's why I'd always stay away from Nintendo stuff personally, because I know my stance on emulation and game preservation, and it obviously does not align with whatever the fuck Nintendo wants, okay? Now, there are other emulators out there like Ryujinx, for instance, which is another Nintendo Switch
Yep.
emulator that is
And that's
also
the
pretty
team I'm
mature. You
on.
can play a lot of
Ryujinx
games
is what
on
I
this right now.
use.
As of today, it's still actually functioning. But I am worried about this emulator too. If you go to their guide, it says, hey, we've already assumed you've hacked your Switch and dumped your Switch keys. This link actually reads to a little wiki on their own GitHub repository where they go through the same spiel that Yuzu ended up actually getting sued for.
Oh,
So
they
to be
should
honest
remove
with you, I
that.
really,
They should
really hope
probably
these
remove that.
companies start removing this kind of stuff, because clearly you just can't have instructions on how to bypass technological measures. So, yeah, Nintendo took down one of the most important pieces of tool in preservation. And look,
They
at the
should
end of the day, it is
probably remove
preservation. At some point, the Switch is going to be as old as the Super Nintendo, the PS1, and games like Tears of the Kingdom are going to be as old as games like Ocarina of Time are today. At some point, 20 years down the road, you probably do want to play these games and have access to them without the dependency of big corporate gaming companies. There's a lot of companies like Sony that outright forget entire libraries of video games, right? Like, you can play Metal Gear Solid 4 on official PlayStation stuff currently on the market. You might be able to game stream it, but that's not a viable way to ever preserve a video game.
I just want to
You know,
point
it's
out
kind of like
that
if there
in
was a
the case of
PS5 emulator and
MGS4,
Sony shut it down because they're like,
in the case of MGS4, the reason why people can't play MGS4 on other systems doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's a forgotten title. It has everything to do with the fact that it legit can only like it's a game that's almost impossible to port, which is why a lot of people are wondering whether or not MGS4 will be um ported in the master collections of, because for those of you who know, if you're like Metal Gear fans, um so there's the Legacy Collection, which has basically every Metal Gear game except for like MGS1, but you get a code for it. That's on PS3, right? There's a new collection called the Master Collection, and they just put out Volume 1, which has MGS1, MGS2, and like issues from the comics, I believe, like the motion comic version of the comics. Um, and a lot of people are genuinely wondering, is Metal Gear Solid 4 gonna be in Volume 2? Which is a totally valid question because everyone knows that it's a game that's actually quite difficult to port. Which is honestly part of the reason why, if people decide to start playing that game on like PS3 emulators, obviously they shouldn't be getting sued for that because, I mean, you either have to own a PS3, and I don't know why Sony would still care about the PS3 when they're on the fucking PS5 at this point. Um, but yeah, it's not because it's like a forgotten title, and it's not because the companies have no interest in porting it. It's literally just the fact that because of the way that it was made, it's like very difficult to port. Um, I don't really know what that means, obviously, because I'm not a fucking game developer, but that's just what I've heard. So, right.
Facilitates piracy, and I can understand the argument, but at the end of the day, this stuff is designed, in my opinion, to be preserving pieces of hardware that have a finite lifespan on them. Look, imagine if a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, let's say it never got a PC release, and it's stuck entirely on the PS5. Wouldn't you want an emulator? You know, to at least down the road know that, hey, when 10 years later, when I can have the computer that can emulate a PS5, I can at least have that game preserved down the road. You know, it doesn't ever go missing. It's that kind of stuff that I think about, right? Because the Switch is never going to be around forever.
I just stopped after
Those
Metal Gear Solid
games,
3.
you know, depending on if Nintendo wants them backwards compatible.
I'm having an internal. After you just said that, I'm now having an internal debate on whether or not I want to say that was the correct decision to make. I mean, I'll tell you this. Most of the Metal Gear games, even to some extent MGS5, I don't think there's a Metal Gear game that can sincerely be considered bad. But I do know that a lot of people say that like Metal Gear Solid 4 story-wise, not like so we're talking about story now. Because most of the games are like solid in terms of gameplay. Story-wise, a lot of people say that MGS4 is when the series like jumped the shark because that's when Kojima got like full control of the series and no longer had like a co-writer in the form of something something Fukushima. And basically Kojima is like a George Lucas, and this is something that happens with a lot of games. Obviously, like Kingdom Hearts had a similar thing where like it actually turns out that for Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, which are the games that are considered to have the best story, Nomura only wrote the outline for the story but didn't write the actual fucking script, and that the only games he's ever written the scripts for are specifically 358 Days Over 2 and Kingdom Hearts 3. So that's interesting. The best written Kingdom Hearts games were not actually written by Nomura. It's actually kind of interesting how like this keeps happening. Like, listen, far be it from me to be like, oh, like the series would have done well without them, because obviously it was their idea, they contributed whatever, but clearly these people benefit from having like editors and them gaining more control over the series as time goes on. You know, Star Wars, Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear, I'm sure there's plenty more, is like obviously not a good thing. I will, however, say that for as much as MGS4 pissed me off personally, it is a very beloved game. So if you are able to play it, I recommend it. But I mean, it definitely pissed me off a lot. But I'm also very bad at video games, so.
Or not, who knows? And hey,
I
these
mean,
are
okay,
companies,
I
Nintendo.
definitely recommend playing Metal Gear Solid 5 because even though the story is like mid, it's definitely, gameplay wise, it's definitely the best Metal Gear game by far, no questions asked. So I definitely recommend playing MGS5. Um,
Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft. They all use emulation for their own advantages as well too. You think the virtual console is magic? No, it's all emulation. I don't know. I can understand not wanting piracy. I always decry piracy when I talk about this kind of stuff. I care more about the preservation angle of it, and this escalation by Nintendo, just not good to see, man. But hey, I want to know what you guys think about it in the comment section below. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
all
Just
right.
like if you dislike it, I
Okay.
am out.
Okay. All right. This is probably the longest
Today I've
I've
got the
gone.
black shirt on for this funeral
Oh
service
my
for one of
God.
YouTube's first.
Nah, we'll talk about Rooster Teeth tomorrow. I didn't even grow up really with Rooster Teeth. I mean, I watched Rage Quit. I watched, um, I didn't know that Death Battle was apparently owned by Rooster Teeth at one point, but apparently it was. But that's like the full extent of my connections with Rooster Teeth. So ideally, we'll talk about Rooster Teeth if someone comes on who actually, it always helps to have someone pull you in when you go too far. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Um, you know, that's the reason why people have editors. And in fact, that's the biggest problem with like One Piece right now is the fact that a lot of the people who get the job of Oda's editor nowadays end up being people who are like massive fanboys. And there's also the fact that Oda is the type of person who's not particularly keen on using ideas from his editors in the first place. So they tend to like stay out of his way. But that's part of the reason why for a lot of fans there's been a noticeable dip in quality pre and post time skip. But enough about that, okay? I am going I am going to go now because I'm sure everyone's actual favorite streamers are live now. I am grateful for the people who actually decided to watch me all day today. I actually managed to have more than one person on Kick, so thank you to you two, and thank you to you, Drax. I honestly wasn't expecting you to be here the entire time, and I very much appreciate the fact that you were. So, yeah, but I will see you guys later. Oh wait, my OBS is on my second monitor.